saw as much success here on anchoring these sites. Minchin trying to get himself in there, but look at Dreamer, my god, he's a dream catcher and he finds that triple, locking it down. Ooh. Why not make it a fourth?
It's difficult retake. I mean, never say never, but we're gonna see how this one pans out. And look at this, it is just not looking good for 999 at the moment. And, oh, another triple kill from Dump here. Flare, last man standing. If 999 doesn't have the answer here, I mean, look at this, they're just instantly pushing, trying to get some map control, but it's falling apart. Oh no.
VGA's low though, so right now this is a position here with 3BL Academy, and they're going to use this utility. Oh boy, but Dreamer's still able to find this double, leaving it just down to the 1v1, but it's Travis. And now they're just trying to patiently wait. C4 is going to go down. It's a 5-on-5, and Minchin's able to find somebody just overextending their welcome. And look at Minchin, just shuts this thing down with triple. They are just trying to get this thing closed out quick.
On the test here, gets one favor, trades them out, but Loons is there to instantly trade out as well, and it's a little bit of a back and forth for Lazarus in favor here, but CRS, the last man standing, cannot do anything.
Loons still kind of toying the idea, and he's going to go down. It's just down to Niels now. He has to be the clutch factor. He's tucked away in the box with 14 seconds remaining. Oh my god, Niels! So now the flash is going to get thrown. He's looking like he's ready for it. He's playing the anti-flash, but both of them combined are able to find one. But there is Faber with a triple kill, and then even a flare right behind as well.
All right, everybody, welcome to day 3 of the EUMENA stage 1 of this qualifier. We're going to be getting through some pretty intense matchups at this point. It is going to be kind of the end of the road potentially today for some of these teams that have been working very hard to secure their place in the next stage of this qualifier. But it is going to be, once again, of course, Pendoxin joining me. Of course, ZZXQ here. I've been away for a little bit, but I'm excited to be back. I haven't seen all of the matches that happened in the past 2 days. So Pendoxin, I wanted to toss it to you to maybe open it up and give me your thoughts on, what you saw take place here over the first 2 days of this qualifier.
Yeah, thanks for having me again, and it's glad to have you as well. And yeah, it was an absolute blast. It was really amazing to see some of these open teams play, but of course also Anubis, for example. It's always nice to see these teams play. So yeah, definitely a very nice one to see. And yeah, even today, we have some great matches coming up, especially the first one. I'm really hyped for the first one. Demons versus SOLTREX, a little bit of a comeback, but I don't want to take it too far. But still, I think we're gonna have a very nice matchup.
Yeah, honestly, I think we're in for some pretty exciting matchups today, and I'm really excited too, since this is my first time seeing some of these open teams prove what they can do against some of the stronger teams. As we can see as we hop into the group standings though, no surprise to see the West League teams kind of leading the front here in both groups. You've got Anubis 2-0 in their group, probably the fan favorite to take this Group A, but of course, the discussion then becomes who's going to secure that number 2 spot, and that's where I think there's a lot up for grabs here in Group A. You've got teams like SSV and 36 Demons as potential contenders, I think, for that spot. But of course, as we look at Group B, kind of a similar story here, Pendoxin. You've got the West League team of Lazarus on top, but surprising for me is to see the other West League team in this group, TBI, kind of struggling a bit so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is with TBI. Again, when I saw them in the West League, I felt like they were like a super strong team, right? Obviously, they hadn't always had the best time against one of these teams, but still, I would say TBI is one of the more interesting teams because, again, when I look at this roster, it's King, Gainer, Boca, Beva, and Dirty, of course, right? So when I think about King, it feels like, he's one of the, newer IGLs, but still one of the good or better IGLs overall. So definitely one team I'm looking forward to. But yeah, today, again, you can see it here. Demons versus SOLTREX, TBI, 3BL Academy, Anubis, and SOLTREX again. So yeah, SOLTREX, a lot to do for them today, especially again on this first match here. So I don't know about you, Kyle, but I think, Demons, yesterday, I think it was a little bit earlier actually. So I talked to Rolly, right, the IGL of Demons, and he told me personally, he was like, he wasn't really happy with his personal performance. So it is, he wasn't really happy with the result overall, so he is really going to, have a show today, and I think we have an interview ready for this team.
Hello everyone, my name's Pew and I'm playing for 36 Demons. The game has been changing a lot because of changes towards the M4, getting wallbang, and smokes having different mechanics where you can't spot the names anymore, where having like experience doesn't always help you, so you have to adapt to it and change the way you approach the game and get new setups, new strategies, find different ways to play around smokes, for example. So there's always that change, like other players that are new towards the meta bring other ideas, and we always have to like analyze replays and stuff to keep up with it. I think there are a few teams to look out for, especially LCK and 3BL. LCK, obviously, in terms of firepower, they are much stronger than most of the teams right now. And if it comes down to tactics, it's probably 3BL and Unknights. Since we play all of the teams during the year in practice and even matches, before the game we just talk about what we know about the players and how they like to play, or the team and the setups we know, and how we can counter them most of the time. When I started playing CF, I started watching frag movies from players like Brando and XFamous from NA. And I would say probably XFamous has been the reason I got into eSports, so the obvious answer is him probably. Our approach to the game is always really strategic, so we try to take it slow and play our game, but sometimes I wish we could just try to be a bit more free in our way we play out the rounds and can rely a little more on our individual skill and not always just the team play we try to force every time. I want to thank everyone for the constant support, and I hope we can meet your expectations to do our best during the tournament.
Yeah, pretty confident interview there from Pew. I really like the shout out as well to Famous, of course, showing that NA love to a player who might make his way through the qualifiers on the NA side later on this year. But looking at this roster, I honestly think they do have what it takes to make it through to that next stage. And you can kind of tell from that interview, Pandoxin, they know what every other team knows in this stage as well. And that's 3BL and that is LCK on the other side of this stage, kind of waiting as those two powerhouse teams that they might face off against. But as we prepare for this one, I was more curious, Pandoxin, to get your thoughts on SOLTREX, because I'm a little bit less familiar with this side.
Yeah, when it comes to SOLTREX, it's a little bit of an interesting team, I would say, because, most of these players aren't really all too known, if that's something you can say, but still, so far, what I've seen from them, it has been very, very interesting. Again, the lineup with Elin, Noxon, Zamido, Fighter, and of course, Javo, right? Javo is one of the most experienced players. He's also the IGL for this team, so definitely an interesting team to look out for. And looking at this map ban pick, it is so far nothing super surprising. I mean, obviously no one really likes Eagle Eye for some reason. I like it, but same goes with Mexico. And yeah, we're gonna have a super standard sub-base, anchor, and of course port matchup here. But I don't know what to think about these Blacklist and Global Risk choices, Kyle. What do you think about those?
Yeah, it's a little bit risky, I think, for the side of 36 Demons, putting themselves in a situation where I would say they're on the more challenging side first in pretty much all three of these maps, so they're gonna have to play a little bit stronger. But some teams, they just like to get that harder side out of the way first and close it with that more confident side for themselves. So maybe that's the strategy they're looking into, because when the pressure does get really high in a match like this, you kind of want to be in that place of comfort to try and secure the map. And for 36 Demons, they would definitely be my favorite of the teams coming into this one. Just knowing SOLTREX, they've got some younger players on this team that don't have quite the same level of experience compared to 36 Demons, but maybe JWoww, with his experience being a former West League champion with Team Myth, can bring something into this mix to give them a really positive day. But it's a tough day for SOLTREX. I mean, you've got 2 matches here today out of the 3 having to be played, and for them, this could be the end of their tournament life if they aren't able to secure a win on the day. So a lot of pressure and a lot of maps to be played on the day for them, and hopefully they can start it off on the right foot here. But that's a good way to get the ball rolling. Fighter, first pick, takes down Raleigh, able to fall off the vents.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised that, Demons weren't even aware of the situation at all. I mean, the vent boost seems like a very common move, at least to me, so a little bit of a bummer for them, but a, very great start for SOLTREX here. I mean, they keep it going. I mean, Muffin, the last man standing here, the hero, maybe 1 versus 4, but let's be honest, probably not. He gets a second. Maybe, just maybe, the dream is alive with the third. Okay, we're getting closer, Kyle. 2 more to go. Jabo and Zamido. But is it really in the books here? Can Muffin do it? The 1 versus 5 clutch, right? So definitely a very, very challenging spot here. I mean, look at the timer, look at the C4. I mean, everything is against Muffin here. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the conversation with Rolly I had earlier. So when they played against Anubis, it felt like, Rolly told me he was a little bit scared. He was, just not ready for the matchup, it seems like. So definitely a much more chill matchup against SOLTREX, I would say, because, they played against each other a couple of times, they practiced together. So definitely a team they know about, and I really hope they can transfer their knowledge to this matchup here, Kyle.
Yeah, for 36 Demons, it's a tough first match for them, knowing who they were up against. It's kind of a daunting first one, but you get that one out of the way. A team like SOLTREX should feel a little bit more comfortable, but honestly, that first round didn't really look the best for 36 Demons. Muffin, trying to redeem it at the last minute with a couple good kills there to close out the round, but still, the way the round started, SOLTREX had full control over the map. They found 3 early picks, and this is where I think 36 Demons has to change the pace already in round number 2. They got a little bit risky going for that vent push early on and going for that aggressive play towards A, but look at that shot from Muffin through the smoke, takes down JWoww, and that is exactly how they need to answer back.
Yeah, beautiful shot here by Muffin through the smoke. I mean, Muffin is having a blast. He's ready to go. He's ready to start the match. And so far, 4-1 is the deal for him. And right now, if he continues to be like that, I think Demons is having a good day today. Look at this spray from Zamido. Beautiful one. But the trades go back and forth. And look at this. Demons. 3 versus 1 situation. Looks very good for them. Nox in last man standing for SOLTREX. And I think maybe Demons, they started off well, maybe, just maybe, they have it in their hands again, and Noxin now has to do it all by himself. He takes the timer down, but can he do it, Kyle? It's the question I ask myself every day, and Noxin now in this 1v3 can't really find anyone yet. The timer still goes down. The flash is so good by Rolly here, but Rolly not really able to do anything to him yet. Terra trying to save the day, but there it goes. The trade is real. Rolly gets the kill, and we are back to 1-1.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of that round comes down to the way they set up the entries this time around. You had Muffin with that brilliant pick on the B control room to kick it off. On top of that, the way they were able to execute on that push up the A lobby into the back of the B cage, they just weren't prepared on the SOLTREX side of things to deal with that. And this is where SOLTREX, I think, has to be a little bit more prepared in these situations. But I like this setup. 3 players pushed up with a nice little crossfire setup on the A doors. And I don't know if 36 Demons is going to be fully ready for this many players to be there. Doesn't matter. They only lose 1 in the process. A nice 3-for-1 trade. 36 Demons fully able to execute onto this A bomb site. And again, already SOLTREX left in a numbers down situation. Muffin trying to take matters here into his own hands, wants to force the pick onto JWoww. And they are going to be able to find it here at the last moment, leaving Fighter all alone. But again, he's isolated as well and taken down. And honestly, for 36 Demons, just a really clean execution to clear out those A doors.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, I really like the setup from SOLTREX there. I felt like, okay, Demons is going to walk into a trap there, but all of a sudden Demons is like, yeah, you know what? Actually, we have a different plan going, and beautiful execution here from Demons. They got everyone there. Look at this. They're not wasting any time. Elon with a beautiful positioning gets one, but the trades are real, and look at this Jabo and Fighter trying their very best. But look at Muffin. 7-2. This guy's unstoppable right now. I mean, he's dead now, but still a beautiful shot to the head there, and Zada now left alone. And what I can tell you from Zada, he's been really good for this team so far. I mean, obviously they lost against Anubis, but still he had a blast of a performance there, and maybe, just maybe, he's able to bring this one up today as well. And look at this, he got one already. 1 versus 3. Look at this, the beautiful tap. He gets a triple kill. What is this? I am speechless, Sata. Right when I talked about his performance, he steps it up once again. And a beautiful triple kill for Sata there.
Yeah, for some reason too, I got the hunch as soon as he got that position on the back of the B-bomb side on those stairs, I thought he was going to win it because I've seen him in so many situations. I don't know what it is. You put him in a clutch and he's 2 times as strong with his aim than he normally is at the start of the round. So love what he's able to bring to the table here already in this map. And SOLTREX, this is where things start to get a little bit scary already. You're down 3-1. They've already lost a player at the start of the round as well. And they've got to find a way to hang on here. But it is going to be Pew. What a brilliant one-tap, running and half blind. Doesn't stop him. They get control once again of the A bomb site, and already Samido very low on HP gets naded into oblivion, and it's a 2 versus 5 situation. Fighter and WoW, they've got to find a way back into this round quickly, but they're kind of just stuck in these difficult corner pocket positions. Pew sneaking up through the smoke, may be able to catch Fighter off guard here, and that's exactly what's going to happen. But Fighter actually gets the quick scope right back onto him, but Seda as well is going to go down. Things looking scary for just a moment, but it is still a 3-on-1 with 10 seconds on the clock. No way out of this one for SOLTREX. And already Pendox, and it's a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and I like how we got to see that one tap from Pew again. I mean, beautiful, right? I mean, this guy is so ready to go as well, and you know what? Dancing through the smokes is a little bit interesting, especially considering these changes we had to CrossFire, right? So, in case, you know, some of the viewers don't know, CrossFire changed the way you know, play around smoke. So back in the days, you used to, you know, spot names through the smoke. So whenever your crosshair was on the player behind the smoke, you saw the name, right? So they changed that. So there's no more names, no more nothing. So there's actually just a smoke the way it really should work, right? So a little bit of a change there, and I really love how players adjust to it, right? Especially in this situation there. I mean, it was a little bit weird how they were kind of hugging each other in the smoke, but eventually you will be able to see each other, and yeah, this is how it worked there, and definitely something I look forward to all the time because I just love how the changes, you know, affect every player here. And look at this, Pew ready to go once again, not checking the back there. Doesn't really matter unnecessarily. Look at this, Fighter just waiting out, but there's someone else in the vent, and he will get killed by Zada there. Beautiful execution, but then once again, and look at this, these demons, you know, they just keep continuing their rage here, and Noxon maybe able to do something all by himself here, but look at this Rolly there to clean him up. And Kyle, I don't know about you, but I like this demons roster already. I mean, this just seems so good for them, but as I speak about it, SOLTREX having maybe an answer to it, I'm not sure here. Jabo, last man standing, the IGL, trying his very best to secure this round, but it is going to be a very tough one for him, a 1 versus 2 situation. He's already half HP here, so it's only going to be Rolly at first, but Pew's there for the backup. But look at this Rolly, oh boy, he's taking so many shots, but Pew's down. Now it's only Rolly with so much HP left. I mean, wow, it's a little bit too close for comfort, Kyle.
Yeah, honestly, Raleigh staying alive there is huge. I thought for sure he was going to go down, but you know what? It's a brilliant way to kick off the map because now it is a massive lead for 36 Demons to start off sub-base. And when I looked at the map pool, I was actually thinking this would be SOLTREX's best chance to maybe grab an early map in this series, because historically, when you have an Egyptian-led lineup, they're pretty good at sub-base, but for SOLTREX, it's been a bit of a struggle, but a lot of it just seems to be the firepower difference. You have these moments where SOLTREX looks like they should be able to win a round, but then you've got, you know, Seda with a 1v3 just coming out of nowhere and kind of stealing away that momentum. And it definitely makes me worried for SOLTREX here, because this is the first of potentially 6 maps this team has to play today. And if you started off on the wrong foot, it can be a really tough road ahead for this team.
Yeah, I'm absolutely glad you bring that up. I mean, especially for SOLTREX, right? If they lose the first map, it's whatever. But if they lose the entire set, it's going to be very difficult for them to play against the other team later on. So definitely a kind of must win for them. I mean, it's obviously not the easy way to go, but still, they have to win this one. They have to bring it to the table here. And, well, for Demons, you know what? I feel like, you know, they changed a bit of their playstyle. I feel like their confidence is more there than it was before. And in general, I would just say maybe they stepped it up a big time here, you know?
Yeah, I think as we come back into it after the pause, they really need to find a good way to deal with Muffin. This guy has been all over the map so far, finding the entries and really just causing a lot of trouble early on in these rounds for SOLTREX. So I'm hoping they can find maybe someone who's able to take that challenge against him and even things up a little bit more so in these early round situations. Because if we look back to the first 2 rounds, SOLTREX actually did a pretty good job of starting off on the right foot, making sure they got some good early trades. But now that 36 Demons has kind of cranked up the heat a little bit, it seems to be a very, very difficult map now to get any momentum on for SOLTREX. So hopefully they've got some changes in store as we hop back into it. It is going to be 5-1, and it is going to be a nice counter-aggressive play there from Samido, able to find 2 to even the score, and Raleigh goes down as well. So SOLTREX doing a good job on that mid and B control room push to find the 3-for-2 trades in their favor. Terra and Pew now left alone in a bit of a clutch situation, but as we've seen already on this map, 36 Demons, they don't necessarily need the numbers to win these rounds, because when it comes to the aim duels, these guys know how to get it done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I love how, good this SV push worked out at first. But yeah, I would still say, even though this is somewhat in favor of SOLTREX, I don't think Demons has, a big issue with it, because again, they played so well before, they still play very good. So definitely not a big bummer for them. But yeah, again, I love this SV push, right? So it's a very, very, standard procedure, I would say, but still I like when I see it, it's just something you don't get to see all day, but yeah, definitely something I look forward to. Look at this, Elon. I think they spotted Pew, maybe, just maybe, I'm not sure. I think you were able to spot the name from there. I'm not 100% certain, but still Pew hugging the wall here. But no, never mind. They actually didn't check for Pew there, and Pew gets away with 1 free kill before being traded out. But in the end, Fighter, fighting for his life, fighting for his team, saving this round for SOLTREX, and it looks a little bit more, for being, for them to be comfortable. It was a little bit tough at first, but now securing this round maybe gives them back their confidence, Kyle.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start to try and change the pace here, but they've got to win at least another round here back to back to start to feel like things are going in the right direction, because even a win here for 36 Demons still keeps this half pretty comfortably in their hands. So I am hoping we see SOLTREX kind of continue this path forward to make it a much closer game. But for 36 Demons, the way they've been hitting these shots, it's going to be a difficult team to disrupt on this BL side, especially now with those updated smokes. It's kind of a difficult map to play now on the GR side, because normally in the past, you would just hold this A cross and you would see the names through the smoke. You know exactly how many players are going towards A. But now, as you can see with this smoke, they can sneak their whole team across. And now Noxon has to be the one to just hold the line. And there is no way to hang on for him. Instantly taken down. Pew and Terror working their way into the side. Samido surprisingly able to find one and back off fairly untouched there. But still, the bomb is going to go down here to set up the 4v4 retake.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, again, Demons, they just run down towards A. I mean, these aggressions, usually, too used it from them, because usually Demons is not like a pushy team. I would say they're more like super tactical, right? Like taking it slow, taking everything, considering every possibility. And right now, I feel like, they're just running. They're using that fire inside of them to win these rounds. Look at Muffin once again. Good for 2 Muffin. I'm so... I want to see the total score of him later on. I mean, this guy, he's insane right now. I mean, he's really hitting his shots. He's really doing so much for Demons right now. And you know what? If this continues to be the case, I feel like Demons is going to win this half with 7-2. And, winning a half like this is a very tough one to come back from for SOLTREX. And, well, as I continue to, talk good about Muffin, he kind of, just throws himself towards A and, is the first guy to go down, Carl.
Yeah, a bit of a risk here, but when you've got the lead to play with, I don't actually mind that play. He's feeling good about his shot. Letting him maybe overextend a little bit isn't necessarily the worst thing, because a lot of rounds he has been able to get kills in those situations, and if you can find those early aggressive frags, sometimes it gives you enough early round momentum to just close it out. It's something we see a lot in the West League with teams like LCK, who utilize players aggressively early in the round to find those entries. But this time around, SOLTREX, they're holding things quite well, but as we've seen on this B bomb site, Zeta, he can be a lot of trouble to deal with. Already finding himself 2 kills on the back of site. Rolly as well wraps around to kill Fighter. And this is where things could get dangerous. It's already down to a 2-on-1. Rolly and Seda, they're both low, but Noxon, he's only got 20 HP to work with himself in this 1-on-2 clutch. The bomb's going to be planted on top of it, but look at the positioning from Seda. I don't think Noxon is going to have any clue here. Seda spots him out, gets the kill, and it's a 7-2 half.
Yeah, beautiful, right? I mean, what an execution once again. It kind of looked like SOLTREX has the upper hand for a second there, but Rolly, again, I feel like he really changed his gameplay, right? He was, you know, again, he was talking to me and said like, okay, I'm scared, you know, maybe I wasn't ready, but today he looks completely different. I feel like he is absolutely ready for one of these teams, so definitely a big change for him, but obviously the entire Demons lineup, I feel like everyone is just so ready to go, especially Muffin, right? So yeah, a very good start from them for SOLTREX. I feel like, you know, I don't know what it is. Sometimes it's just one of these CrossFire days, right? Sometimes it just doesn't work out. And again, oh boy, they have one entire set to go, right? So they really need to step it up here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a scary potential day ahead for SOLTREX if they go down in this fashion, especially considering their next opponent is probably an even harder one, that being Anubis waiting for them later on today. So honestly, a tough road ahead for these guys, but I'm hoping they can show us a little bit more in the second half to maybe bring it back and get themselves back into the series quickly, because it's kind of their tournament life potentially on the line here. If you go down against 36 Demons, you have to think it's pretty likely they go down to Anubis later today as well. So this is definitely a match that SOLTREX needs to find a way through to win. But on the other side, 36 Demons, you can tell they want to move on to the next stage with how they're playing today. They've definitely hit that reset button after a tough first day for themselves, and they're looking like a much stronger team. Starting off the second half, though, it is actually going to be JWoww who pushes through early to find one, but Pew, there's nobody holding on to the control room. He's able to sneak out and get that forward map presence early on, which is going to allow his team to start rotating back towards A. They know exactly where JWoww is in this position, so he's kind of stuck in the vents, and with the bomb down, Pew going to get that pressure onto him right away, finds the early pick, but SOLTREX, they still have a really good lockdown setup on the back of this bomb site. There has to be some motion quickly coming through from the remaining players of 36 Demons. The counter flash gets thrown, but look at the positioning here. 36 Demons go for a 4-stack down from the control room, and they are just going to slaughter their way back on the bomb site, but Samito, he's holding on for 2, and now there is just no time to get this defuse. Muffin, even with the kill, isn't going to be able to find his way through. A great stall there from Samito, gets the job done.
Yeah, definitely saving the day for his team here. I mean, again, it is what it is. It's still a good round from SOLTREX, but it's still a long road for them to, you know, back it up. So yeah, definitely a good one from them here. But again, Demons looking much better for now, at least, you know. I mean, Rolly dying first isn't even necessarily a bad thing, because I said it many times, but I feel like once the IGL is dead, he has so much more time to think, right? He has so much more vision, he has so much energy he can put into these players, right? And most of the times, I saw it with Lazarus whenever Loons was dead, right? Most of the times it was always a pleasure for them, because, you know, these executes were almost next to perfect, right? Literally by the book. And I feel like this is probably the same case here with Rolly, but we will have to wait and see, and I like this boost. Finally, we get to see a vent boost here, but oh no, it's just not working out for them, and there's the execute from SOLTREX. A little bit of a bummer for Demons here, but beautiful done by SOLTREX so far. And JWoww once again in the vent position. Is he aware of Rolly in the back? I mean, he got killed by Pew earlier on, and it's happening again. Oh no, again JWoww a little bit shaky in this position. It's kind of unfortunate for them, but let's see this retake here from Demons. I mean, they failed it before very closely, but maybe they're able to, you know, win this one this time around. And now they just need to find Samito, and Samito's already good for 1. Pew falling, but there is the push from Demons. Terror good for 2. Can he do it? No, it's Elin with a crazy triple kill here, Kyle.
Yeah, honestly, just a really great round there from SOLTREX, and I actually don't even mind the fact that JWoww is going vents and kind of allowing himself to die every round, because he's causing such a delay on this A retake that it's still working out for SOLTREX, just because they have to take that time, set up the flank, get rid of JWoww before they can feel good about pushing in. And by the time they actually do push in, there's just no time left to clear everything they need to and actually have that go their way. So at this point, it's going to be up to 36 Demons to get the early picks. This time around, though, it's going to be pretty even, but still slightly in favor of 36 Demons make it a little bit more heavily favored now as they are able to find another kill there onto JWoww, leaving Noxon all alone. And I don't know if they actually realize where he is, but Terror, he is going to go for the check onto that angle and take him down. So 36 Demons finally getting something done here in the second half. A lot of good early entry frags, but you've got to wonder what they were thinking on the SOLTREX side of things, because it felt like a lot of those players were kind of left alone on an island to go for a 1v1, and there wasn't a whole lot of trade support.
Yeah, I want to know what Muffin had for breakfast. That's all I want to know, to be fair. I mean, this guy is having a really good day so far. I mean, the shot in woods there, wow. I mean, especially through the smoke as well, right? So definitely a very good one by him. And SOLTREX, you know what? Maybe they should just try stop going A, you know? It worked a couple of times, okay, fair enough, but maybe try something else. I feel like, you know, Demons is just too prepared when it comes to their retakes, you know? Like, maybe they're not good when it comes to holding down the side, but they're good at taking it back. So definitely a little bit of a bummer here for SOLTREX, but, you know, JWoww opening on Rolly once again. It's a pretty good one to start off with, and there's the trades coming through, and maybe, just maybe, SOLTREX finally going towards B here. I mean, they're just delaying the push a bit, you know, they're pretty happy with the trades, but slowly but surely they're making their way up towards B. But Muffin, look at this positioning. It's insane. This guy is so ready to go and maybe gets a second here. It's just a question of time here, and so much to do for Muffin. He at least gets one more. Now Sada in a 1 versus 2. We saw it before in a 1 versus 3, but he can do it again. Maybe it's only JWoww left alone. Sada, can he do it again for his team? Can he be the clutch master? It is just, it's just a back and forth. There goes the flash to delay it a bit, but Jay was still there. It's still very shaky, but look at this. No one really hitting any shots. Okay, yeah, it happens to the best of us. It's fine, but look at Sada pushing behind him. JWoww completely unaware. Demons, they push it further.
Yeah, that's a huge round, and I think it's exactly why you want someone like Seda on your team, because it's not like he's doing anything crazy in the overall game, but when you need a clutch, he's always there for this team, which is a lot to bring to the table. And now for 36 Demons, they're already on that map point here. They could make this quickly a 10-4 map closed out, and a nice early win for themselves. But SOLTREX actually has a pretty good start in this situation. They were able to get the early kill onto Muffin, who has been quite a threat early on in these rounds, but unfortunately, the time still isn't on their side, with Terra quickly getting the trade frag, but Raleigh gets a little bit too aggressive on that window peak, hands the 4-on-3 over to SOLTREX.
Yeah, a little bit, again, weird for Rolly. I mean, he doesn't really have to take that fight. He can play the safe way, but yeah, good for SOLTREX to get another kill here in Terror with key position. If he gets more than 2, this would be insane, but unfortunately, only a little bit of HP left on Samida, but Sada and Pew need to clutch this. I mean, if they're able to, they will continue on the second map. But look at this, the trades are real. Now it's only Zata once again, the clutch master against Zamido and Noxon. I think this is going to be awesome, Kyle. I feel like Sada is so confident when it comes to these clutches, but already Zamido taking a good chunk of his HP away from him. But I mean, SOLTREX, they have to be ready, right? Noxon, a beautiful one-tap on his head. I mean, they have to be ready for Zada, because they don't want this to happen once again, right? So definitely a very strong run from SOLTREX. A little bit, you know, scary here and there, but still a very strong one from them.
Yeah, honestly, a good setup for trades this time around. That's been the big thing missing, is setting up to make themselves easily tradable, and that's the difference they made in that 2-on-1 against Seda there. So I really like what we're seeing now from SOLTREX to try and adapt and keep themselves alive. Unfortunately, when it's a 9-5 scoreline, it might be a little bit too late to get it done here on map number 1, 36 Demons. All they need is one mistake to be made by SOLTREX, and this first map will indeed go their direction, and they seem pretty ready on the opposite side to contest this B bomb side. SOLTREX with 4 players over towards lockers, ready to push into the B bomb site. Nice counter flash going to be dropped by Pew. Raleigh going for the quick attack onto the L turn, able to find JWoww very early on in this round, but Fighter actually does a great job of opening up to answer. But look at Pew here in the rafters, holds the line, does some decent damage, grabs a kill on the way, but Terror and Raleigh, they're not able to find anything here. And of course, It's our man with a plan and a 1-on-3 once again. He's been 2 for 3 on clutches already for the day, and it's going to be a nice headshot to get this one started. But they've learned their lesson now. SOLTREX not losing the clutches anymore to 36 Demons.
Yeah, for a second I was like, maybe. But nah, not this time around. Elon, make sure this isn't happening again. And you know what? I like the aggression from Rolly early on. It was very strong, but in the end, it didn't really work out. SOLTREX just too good when it comes to these pushes. And you know what? We're getting closer to our scoreline where I think maybe it's possible for SOLTREX to come back. But still tough road to go. Still a little bit of a tough work to do here. But yeah, I think SOLTREX, they're probably just in their head thinking, okay, how can we destroy these demon players, right? But look at Zata here. The positioning is very good. I like this big box play here. No one really checks that box. And look at this. All on him now. He gets a good chunk of Zamido's HP here, but it's not able to actually finish him. And now SOLTREX, they have the A downside. They have a Terror cleaning Zamido up there with his grenade. And you know what? Again, it's a retake situation for demons here, and we have seen it before. It works so good for them, and I'm a little bit scared for SOLTREX now because even though they have the site, they have the bomb timer going down, it's still a very, very scary one for them. But look at this, Jabo good for 2. Now only Muffin left alone in a 1 versus 3 clutch, already taking out Elon here. Jabo and Noxon left alone. Timer is still ticking. It's a very tough ask for Muffin here, but you know what? I feel like SOLTREX, they finally stepped it up. They completely shut down the retake from Demons.
Yeah, 36 Demons having a lot of trouble on this A staircase. SOLTREX just setting up perfectly to catch them off guard with the double player setup on the back of the staircase. And now this is where things get a little bit too close for comfort. 36 Demons, they had a massive 9-4 lead here, but they are struggling to get this last round on the board. And this is where the pressure of a high stakes matchup can really start to get into your head. Things aren't working. They're not getting the same opening picks that they're used to on this side of the map. And they're definitely having some trouble in the final moments here. But for SOLTREX, there's a big opportunity now on the table. Overtime in their eyes, but can they make it happen? JWoww somehow dances his way out of that one. Muffin just barely missing the connection, but now the heat is on. 4 players ready to push in towards this B bomb site, but it's actually going to be a little bit of a fake. The C4 pulling back, the rotation starting to come back towards the A bomb site, and 36 Demons, they've kind of taken the bait here. There's only 1 player left on A.
Well. An interesting position from Fighter there, just dancing around the quad box. It's always nice to see, maybe he's able to pick one of these players and just back off and help his team towards A here. But once again, it's going to be Zata probably to hold off this push. It's a little bit scary from that position actually, because everyone's just jumping down on his head. And look at this, the spray is not good. I mean, good HP, but still. Look at Terror with the key position. Maybe a triple kill. Good for free. Terror, absolutely beautiful positioning. And you know what? Jero last man standing, I don't think so. And yeah, it's a little bit disappointing for SOLTREX because they had a good comeback. They had it in their hands, but it is what it is. It is going to be a Demons map. And Kyle, I'm pretty happy with the result for Demons.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle at the end to close it out. I feel like this could have been an even stronger map in their favor. They did let it go all the way down to a 10-7 when realistically this probably should have been a 10-4 for them. But at the end of the day, you've got to thank Terror for that one, the intuition in that final round to get into the perfect position to grab that double trade and the 3rd kill on top of it. Really just bringing it home for 36 Demons in this first map and giving them a pretty good chance, I think, of taking this overall series away from SOLTREX. But for SOLTREX, I at least like what they were able to do coming out of that initial pause, because at one point this was a 1-5 game and they did a great job of making it a lot closer than maybe it should have been.
Well, in the end, it is what it is. I feel like SOLTREX, they also stepped it up from, their performance before, but still, it is really tough for them to take this loss here. I mean, there's still a map to go, maybe 2 potentially, but still, again, I said this earlier, but I feel like if SOLTREX is having a really hard day on the first set, I feel like, oh boy, the second set for them against the other team later on is going to be a very, very hard one for them. But never say never, you know, it's still one map to go. So definitely, you know, good start for Demons. But again, I feel good for the team, you know, because again, Rolly told me, yeah, they weren't really ready. They weren't really, you know, all that confident. But again, it's not Anubis after all, right? It's I don't want to see, I just don't want to say, you know, it's only SOLTREX, but still, I mean, comparing SOLTREX to Anubis doesn't really seem fair. So still a very good performance after all. Yeah, we're getting some highlights here. I mean, again, I feel like Muffin in the beginning, absolute crazy, right? I mean, he was hitting all his sniper shots, and of course also from the side of SOLTREX, a very good performance from Fighter, but after all, it probably wasn't enough.
Yeah, honestly, the big difference here was just the individual skill difference in some of these key fights. You had Muffin and Seda consistently finding multi-kill rounds, where on SOLTREX's side, we really didn't see too much of that. You had a few, I would say, pretty positive moments for Elon there, but outside of that, I didn't feel like there was any overwhelmingly strong individual play on SOLTREX. It was more just relying on their team strategies and hoping that panned out. But when you've got a team like 36 Demons that can use those players who are good all by themselves to make those aggressive openings, it's going to be tough to deal with going into these next two maps. And I feel like SOLTREX needs to try a bit of that themselves, find out who's going to be popping off on their team early, and maybe send them out to make some solo plays. Because for 36 Demons, having those players like Muffin grab those early picks, get the early advantage, made such a big difference in this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the roster here, to be fair, you gotta give it to SOLTREX. I mean, you know, Demons is such an experienced roster. I mean, with for example, Pew and Terra, right? They have played a lot of CrossFire before, a lot of tournaments already on their backs. So definitely a little bit of a tough ask for them, because still, I feel like, you know, experience makes perfect, and at this point, it's just a very, very tough ask for SOLTREX, even though they have played a lot against these players. But still, looking at the scores here, let's check Muffin. Yeah, of course, Muffin is, again, it's insane. He's just so good at the moment, so definitely I'm keeping my eye on him. So looking at SOLTREX, it feels like, you know, they had a little bit of a tough time there, but still, it's only the first map. It's still, there's so much to go, and yeah, of course, Elon and Muffin, much deserved. It's a very good start for them today, and you know what, Kyle? I'm just super excited for the second map.
Yeah, me too. I'm really curious to see if Muffin can continue to perform at this level across the rest of this stage, because if he can do that, he might be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best snipers in this stage of the qualifier, because he's shown a lot of skill, but the job's not done just yet here. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, it is going to be map number 2 on the way. Stay tuned. All right, we are back, and after our first map, it is going to be SOLTREX in a bit of a tough position now after losing that first one to 36 Demons. It's kind of a make it or break it moment now for this team, because if they go down here, their only way out of the groups is to beat Anubis Gaming. So they've got to show us a lot in this series, and hopefully a comeback is in store against 36 Demons, because the day is really not going to get any easier, I think, for this team. But going into map number 2, it is going to be Ankara. And my big question to you, Pandoxin, is do you see the light at the end of the tunnel for SOLTREX? Is there going to be a way for them to get back into this series, you think?
Well, to be fair, I feel like, they're probably using this little bit of a pause for a pep talk, because it's a much needed one. To be fair, I feel like, yesterday, not yesterday, but in general, Demons had like a very tough time when it came to Ankara, right? Especially Rolly, he was like, maybe, I don't know, but still, I feel like, Demons are probably, watched the matches, watched the replays, and they probably prepared for this one pretty much. And again, comparing SOLTREX to Anubis is a little bit unfair, but still, I feel like SOLTREX, they're gonna have a hard time against Demons on this map, because I feel like Demons, they're probably continuing to be very aggressive on this map. And you know what? I probably like to see that, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work out for them.
Yeah, right now a lot of it's going to come down to, I think, this sniper duel, Fighter and Muffin going head-to-head in map number 1. Muffin winning that fight the majority of the time, and so far he's already off to the races in map number 2. Gets the opening kill there onto Elon, but it's going to be an uphill battle, I think, here for SOLTREX on map number 2 already in this first round. Trying to figure out what they want to do. It's going to be JWoww who gets the trade, sneaks through that lower B connector to take down Muffin, but now their position has definitely been compromised, and this is where SOLTREX needs to get a little bit better at adapting in the mid-round. They don't seem too sure where they want to take the bomb now. Eventually, they go right back through the middle of the map, and they're able to catch Seda on the rotation, and this is where things open up for them a little bit more so than how the round started. They've got a lot of luxuries in going towards this B bomb side. It's really only going to be up to Raleigh to hold the line here, and I don't even think he knows they're still in the underpass. All 4 of them, they're going to sneak out here. Raleigh, he's setting up for the early flank, but this is not looking like the best of positions for the retake for 36 Demons just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. SOLTREX has the right read here, even taking out Rolly now, the flanker, the potential saver of the day. Now it's only Pew and Terror, and it's so much to do for them. I mean, 3 versus 2 is a very possible situation, but still, now it's only a 1 versus 3, and Terror, the last man standing. Can he be the second Sada is the question. I don't think so. It's a very, very tough ask for him. And you know what? To be fair, SOLTREX, they played it so well. Okay, Terror. Okay, nice one tap there. But again, I feel like SOLTREX, they played it very well. They just had patience. They waited a little bit. You know, they pushed towards B and they got it done. You know what? This is a very strong run from SOLTREX. I'm looking forward for more from that.
Yeah, really good start, especially from Fighter there, picking up 3 kills in the first round. But there's a lot more work left to be done in this one, but I don't know if I like that play there from Seda. Gets a little bit too aggressive, gets caught off guard early on. Raleigh as well, looks for the late trade, not going to find it. And so far, SOLTREX doing a great job on the BL. 3 picks go their way as Samido able to find one more onto Pew. Terror kind of tucked away in the corner, goes for the spray down onto Samido. He's at least able to find 1. Terror, though, he needs a lot more than that to win back this round. He's able to take down Noxon pretty low. Terror good for 2 before finally going down. He's done a lot of damage as well onto Noxon and Elon here, but it's going to leave Muffin still in a very difficult position. 1 versus 3, gets the first kill, gets the second kill. What is that? Headshot. And now JWoww, he's going to be shaking in his boots a little bit here in this 1v1. He's been spotted on the corner, I believe, as well. Muffin seems to know what's up here. He's on the flank, but can he hit the quick scope here? It's going to be so crucial to get the job done. Muffin, can he get it done? Yes, he can! A 1v3. What a way to answer back, stealing this one from SOLTREX, and it looked like they had the momentum for just a moment, Pandoxin, but that is going to slow things down quite a bit.
Yeah, what an absolutely beautiful clutch by Muffin here. I mean, what a fashion. These one taps from him with the cold, right? I mean, those go right into the highlights, right? So definitely a very, very strong round from Demons. I mean, before that, I felt like, okay, it's a little bit choppy. Terror really fighting for his life there. Muffin was kind of stalling with the rotation, but in the end, it all worked out. You know, a round is a round. That's all I'm saying, right? So it doesn't really matter. So in the end, it's all good. A nice trade coming through, Sada, but still Rolly trading him out here. And you know what? I feel like this is a strong start for them, but still there's so much work to do for SOLTREX here. And they're already grouping up in front of B here. You can tell, I think it's Jabor already being on B. And you know what? I feel like they're completely undetected here. It's only Rolly maybe with the idea there. But look at this. He's slowly but surely creeping up towards CT, but it doesn't even matter. Look at this. The trades come through again. Muffin. You know, this guy is 5-1 already. It's insane. This guy is really trying his very best, Kyle.
Yeah, he's had a lot of luck on these shots going his way. But SOLTREX, a nice smoke screen, is going to at least get the bomb down for now. Samido on the plant, but look at this angle from Muffin. They're going to have to contest, but Muffin going to actually miss the shot there on the peak. They're able to set up now for the post plant and play this one a little bit safer. Samido, though, in a risky position if he gets caught early, but they don't check the corner. But Muffin, doesn't matter, gets the kill anyways. But Terror has to move quickly. Muffin goes down. Terror a little bit late on the trade. It's going to cost him, and the round will be secured this time from SOLTREX. So all in all, even though 36 Demons, I would say they look a little bit better shot for shot. I feel like strategically so far, SOLTREX is playing the stronger game because 3 rounds in a row, they've found themselves an advantage, and now it's already a 4th round as well, finding the early pick. This time it's on to Muffin, a very key player to get out of the mix, and I really like what SOLTREX is doing across this map so far. They're kind of roaming back and forth as a unit and making sure no kill goes unpunished, which is very different from what we saw on map number 1.
Well. Definitely, again, a very strong start from SOLTREX getting these early advantages. It's all the question, you know, it's always a question to me, how good can they use it? And so far, I would say they use it pretty good. I mean, to be fair, the last round was a little bit too close for comfort, but still a very strong one from them. And Pew with a good awareness. Is he able to pick anyone up? Nope, this time around, knocks him, gets him down. And look at this Terror, not able to get anyone either. And this round for SOLTREX, they are so strong. I mean, the aiming is on point, but it's also because, you know, Demons they're not really hitting their shots right now. I mean, there were so many opportunities for multiple frags, but still no one was really able to get anything done. And now it's only Rolly 1 versus 4 clutch, and I don't think he's another Muffin with these insane one-taps. So yeah, JWO cleaning him up, securing another round, and so far SOLTREX, they're having a good time.
Yeah, 36 Demons, I feel like they need to play a little bit passive compared to what we're seeing so far in this map. It's generally a tough map to play for aggressive teams because they always want to push out for info and find it early on. But the way SOLTREX is playing, you've got to be a little bit more relaxed on your GR setup and allow them to push into you. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in round number 5 now. Nice early pick goes the way of 36 Demons, make it a double kill as well. Noxon even knew Seda was there, but shot for shot, he knows what to do in the 1v1. And now for the first time, we do see 36 Demons with a pretty big advantage to start off the round. Muffin as well finds a 3rd kill, and this is more of what I was expecting from the GR from this team.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, they look so much better already, and a 5 versus 2 situation, a very nice position for Demons to be in. And Zamido and Elin, you know, they probably use this time to, you know, maybe talk some things through, but yeah, winning this round will be a tough ask for them, but there's still, you know, there's so much time left. They have so much to do here. And look at this Samido. Is he going to? Nope, not this time around. I was thinking maybe just jumps in, tries his very best. Nice tap on Pew, but Zara's there to instantly trade him out. And you know what? It's another round for Demons. It's a strong one, a much needed one also for the confidence, right? Because without confidence, you won't win any matches, Kyle.
Very true. But for 36 Demons, they've got to find their way into the lead. Still haven't been able to find it for them on this second map. After a very big start in map number 1, they had a 5-1 lead to kick off the first map. This time, SOLTREX looking a lot better in map number 2. This time, it's going to be a full 5 execution onto this A bomb site, but they throw all the utility, but they haven't actually committed to the push yet. And this is where I'm curious to see what their plan is. It looks like they're going to try and catch Rolly on the flank. They're going to find him. Fighter right away takes him down. And now it gives SOLTREX the option to go back for the execution without the flank having to be a worry, or they can even rotate back towards this B bomb side. I actually really like this play from SOLTREX, showing a little bit of a restraint here and trying to force these 36 Demons players to get a little bit over aggressive and give them a free pick. And they've already found themselves one, potentially a second if they can catch Muffin.
Yeah, definitely a very weird round from SOLTREX, just stalling in front of A, knowing there can be flanked at any moment. But you know what? It doesn't really seem like they care too much. They're just gonna hit A now as we speak. And look at these trades coming through. Headshots all over the place. But now it's only Terror and Zada. And look at the HP of Terror. 5 HP left for this clutch. And it's going to be a little bit of a scary situation for him. I mean, he's probably already spotted there, but can he get at least one is the question. Zamido denying it. Good double kill by him. And you know what? I feel like Rolly's, aggression from behind was pretty good. I actually liked it a lot, but he was too far, I mean, it's kind of obvious that that the enemies are probably just holding, right? I mean, they're not just disappearing all over the place. So yeah, a little bit of an over-aggression from Rolly there, but still a very interesting round from SOLTREX. I feel like you don't get to see teams just parking in front of A long, right?
Yeah, it's a really good read, though, on the strategy calling from SOLTREX, because they're starting to realize that 36 Demons, when they think they know exactly what to expect on the GR, they play very aggressive. But if you just wait it out, you can generally find a pick to catch them off guard with. This time, though, Muffin going to find the first of the round, able to take down Noxon, and this gives them a nice advantage to maybe win it back and find a third. But as we can see, they are pretty spread thin still on the defense. Nobody really doubled up aside from these two players on the A bomb side. It's not really going to matter for Muffin. He's able to find two before finally going down to the trade from JWoww. And now SOLTREX is going to sneak their way onto the B bomb site through mid. The big problem here, though, the C4 is nowhere near any of the remaining players for SOLTREX. So now they've got to find themselves some entry frags. Look at this positioning from Q. Great timing to take down JWoww. Terror right there with the trade. And now it is going to be Elin here alone in a 1-on-3. Not going to happen. And 36 Demons get themselves a nice clean round.
Yeah, definitely a very good performance from Muffin once again. I mean, picking up two players all by himself is a very good start into a round. And yeah, ultimately the reason why, Demons has some success again. And yeah, for SOLTREX, I feel like, they're picking too many 1v1 fights. I feel like before they were grouping up, they were always a strong unit, but all of a sudden it's a little bit shaky, and I don't really know what's the issue here, because they had, they had everything in their hands. They were in the lead. They're still in the lead still, but I feel like they were much better before, but maybe Demons found a way to counter these actions here. Look at this, Sada with the shot. I mean, there's no chance for JWoww whatsoever. He didn't even flinch before he could, take him down. So definitely a very strong performance. Rolly now good for 2. And look at Terror. They're very happy about this one. Now it's Elin and Fighter once again. Taking out Muffin, taking out Rolly is a very strong start, making things more even. Now it's still the man disadvantage for them, but still a very winnable situation here. Now it's the question, no bomb, no future for this round potentially, because without the bomb they can't really win here, and taking out all these Demons players is a little bit too much to ask for, it almost feels like. But look at Zada, the first one to fall in this clutch situation. Now the numbers are even, now everything is possible. Look at Pew all the way back there. I'm not sure if this is the best decision for them, but there's Terror taking out Elin. Now Fighter left alone in a 1 versus 2, still no bomb, the timer is ticking down. And Kyle, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with the C4 down. If they had the C4, I would have said SOLTREX definitely gets this round, even with the number disadvantage. But now, 36 Demons, they are going to go ahead and give it up for a moment. But the problem here is Fighter has no idea where these players are hiding, and because of that, it allows 36 Demons to slowly wrap back towards his position. And with only 25 seconds to get the bomb down, there's really no time to waste here. So Fighter, he has to make all of the right decisions at this point and try and find a way to isolate these players one by one. He is making the right call going towards the B-bomb site. It's completely free, at least for the moment, for this plant. He's going to be able to set it up however he wants. Not a huge fan of that plant position, though. It's kind of risky just knowing they could have one player push and the other defuse from this angle, but we'll see if it plays out in his favor. That nade going to be placed right onto the GR spawn wall. He spots both players, but that missed connection could mean a miss on the round as well here, as 36 Demons just tries to swoop in on the attack. Terror finds the kill, and just like that, we're all tied up.
Oh boy, yeah, definitely not a fan of this plant. I mean, for me, it's kind of obvious. Okay, they're not on B, so they have to be on A, right? There's no way they're just, setting themselves up towards CT. I mean, it's never impossible, but still, the plant wasn't really all that great. And yeah, also this holding, probably a big time for him. But yeah, nonetheless, Demons breaking things even. I like to see it, finally stepping up to the plate here. Again, a very, very interesting round. But in the end, whoever wins it is the winner. So yeah, definitely an interesting round. But already we can tell SOLTREX once again grouping up in front of A. Are they just going to push it this time around? Because we saw it earlier, they're just throwing utility and not even pushing. It was a little bit weird for me at least. So it's going to be Pew probably fighting Noxin in this vent position here, but it's a little bit scary. And Pew, oh boy, Pew just disappearing, opening up SOLTREX around here. Maybe potentially now it's only Terror holding things down, and oh no, it's such a disaster. Look at Zeta from behind, nowhere near to be found, and oh man, this round so unfortunate for them. I mean, how unlucky can you be? Pew just disappearing from the map, and now the retake already starting, and a 5 versus 3 retake is a very tough one, especially on A side here. So let's see how good they can be. It's a very tough angle here for Muffin. Gets another one tap. Can he get the second? Maybe, just maybe. Muffin is absolutely able to do it, but Zamido already taking out all the rest of the players. And you know what? What a round.
Yeah, that is a tough way to lose the round. Pew, if he had maybe 5 more seconds before the DC, he might have had a chance to fight there. But unfortunately, it is going to be a lost round for them. But still a 5-4 half, a very close game as we switch sides here. And I do think 36 Demons is a stronger team on the Blacklist side. So still a good chance that they can get themselves back into this game and potentially grab that 2-0 that they're looking for on the day. Because right now they have looked like, I would say, the stronger team overall, even though the scoreline is still slightly in favor of SOLTREX. The big difference, I think, on this map is just strategically SOLTREX is playing a lot more as a team. It's a lot more cohesive, and we're seeing some really strong trade setups, but they still have to find a way to conquer the shots of 36 Demons. I think that's the big difference in my mind still between these two teams. Even though the strategy has improved for SOLTREX, the aim game for 36 Demons is very, very strong.
Yeah, well, for me, the question is, how tilted are they? Because, a disconnection like this is a big burner, especially knowing, okay, maybe 10 seconds later, this could have been a completely different story. This is basically a very, very tough, pill to swallow for Demons. But again, for SOLTREX, I'm probably pretty happy about this one. I mean, it makes things easier, right? So definitely a happy one for them. But again, I feel like it's just very unfortunate for them. But SOLTREX just perfectly executing these pushes, even though I think they actually didn't use much utility at all. And, taking a side like this is a very, very strong, round to get. And again, I feel like, Muffin with these one taps, a very strong performance. But in the end, you can't always rely on Muffin, hitting these shots. It's just not in the cards for me, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like right now a lot of what 36 Demons likes to do is going to work so much better on this side of the map, because they're a team that seems like this whole series, they just want to play aggressive. And on the GR side of this map, that doesn't tend to work out the best, especially when you're doing it often alone. And they were punished pretty frequently in that opening half. You could see it very apparent in that round where SOLTREX, they play 5A long, they fake the execution, but then they just sit there and wait, and they're gifted multiple picks from 36 Demons just trying to get aggressive and find info. So I really like that playstyle from SOLTREX, but the problem here on the GR side is 36 Demons, the aggression's actually going to work in their favor, I think, now going into the BL side. And this is where they seem to shine as a team, because if you've got the shots and you're not afraid to play aggressive, you're going to look really good on the Blacklist side of this map. And I'm hoping SOLTREX has maybe something in store to try and stall that out, because as we saw on the first map, you give opportunities to players like Muffin or Sata, they're going to have a really good time here on a map like this.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. I mean, you're hitting the nail there, right? So the question for me now is, how long is this disconnection going to take? Because again, they had a little bit of a rolling stone going there, so the break probably slowing them down now for a bit. But still, overall, I'm pretty happy with this matchup so far. It's a pretty good head-to-head. First of all, it's SOLTREX, and all of a sudden it's Demons again. So definitely a very strong one to start. And here we go. We are back in business, and oh boy, I like to see this. So the question now, Demons, what is their plan? Are they just going to, take their time? Are they just going to rush in and show who's boss? But we're just 2 minutes basically away from finding out. And already I like this. It's all over the place for Demons. Just like find what you can find. Maybe pick someone up on the way, and a very standard hold from SOLTREX. Like to see it, nothing too fancy. You can already tell JWoww getting a little bit of a info peak there towards a long vent. And you know what? So far, I'm pretty sure that Demons will initially go for a mid push, Kyle.
Yeah, I like the play call here. Putting that early pressure onto Fighter might be the right move. He's been one of the shining stars for SOLTREX on this map. If you've got him out of the picture early, it's a pretty good chance 36 Demons can win the round, and Muffin just leads into it with a nice quick scope, but Samido and Noxon right there to hold the line. 36 Demons struggling a little bit now to get through the GR spawn. Raleigh left alone with Seda here, as they do at least get control towards this B side of the map. But Raleigh, he's going to be pinched by all three players at the same time. Seda, the clutch master, 1 versus 3. We'll see if he can make it happen. He's got some opportunities here, but JWoww a little bit quicker to the punch, gets it done, and SOLTREX, they're able to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, I mean, well done by them, obviously. A little bit confused about Zalada. I mean, he had multiple situations there where he was absolutely able to, pick some players up, but I guess it just wasn't, the right moment for him. But yeah, very good for SOLTREX. Another round, 2 rounds in the lead now. A little bit of a, pillow. So I wonder how much they will be able to hold this, because I feel like whenever a team is in the lead, I feel like, they're getting a bit more comfortable, a little bit less stress in their heads. So definitely something they look forward to. And of course, on the other side, Demons, knowing, okay, we are 2 rounds behind, maybe it's not going as well as we could. And, this kind of levels up the stress factor there. But I feel like, with these experienced players, it's not that big of a deal, because obviously, especially Pew, for example, he has played different tournaments already, a little bit more stressful tournaments, I would say. But yeah, definitely overall a very good start for SOLTREX for the half here.
Yeah, at this point, it is going to be up to 36 Demons to find that answer back. SOLTREX looking pretty decent at their chances of sending this into a map 3 situation, but they still have a chance for 36 Demons to bring this back. SOLTREX will be put to the test on the B bomb side. Samido not ready. JWoww only going to be good for a 1 and done, but Fighter with that second in the mid tower. He's going to be spotted out as the bomb goes down. The problem here, though, with the new smokes, it is so hard to get through them on the post plant now. You've got to be taking a little bit of an extra risk with Pew. I love this positional choice from him. Goes for the late peek. Noxon, though, almost catches him off guard. Pew, a bit of an uncharacteristic miss, but you know who's not going to miss here. It's Terror. He's going to be able to find one. And now the trade should be set up for Pew to hang on here. It is going to be Pew and Raleigh who close it out to find the first one of the half for 36 Demons.
Oh boy, what a round again. It goes back and forth. I like to see this. I mean, a little bit of weird positioning from Pew here, because I felt like on these stairs, whenever someone crosses you there, you're probably like dead all the time. But well, maybe not Pew. Pew's an insane aimer. He always has been. I mean, his videos on YouTube are insane. So yeah, definitely a player I look forward to, because again, Pew in general is a very strong player and also a very experienced player. But look at this. Demons not wasting any time, but Samido has something to say about that. Look at this, it's all falling apart for them now. Only Muffin, a 1 versus 2 situation. JWoww and Elon, all about them right now. It's the question here. Muffin doesn't really have the bomb, but does he know about the locations of the players? Yeah, I mean, JWoww just, chilling on the tower position there, not too scared at all. But look at Elon already rotating. It's probably making a small move there, but it doesn't even matter. J-Ball finishing up Muffin here, and you know what? It's another run for SOLTREX, and I'm not sure, but are we pushing to port, Kyle?
It's definitely possible. I feel like for 36 Demons, they just need to go for a fast execution, though. They've been putting a lot of attention into trying to get out of the middle of this map, but the way SOLTREX is playing, they're able to create a lot of pressure in that direction, but this time they change things up at the perfect moment. They're going to go for the A-long push here. JWoww, good for the first kill, but it is going to be answered back with a nice couple of trades here, still slightly in favor of SOLTREX as they find themselves a third kill, thanks to Elon here, who's able to get one fighter actually getting out of there just in time as well. And now 36 Demons again find themselves in a numbers down situation. Bomb in hand, Raleigh needs to find this kill on to Noxon, but there's just no way for him to know that he's going to be just walking right past him in this situation. But the big benefit here is with Seda alive on full HP, no other player in the lobby is over half. So there is a good opportunity for 36 Demons to maybe play the positioning game, use these 2 nades they've got left in the tank, and find themselves a way to win this round. On top of that, they now actually have control over this B bomb site completely, but Seda, he still needs a big play along with Rolly to make this round happen.
Yeah, very winnable situation for Demons here. The question is, has Rolly got the right timing here? And it seems like Fighter is the first one to fall. A very big kill. If he gets the second, this makes things even more winnable here. But look at this grenade. Oh, Rolly barely surviving this one. And look at the time. The timer goes down. Rolly stalling so much time. It's so good for Zada, but Zada with the positioning super unaware of Elam for some reason. I don't understand. How does he not know he's there? And, well, it's another one for SOLTREX, a very thrown one for Demons, I would almost say. I'm not sure what happened there, but hey, it is what it is. SOLTREX securing another round, pushing it to this finish line. And you know what? I feel like Port might be in the mix.
Yeah, it seems pretty likely at this point. SOLTREX just playing the better game on this second map so far. 36 Demons just getting caught in some really awkward positions pretty frequently on this map, and Fighter as well goes for the wide swing onto A, able to find that kill. And for 36 Demons, the time is running out on this second map to find their way to win it. It does seem very likely that a map 3 is on the horizon, but for 36 Demons, it's a bit of a scary position to be in. They looked like the stronger team by a pretty decent margin on that first map, but in the second map, they just don't seem to have the team play to get things done, almost relying a little bit too much on these individual plays to try and get things going their direction. And for them, unfortunately, it's been met with a new and improved SOLTREX here on map number 2, hitting the shots and also just having the better team chemistry, it seems, on this map. But 36 Demons, they're not done just yet. A nice double kill entry gets them full control over the back of the B-bomb site. Samito trying to hang on, but there's just no way he's going to be ready for that backstab. But JWoww and Noxon, the 2v4 quickly becomes a 2-on-2 situation now. And again, even though 36 Demons have the advantage, they might let it slip.
Yeah, well, an absolutely of a roller coaster of a map, right? So far it's an interesting match, I would say. But the question is, if Demons is able to get this round here, I feel like, okay, it's very, very winnable for them. But if SOLTREX gets the round, I will already make this prediction. I feel like this one might be over, but let's not judge too soon. I mean, it's already Terror being dead there, Muffin, last man standing with a good position, but now Noxon comes into the play here, might eventually help out his teammate, but look at this. The kill is so good from Muffin, but it is actually going to be Noxon killing him here, and SOLTREX pushing it to the 9th round. And yeah, they're 100% happy about this one, 100% deserved as well. I mean, look at this. I mean, Demons, they were so ready to maybe make things happen once again for them, but all of a sudden they just don't like to finish, it feels like, and pure dying so early on A-long twice in a row isn't really the thing. And now that, you know, they lost this round, it feels like maybe they have lost the mental game as well. Maybe they're just mad, and maybe they're doing more mistakes than they necessarily have to. Look at this. The aggression from Zada pays out once again, but is it going to be enough, Kyle?
Yeah, it's a good start, but for SOLTREX, they've looked really good in the mid-round on this map, and Unfortunately for Fighter, he might get caught here, but it's not going to matter. The A push completely shut down. Seda on the flank, able to find one, but Muffin, he is all alone here, and SOLTREX knows that it is going to be a nice shutdown frag there from JWoww, and this map is most certainly over unless Seda is back with the clutches here. 1-on-3, we've seen a couple from him already on the day, but nothing on this map just yet. The C4 in a very difficult position though, right in the middle of the A arches, and you can see already SOLTREX, they push one player out of the vents for that information, but with a minute on the clock, Seda, he's got time to run it down here. It's not gonna matter. SOLTREX, it is a massive answer back in the second map. They're going to take it 10-5, even better than what we saw from 36 Demons in map number 1. And now it is a complete reset on the series, even as we prepare for our final map of Port. But, man, just what a performance from SOLTREX to bring that back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were fighting till the end, right? They were not giving up, even though it looked kind of sloppy at first, but still a very, very good one from them. And yeah, for Demons, it just feels like they're not that good on Ankara. You know, they already lost it on versus Anubis there, and they lost against SOLTREX now. So maybe, you know, just don't put Ankara in your map pool again. So yeah, a little bit of a tough pill to swallow for them. But, you know, there's a third map. There's a third possibility for, you know, both teams to take this one home. But, you know, Kyle, I kind of want to get your opinion here. I'm not sure, but who you think might have the upper hand for Port?
Honestly, I think it's going to be SOLTREX. I think they have a good upper hand here, just knowing they're going to be starting on the GR side of Port. It's a really comfortable position to be in for most teams, and having that coming off of a very strong second map, I think that puts them in the better position to win this map. 36 Demons, they're the team that has to prove something now going into this BL side of Port, because it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. I've seen so many teams come off of a bad map, and then when they have to play BL Port, things just don't go well. So I'm hopeful they use this pause time to try and come back a little bit stronger. But as we can see in the highlights, really for me, the only positive takeaway from 36 Demons was Muffin continuing to have a pretty good performance here, but it felt like the rest of the team kind of let these rounds slip when they needed to have some key moments, because as you mentioned, as it was happening for several rounds, there were so many moments where it felt like 36 Demons could have and should have won some of these rounds, but they just weren't able to close them out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue was, but the end of the story is going to be SOLTREX as the winner. And again, I just feel like Demons might not be the best team on Ankara. So yeah, again, just don't play that again, I feel like. So yeah, definitely, you know, it is what it is. I'm just looking forward for Port. I just love Port, right? So I'm kind of expecting like pretty cool plays, like you maybe boost into AC, maybe boost towards B. I don't know what to do, but still, I feel like, you know, they should really step it up there. They can't really play their standard game to win this one. So I mean, in the end, you know, if SOLTREX wants to win this, they should just, you know, continue exactly what they're doing right now. And when it comes to Demons, I feel like they need to maybe, you know, pull out the book again, maybe read some more of these strats, because I feel like they have a lot of strats. You know, they practice a lot. They practice probably most of every open team. So yeah, I feel like there should be a much better team at this point.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, it's all up to this third map here. Port going to be the map on the horizon. Both of these teams going to be feeling a lot of pressure coming into it, knowing this is kind of a must-win for both of these teams to try and stay alive and move on to the next stage of this tournament. But as we take a quick look at the stats, you can see the night and day difference for some of these players on SOLTREX as we came into map number 2. The biggest emphasis I saw be a little bit different in this map was really JWoww stepped up from, I believe, being the lowest fragger in map number 1 to being one of the strongest for his team in this second map. But of course, Samito as well here, putting up a 1.5 KD, a very impressive performance. And honestly, it's surprising to see some of these newer faces have such strong matchups in very, very key and important matches for their team, even though this could be their first time under this type of pressure.
Yeah, maybe you can kind of call it the new generation of CrossFire players, right? I mean, you know, we probably haven't even seen one of these names once in a while, so still a very impressive performance so far. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna go into a short break, so we're right back.
All right, we are back and ready for map number 3. It's going to be Port to decide the fate of both of these teams in a pretty crucial map for the both of them, knowing they came into today with 1 loss each, and if they go down 0-2, it's pretty unlikely they're going to move on to the next stage of this tournament, and there's a lot on the line here. This is for that potential to go all the way into CFS, and for one of these teams, the dream might just end at the end of the day here, so we're going to see who's going to come out on top in this final map of Port. But honestly, after that last map, I think this one could truly go either direction.
Yeah, well, it's definitely hard to tell who's going to be the better team on Port, but for now I'm just looking at these match results and I'm like, okay, maybe this is actually a very strong, head-to-head. So I'm definitely very excited for Port. I'm just, looking forward to these crazy plays. I'm just expecting so much from Demons, but of course, SOLTREX, they had a very good performance on Ankara. First of all, it was a little bit, shaky, but after all, winning 10-5 is a strong start. So definitely, again, a very nice head-to-head, Kyle.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to be who can handle the pressure of this map 3 the best, because right now, it's truly anyone's for the taking. 36 Demons, after that first map, I thought they were going to go ahead and win it 2-0, but SOLTREX, they showed us something quite different than what we expected in map number 2, and now they're the team that I definitely would place my bets on here. They seemed very confident and composed in that second map, but if they can keep that same mentality here and have a strong GR to start off this map, it's going to be a tough road ahead for 36 Demons. But Raleigh straight into the Harvey jump, but Noxon, he's done his homework. He is ready for that one, and he is holding on to it perfectly. And again, 36 Demons, they're no stranger to taking the risks, but if the other team's ready for them, you now have to fight from a distant advantage, and this is where things could be a little bit trickier for them.
You know what's actually funny? I've seen 999, right, another team doing this Harvey jump over and over again, right? So I was very, impressed because no one actually, nailed it. They were always failing it. Rolly, first try, instantly nailing the Harvey jump here. Nice one, Elin. Good double tap here, bringing this one straight into SOLTREX side here. But look at this, Sata already trying his very best, failing his aim here, and Elin gets another kill. And wow, what a start from SOLTREX so far. But yet, again, I was just super impressed by this Harvey jump. But again, I feel like the Harvey jump isn't all that hard. Maybe you have a different opinion, Cal, but still, it is definitely a very, very interesting jump to do once in a while.
Yeah, honestly, getting that Harvey jump into your team's arsenal, extremely important at this level of competition because it gives your team another element that the GR side has to always be prepared for. And now for SOLTREX, they're going to be constantly worried about that position, whether someone's coming through there or not. They've got to constantly have someone making sure that's not allowed to happen. It requires a lot of extra attention, generally 2 players needing to be close to that mid position to hold on to it. But for 36 Demons, there's really a lot of pressure already on this round because that opening round just looked so overwhelmingly confident for SOLTREX. You look at the other side with 36 Demons only getting a singular kill in that opening round. A lot of that thanks to Elin here in the lower B tunnels, but honestly, this is what I was worried about. If you come off of a map loss into the BL side of Port, which is one of the harder BL sides to play across Crossfire, it can be a bit of a daunting task if things are already not going great for you. But look at this pressure onto JWoww. A full push from 36 Demons onto the GR spawn. JWoww, though, what a tap, what a second kill as well. He's finally going to go down here, but he's held the line, maybe enough for the rotation to come through. But Muffin and Terror still looking to try and hold on to this one. They're going to find a nice couple of kills here, getting control of the C4 as well. But Terror, he's kind of stuck in this garage position. Fighter knows exactly where he is, hits the shot actually onto Muffin for some reason instead. Not sure why that was his go-to reaction, but hey, that's probably the player you want to take out in this circumstance. But now here comes the collision. Fighter going to be spotted out, and Terror able to hang on.
Yeah, a beautiful aggression from Demons here, just pushing towards mid here. No one was really able to stop them. I mean, JWoww, beautiful 2 taps here, right? But again, Rolly was a little bit too busy here swapping his guns, and what a shot from Fighter. I mean, it's an insane one to hit, but definitely, again, a very strong round from Demons. And SOLTREX, a little bit uncomfy there, I felt like, because they weren't really ready for this push. And again, this time around, maybe they have someone else holding mid as well, because I feel like Jabo maybe isn't, able to hold it all by himself, especially also with the sniper in his hand. I mean, I always love, the double sniper setup. It's a very nice one to see once in a while, and we are going to see an AC boost. But Rolly, look at Rolly, super rare, maybe. Yep, there's the kill. A very great one to have. Noxen not aware of him, and again, a good start from the Demons.
Yeah, SOLTREX getting a little bit too aggressive on the GR side. It's starting to hurt them a little bit more here on this map. I think they need to go back to playing a little bit more passive. When it comes to the aggression, head on. 36 Demons, usually the team that's going to find those picks, and you can see it here as well. Over in the B tunnels, Terra able to find himself one to keep things pretty strong in favor of the BL side. Now a 5-on-3 situation, and look at this cutoff play from Raleigh, able to find the fighter on the rotation, and now it's just a complete slaughter over towards the B-bomb side. Terror sprays them both down, and now 36 Demons, you can tell they're starting to feel the momentum on their side once again, and things are starting to look a little bit scarier for the side of SOLTREX.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Demons finally hitting some more of these shots is super important, finally stepping it up once again. But look at this push from SOLTREX here. Is Sada aware of it? No, not at all. Look at this. An absolute shutdown from SOLTREX here towards Demons. And you know what? That's a great start, a great revenge from them, and a much needed one as well, I would say. So yeah, definitely a good start for SOLTREX so far. And you know what? I feel like Zada and Pioneer could have been a little bit more aware of it, because it's it's not very common to push along like that, but still, I feel like it's something you should always be expecting. And well, in the end of the day, it is what it is. Demons now in a man disadvantage, and especially A down now is on lockdown, right? So they have to go towards B, because I don't feel like A is a possibility anymore. And maybe, just maybe, they maybe need to find a pick here and there, maybe just play around with this M4 wallbang. Zamiru is in a good spot for that, but Muffin has something else in mind. Unfortunately, not able to hit the shot, but so is J1. Look at this once again. So sharp, but still not close enough, and this is just an interesting sniper fight. I mean, Muffin is still trying. He's still hungry. He wants that frag. He really, really wants it, but J1 not buying it, just backing off. But look at this. Mid is now open. Look at this. They're just pushing towards GR now. Look at this. Noxen not aware of it, but they're not really hitting any shots. Muffin now empty with his pistol as well, and it's all up to Rolly. A good triple kill from Noxen, and you know what? Another round for SOLTREX.
Yeah, still a lot of back and forth here. Nobody looking overwhelmingly strong in this second map just yet. Every time it feels like 36 Demons is starting to get the momentum on their side, SOLTREX is right there with another strong round themselves. And this adjustment could pay off. JWoww running the second sniper on their side this time around. It's going to be both Fighter and JWoww rocking the double arms to try and find these openings, but so far, not a whole lot of luck just yet in finding those entries. It's going to be more of a rotation coming across now from SOLTREX. They're going to be putting actually 4 players on this mid swing. A bit of a gamble here, but we'll see if they can find something out of it. SOLTREX just swinging for the fences here, trying to find anything they can on that mid peak, but it's not really going to find them a whole lot, though we do see Muffin and Rolly taken down to about half from that swing.
Okay, well, it's an interesting spot to be in, but I feel like, Demons, they're kind of playing more reserve, I would say, because, it's a little bit more chill. But as I speak about that, they're already grouping up in front of B, and you can tell Pew is just holding the flank at this point. They don't want to be surprised at all. And look at this, Samido in the same position again, just, putting his head into the wall, so he can't really get wallbang from there. But the question is Javo able to get this first pick here? I mean, it's always a very common spot to be in as a sniper, but hitting this shot is super difficult. I mean, everyone who has sniped before in CrossFire knows this shot is really hard to hit. But you know what? Demons, they're just waiting for Pew to come back before they, continue this push. And Rolly just chilling in BC there, waiting for something to happen. Look at this, missing the shot is crucial, but now it's all up to them. Zamido already good for 2. Can he get a third? Maybe, but Jevo is there to save the day as well. But where's Muffin? He's still not outside, and he's still holding the bag. And I mean, this kind of feels like it's all falling apart. No one is really on the side anymore. Rolly's still in BC, so timer's running down. It's a great kill by Muffin, but is it going to be enough? There's so much to do. Rolly now left alone. Throwing his weapons isn't really ideal in this gunfight here, so yeah, beautiful hold from SOLTREX, even though Jabo was, missing the first shot. Samido saving the day. Once again, we really need to give this guy a shout out. He's really stepping it up for his team, Carl.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from SOLTREX. Samido doing some good work. JWoww as well, up to 6-3 with the in hand, making a nice statement in this second map. And this is kind of what I was expecting. This GR side, you've just got a little bit more comfort in how you're able to play. It's not as much pressure to defend this map as it is to attack on it. And this is where 36 Demons, they just need to keep it close here. The GR side isn't too bad on this map. If they could put up a 4-round half, they'd be feeling pretty good, I think, for their chances going into the second. But if you allow something closer to a 7-2, that's where things can really start to feel unwinnable in this position. So for 36 Demons, it's around like this, but they've got to find a way to maybe steal back into their hands, because if SOLTREX gets the early lead, as we saw on map number 2, they might just run away with it and close out a 2-1 on this. Look at the flank from Seda. Beautiful timing, able to find himself a kill, but the same thing happens immediately to him to respond, and this is where the advantage isn't really going to be found out of that play. It was a great idea, but unfortunately, he just wasn't ready for the backstab. And Samido, he's played this position at least three times already, but we'll see if they're ready for it. Once again, doesn't go checked right away. They were a little bit distracted by Elin here, but Pew, beautiful entries, tap after tap, opens this round back up in favor of 36 Demons as the bomb goes down. But Fighter, what a shot, able to find one. Still, the numbers sit slightly in favor, but just as I say that, Noxon able to take this one down one-on-one. But this is a huge round potential for both teams. It's either a 4-2 or a tied game after this one-on-one.
Well, it is a 1-versus-1, and I feel like Terra already read Noxon like a book. He knows he's somewhere probably around B already, so just backing up towards A is probably the best decision he can do. And you know what? It kind of feels weird because Amido, as you said, he was in the spot like multiple times already, and they don't instantly check. It feels like, this mistake is a little bit, it's not the end of the world, but it feels like it's kind of unnecessary. So yeah, definitely one they should look after for. But look at this. Okay, Taro is ready to go, saves the day for his team, 8-3. This guy is stepping it up as well. And you know what? I feel like this game right now is a very high level of competition, pal.
Yeah, honestly, a very close game we've got on our hands. You can see 36 Demons really wants to push themselves to keep this as close as possible going into their GR side, because the team on the GR to close this one out might just have a slight advantage, I would say. But JWoww still doing a wonderful job of securing the entries. But the biggest note for me here is actually Muffin, not really quite present on this third map. I feel like that's kind of the missing piece right now for 36 Demons. I got used to him in these first 2 maps consistently finding the openings, but he needs to find a way through soon. Otherwise, this could be a tough road ahead.
Fair enough. I would say Muffin will have a better, performance on the GR side of things because, I feel like you said earlier, the GR side is much more comfy. You have so many, more chill situations as a GR side. So still a very, I would say a bad performance from Muffin so far, but still I feel like, again, he's on, a tough start so far, but it will all go good, I would say, after all. But yeah, Jabo, on the other hand, he's having a blast. He's really performing up to his teeth there. Killing Muffin through that little window there is a tough one, but still a very good shot. And again, I want to see Demons lurking in front of me, already losing 2 players on the go. And you know what? I don't know what they're doing. I mean, kind of feels like they don't really know either. They're just lurking, trying to find kills here and there, but they're just losing players on the way. And right now, it seems like they might go for an A-long push, and, with Fighter on A-long there, ooh, I don't know about that. I just feel like, taking A from A-long is just super difficult, especially with the numbers disadvantage, right? 30 seconds on the board now. They're pushing. Fighter knows something is up. He misses a crucial shot, so maybe this actually opens up A for them, and this retake situation, Kyle, is going to be insane.
Yeah, 3-on-5 for the retake. SOLTREX, they've got the numbers, but they don't have the positioning just yet. Pew getting aggressive tries to spot them on this one, but Raleigh, he's going to get the first contact here from the A connector. He doesn't seem to know what's going on just yet. Gets spotted out. Seda able to find one. Seda able to find two. Raleigh going to be one and done, but it doesn't matter. It's still a 2-on-1 advantage. Noxon goes down, and Seda good for 3 on the post plant, and 36 Demons. That is a massive round to win back.
Absolutely. I mean, we're back in business when it comes to Demons, right? So definitely a very strong round from them. I didn't really expect it to go that smooth, but hey, it is what it is. Muffin already leg-shotted here, but again, I feel like he's really having a hard time here, but Jawa was really just playing to perfection, right? I'm not sure if it was Jawa or a fighter, but in the end, it's still a very good shot on Muffin, but yeah, again, I feel like Demons, they always start kind of slow for some reason. I felt like they played much more aggressive in these other games, but it is what it is. So far, it's working, so it's probably not the worst in the world, but still, I feel like B is a very tough nut to crack, especially with Zamido and Elan. These spots they're holding pretty normal, I would say, but still very tough. And look at this, the push comes through by Pew, and look at this, Elan already good for 2 instant regret from Demons. They know Elan is always there. You know that he is really strong from this position, but still not really able to shut him down. But look at this, Zamido already helping him out, and yeah, total disastrous push by Demons here. I'm not sure what went wrong, but I just feel like they need a different approach, Kyle.
Yeah, it's honestly a bit of a tough situation in those rounds on the retake where you just don't have the numbers as well to try and hold on for 36 Demons and get things a little bit more comfortable. But at the same time, 4 rounds on the BL, definitely not that bad, considering this map does lean in favor of the GR side. So if they can find this last one, they'll be feeling pretty good about their chances to win this map. But SOLTREX, on the GR, you've basically got to win it on this map. And so far, they've got the numbers advantage to work with. Raleigh taken down very early. JWoww already sitting in the double digits with this double OM setup. And I actually love seeing these double OM setups. I think we're going to see this more and more come into the meta of CrossFire once again, because I think there's just so much value on a map like Port and having those threats present across the map. And now 36 Demons, it puts them in a bit of an awkward position because either way they go, they've got to deal with one of these snipers. This one is going to be headed towards Fighter, though. The counter flash is stalling him out of position, but it doesn't matter. JWoww was already there to find himself not 1 but 2 kills, 3 on the round total, and this could be the half here. But Terror sneaks underneath. Huge double kill. Muffin from the ladder, able to find 1, and now the 2v4. Very winnable for 36 Demons. Terror good for 3. The 2v4 to close out the half goes the way of 36 Demons.
Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful turn on, right? For a moment, I felt like, okay, it's going to be SOLTREX winning that round. But hey, all of a sudden, Demons is like, yeah, hold on a minute. I got a different plan here. But yeah, beautiful moment for them, at least, I would say. For a moment, it felt like, SOLTREX is really good when it comes to holding B. They're very good when it comes to holding A. And there's just nowhere for Demons to go, right? But hey, all of a sudden, it is what it is. It's still a very winnable situation for both of these teams. And we're just preparing the side swap at the moment. And Kyle, what do you think about these teams so far?
Honestly, for SOLTREX, I feel like this is a half they should have won. They had so many circumstances where they had the early round advantage, but then they couldn't close out the rounds. If they want to win this map, they really needed to win the GR side. Going down 5-4 is not a good look, considering all they've got left now is the BL side, which for them has been a little bit shaky on the day. So I do worry for them going into this half, just knowing it's going to be much harder to win from a numbers down situation on this side of the map. Whereas for 36 Demons, getting those couple of rounds with the clutch plays they were able to secure really gives them now a lot of opportunity to close this third map out with a win. I feel like, as I mentioned before, it is going to be the more comfortable side to be on in this final half of the series. So I feel like 36 Demons, they're the team in the driver's seat right now. If they can just play a calm and collected half, I think it's going to be their map for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, SOLTREX has a tough one to crack right now because I feel like, again, like you mentioned, it's going to be very, very difficult on the BL side of things because it's just a little bit more hard on port at least. So, when it comes to Demons, I feel like they're probably pretty happy with the result after all. I mean, it could have been much better, to be fair. Let's be real here, but still, it's a a very good one to see. So. The question for me is now, what do they have in store? What is their, ultimate plan to win these things? Because I feel like if they, just play their standard, it's going to be a very, very tough game. But, maybe, just maybe they have something in store no one is really prepared for.
Yeah, for SOLTREX, I think the name of the game here is going to be trying to keep JWoww on that going into the second half. He had a great showing in the first half, winning a lot of fights in mid, and if he can do that on the BL side, it's a great way to open up the rounds and get them the early advantage, even if they feel a little bit less comfortable on the attacking side. So I'm hoping we see more of that. But if we do see a reverse where Muffin now becomes the prime sniper in this matchup, I think it's going to go very quickly in favor of 36 Demons because they were able to win that half with Muffin being pretty quiet throughout that. It was really the other players stepping up on the side of 36 Demons, like Terror, for example, in that final round, getting 3 kills in the 2-on-4 clutch that really pushed them to the forefront. You add Muffin playing like the first 2 maps on top of that, I think it's an almost unwinnable situation for SOLTREX.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, Muffin wasn't even performing and they still got to, get all these rounds. So it's a very good sign for Demons after all. But again, like you mentioned, if Muffin would be on, his best performance, I feel like they could have been, much more in the lead than they are right now. But in the end, it is what it is. Maybe, or at least let's say, hopefully, Muffin will step it up big time. But of course, at the same time, SOLTREX, I feel like every one of them needs to step it up big time, especially now on the BL side of things. So let's take a good look at their positioning. It feels like they are going to have a little bit of a mid presence here, which is, always nice to have, especially with these smoke changes, right? There's nothing to be seen through the smoke. So yeah, I always like to see that, but seems like they're already split up again, just waiting for anything to happen, maybe get a pick here and there, and it's definitely something you do all day. But the question is it going to work out? And Terra already responding nicely. He's like, hey, listen here, guys, this is not what's gonna happen here. And JWoww hitting the Harvey jump, insane. But still, someone is there to hold him off, no chance whatsoever. Zamido trying to save the day, but it's only Fighter Kyle, and you know what, I don't think he has a big chance against Zada here. Zada, the clutch master, but all of a sudden Fighter makes this a very winnable situation. But again, Terror's there to save the day and clutch it out.
Yeah, 36 Demons looking kind of how I expected on this side of the map. It's going to be up to SOLTREX to find their way to break through, and it's not going to be an easy half to do it on. The BL side of Port, historically one of the most challenging to win a map on, but it's not unheard of. We've seen teams do it before, but you've got to be very, very careful because there's just so many good angles for the GR side to sneak into on this side of the map. And you can already see one of them in this round. Raleigh sneaking underneath the drop-down position on the A connector. It's going to force them to take a difficult fight if they do decide to go towards A, but doesn't seem to be the case here. SOLTREX with 3 players and the bomb starting to work their way into those B tunnels, but it's actually JWoww who's back on the rifle now with the M4, able to find Muffin. Samido as well takes down Raleigh, getting a little bit too aggressive on the A-long push. And this is where SOLTREX is really strong on their BL halves. They kind of just wait things out to see if 36 Demons is going to give them a chance at a pick. But this time, Seda, arm in hand, able to find one before going down. Not going to be enough to hold the line here. Pew as well, missing the flash onto the cross, goes down to Nox and Terror. It's going to be a 1-on-4 here. Not too likely to be a winning round here for 36 Demons, but SOLTREX just doing a good job finding these entries.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, Terror hitting that one tap is a good start, but yeah, being honest here, I don't really believe that he is able to win this one. I mean, SOLTREX is just too good when it comes to holding things down. We saw it before on the GR side of things, but yeah, this is just a very well done round by SOLTREX. But let's break it down. I feel like, what happens most of the times is like Demons being so aggressive. Like, I mean, I feel like Rolly has a different role nowadays, right? He's just, trying to find these gaps when it comes to the map control here, but unfortunately, it didn't really work out last round. He instantly was punished for it, and over time, it feels like every one of these Demons players get just, they get picked one by one by one, and just, it's probably not the right attempt to do here. And, on the long term, it's probably gonna, have it their way. But still, a good start here from Demons, getting 2 players already. Maybe the third, Terra trying his very best, not able to get Elon here, but still, I would say a very good start, Kyle.
Yeah, 4-on-3 situation. You've got another player who's pretty low. Pew able to find Fighter in mid, and this round is kind of just falling apart for SOLTREX here. Samito, the only full HP player remaining for the BL side, has to try and get something done to open up this round. But when you've got Muffin to deal with on the top of A, Pew as well, sneaking down behind the AC box, it's not going to be too likely to go their way. Muffin gets the kill onto Samito. And now it's just going to be Elon here in a 1v4, pretty much stuck in this A-long position. He's going to be good for 1, but that will be it here. 7-5, 36 Demons, 1 step closer to a 3rd map victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, a very good round from them, a little bit too aggressive, but it's still working out for them. So, it is what it is. But look at P once again. I like this flash, by the way. It's a very, very old flash. It's not too common these days, I would almost say. But yeah, definitely a great start from him, picking up Elon here. And again, now it kind of feels like SOLTREX is doing the same mistakes, like just pushing too far, trying to find these early frags, not really working out. And again, starting with a disadvantage on the, harder side to play is a bit of a risky thing. But Jabo trying to save the day here. I mean, the IGL, he always knows where these players are. He has so much experience, obviously, but question for me is it going to be enough to save the day here? Terror already picking up another fighter, and you see it continues to be the case, right? These 1v1s all over the place, and it's not really a team game at this moment. It almost feels like, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a tough one here, but SOLTREX starting to find the numbers. JWoww and Noxon both getting a kill, leaving Seda and Rolly in a 2-on-3. So it looked like it should have been the round for 36 Demons, but because they're getting caught in these lone warrior positions and not really winning the fights, it's going to be tough. But Seda, we know he's able to hold the line on his own. He's able to find 1, but he needs to find at least a 2nd kill here before going down to give Rolly a good chance to hold on here. But here comes the swing. Not going to be anything. Rolly has to find both in order to secure the round. He already finds the first, but the second proving to be a little bit of a struggle here. Gets him down to 20 HP, but Samito, he's still alive for the moment. Rolly, 9 bullets to work with. The round in his hands. He's going to find it here. A nice 1v2. Gets the 8th round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful round from Rolly here. I feel like he played the death cam from his teammate perfectly. They knew exactly where he was, and yeah, another round for Demons. They're pushing it to the end here, and SOLTREX, they need an answer as soon as possible, because if Demons, if the stone starts rolling, it's a very tough one to stop. So definitely a very tough one for them again. But it is what you said earlier, right? The GR side of things, it's a little bit easier. I mean, maybe it's actually a lot easier. So yeah, we can definitely tell by the results so far. And well, what is SOLTREX going to do about it? It's always a good question. I mean, again, they play pretty reserved, right? No real mid control. I would almost say it's kind of sad, I feel like, because playing from mid is so good from from pod, because I feel like it's always nice, you have BC control, you have mid control, but you can also just send someone towards the Harvey jump, right? Just smoke off the bridge, no one can see you, especially with the smoke chambers. But it is what it is in the end here. Terror already picking up 1, the trade is there, but Pew, oh boy, what are you doing? Jumps straight into their faces, at least picks up 1, and Rolly from behind can't really fight Fighter, and Fighter is just running away from him, which is probably the better decision to do. But wow, I mean, Pew, kind of an interesting move from him, but in the end, it seems like it was kind of worth it. We're gonna see soon here, but yeah, Muffin obviously kind of over-peaking here, goes for the info plague, is instantly punished for it, and now all of a sudden, it is a SOLTREX round, so far at least.
Yeah, for SOLTREX, this is one of those rounds you've got to find a way to close out. But look at Seda on the hunt for the kills. He's able to find 1, and this is where things could fall apart for SOLTREX. Once again, Rolly on the deep flank. They're going to have to force control over the site. They don't want to take this fight at all. And it puts them in a bit of a difficult position now. 36 Demons already quickly behind on the flank for the retake. And Samito not really in the best of positions to help on the push. He's going to go ahead and search the other side of the smoke, but timing couldn't be better for 36 Demons to try and sneak out. But JWoww, what a shot to take down Raleigh. Samito gets the final kill, and SOLTREX, they're able to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful done, right? I mean, again, Muffin over-peaking there in box room, I feel like it was kind of unnecessary, but in the end, it was just an info play. He got punished for it. Okay, whatever, go on, right? So, yeah, from SOLTREX, I gotta say, it was a really beautiful played round. You know, they were in the disadvantage. They were still able to bring this one back. And like you said, it's a much-needed one from them because otherwise the lead gets too far. And yeah, I mean, so far, it is a very head-to-head game, but I feel like Demons still always start with the advantage here. I mean, JWoww is dead now, but again, I like to mention this once in a while. Again, when the IGL is dead first, he has the opportunity to check every player, check the positions, and nice heavy jump, by the way. Okay, is he gonna use it? Is he gonna use it? Nope. Oh, nope. Never mind. Okay, back off. So yeah, again, the IGL is always using these cams to get a better overview, get a better picture of everything, but again, so far it seems like it's not really working out either way, but maybe, just maybe, SOLTREX might find a way back into this round, but now it's Amido's last one standing, Kyle, and you know what? I feel like this is going to be another round for Demons here in Muffin with a beautiful one-tap on Zamido.
Yeah, now it's going to be do or die for SOLTREX because this is the map on the line. 9 rounds on the board for 36 Demons, 3 in a row needed from SOLTREX to push this into overtime, and it's going to come down to a B push. But 36 Demons, they have this completely stacked. Muffin back-to-back one-taps, but JWoww and Fighter doing everything they can to hold on. But JWoww, he only has 1 HP left already in the round to work with. Fighter, he's going to have to do so much work to redeem this one, but 36 Demons, they seem very ready to put this one to a close and secure themselves a big win in this stage. And SOLTREX, it's kind of do or die now.
Yeah, and with the epic music in the background, it even gets more intense, right? So looking at JWoww's HP, it looks like he's going to have a very short life here as soon as he meets some of his enemies. So yeah, I like this way. They're just stalling a bit, just waiting for whatever they can find, right? So if Fighter is able to pick at least one of the Demons players, I feel like this might be a pretty winnable round. But looking at the timer, it seems like no one is really going to do anything from the side of Demons. So definitely, the right decision for them. Did he just flash out Zada? Okay, yeah, I guess that happens once in a while. But yeah, again, I feel like Demons are just stalling. They're not doing anything. They're just waiting for a response from SOLTREX.
Yeah, it's the right play here. They know JWoww's low. Fighter has to be the one to try and get something going. JWoww, you can see him sneaking around the lower B tunnels, but with only 45 seconds. Here comes the risky play. It's not going to work. JWoww out of the picture. Fighter, it is a 1v3 or bust for potentially their life in this stage on the line. He's going to be trying to sneak his way to the lower B tunnels. He's going to go for the spot on the window, but Raleigh, perfect timing on the backstab, gets the job done. And even though it's a little bit shaky at some points, 36 Demons are able to close out this series with a 2-1 victory, keeping their dream alive of potentially making it on to the next stage here. But unfortunately for SOLTREX, it's going to be Anubis Gaming as the only team left in their crosshairs. It's going to have to be a win there for them to have any chance of moving on, but I at least have to give them a round of applause for a very strong effort here, because honestly, this was a very close series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm also glad you bring it up. I mean, now it's Anubis, right? And I feel like maybe Anubis is a little bit better when it comes to, like these, tactics, fights, whatever. So yeah, for SOLTREX, it's going to be a very disappointing day. It almost feels like, but hey, maybe they're still able to bring it to the table against Anubis. Who knows? I'm not sure, but yeah, for Demons, hey, I gotta give it to them. They played very well in this, on this third map on port. It could have been much better if Muffin would have stepped it up a little bit more. But hey, in the end, they brought it home. They won the match, and it is what it is. I'm very, very happy for them. But again, SOLTREX, I hope they don't give up too soon. There's still a little bit for them to go.
Yeah, it's not the end of the road just yet, but for 36 Demons, this should put them into the number 2 spot in their group. A very strong performance here. It's not necessarily enough to guarantee they move on just yet, but if you want to make it out of this group, this is a very key win they needed to grab, because coming into today, this was actually the 4th place team in Group A, and now this puts them in the conversation for at the very least a 2nd place position. Obviously, a lot of that might come down to their final game, which is going to be tomorrow against SSV, which I actually expect to be one of the closest matches remaining in this stage. And I think after what we saw here, I'm even more excited for that match, because I think 36 Demons and SSV, in my mind, are pretty even level right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know what? There's even a little bit of a story behind that, but let's just wait for that tomorrow, right? So definitely, also I'm definitely watching that match, you know, because I feel like, oh boy, this is going to be very intense. But yeah, again, so focusing on the next match, you know, it is what it is in the end. So we got TBI and 3BL Academy, right? So I'm not sure about you, Kyle, but I think, you know, maybe, just maybe TBI has the upper hand on this match. What do you think?
Yeah, honestly, I think both teams had a pretty tough first match, but I think TBI probably had arguably the harder opponent. They've only had one loss, and it was to Lazarus, where they still were able to put up a map, and TBI also is going to be coming off of that experience playing the most recent season in the CFWL, so I think that also gives them a nice little advantage. Just being used to playing a little bit higher caliber of teams might play to their advantage coming into a very important matchup like this, because when I look at their group, I feel like TBI, even though I wouldn't consider them stronger than Lazarus compared to the other 2 teams in their group, I still think they should be probably the front runner for that 2nd position, though I think it is going to be harder for them compared to the other teams coming from the West League into this group to get out of that fight, because it's been a bit of a rocky season for them. They were one of the lower performers in the West League, so if you're a strong open team, you might even see them as a potential target to take out in this group stage. And if you're one of these open teams coming into this bracket wanting to make it through, I feel like TBI is a team you've got to be expecting you have to beat to get on to that next stage. Before we get too deep into our next matchup, though, looking at the stats here, the big step up in performance we see that stands out to me, Pandoxin, is going to be Terror, 2.0 KD on this final map of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta give it to him. I mean, he was really stepping it up for his team, kind of countering the performance of Muffin. But yeah, I mean, Terror is a very good, you know, very strong player as well, very experienced player. He has a lot of tournaments on his back and a much deserved key player here. I mean, also we gotta give it to J-Wall, man. He's the IGL, still putting up these numbers, you know. So definitely a very strong performance from him. But yeah, overall, I guess Terror was just a better player, so it is, you know, it is what it is. It's very interesting to see these key players once in a while, because you don't see the same key players all the time, right? So it feels like it's very even when it comes to that. And yeah, look at this KD, right? I mean, very beautiful done, especially on these high pressure, you know, games or situations. A very must-need performance from him. And yeah, looking at the match results, to be fair, I was expecting something else, but in the end, it's Demons, a much deserved win, and I'm just very much looking forward for the next game.
Yeah, as we take a look at the now updated results of Group A, it is going to be 36 Demons moving from 4th into that 2nd place position, and with SOLTREX being 0-2, their only opportunity to get out of this group is going to be hoping they can win 2-0 against Anubis Gaming, which is by far one of the most challenging tasks any team is going to have to try and get out of these groups, because I would say a lot of us would probably agree Anubis is one of the front runners to make it into that next stage, being one of the highest seeded teams coming into this from the West League. So looking ahead at our next matchup, as we mentioned, it is going to be TBI taking on 3BL Academy. Both of these teams coming into that match after losing 1-2 in their opening games, so still a lot for them to prove, but I think this head-to-head is going to be a really good showcase, and I wouldn't be surprised here if the winner of this match is the front runner for that 2nd place position in the group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm glad you bring it up. I feel like, you know, Anubis, they could have been, you know, very well on the 4th place when it comes to these close fights, right? You know, considering it, it could actually be GV in the spot. You know, it was very, very close. I think it came down to the round differential. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little pause, but it's not going to be long. So be right back.
All right, we are back and ready for some more Crossfire action. It's going to be match number 2 on the way, and this time it's going to be TBI taking on the 3BL Academy. But for me, this is the first time I've seen 3BL Academy. I'm actually excited to see what this team can do. If they're anything like the main 3BL roster, I think we're in for a treat, but obviously that is a big expectation to hold yourself up to coming in as kind of the junior team compared to them. Currently in the group, though, they are only 3rd overall with both 999 and Lazarus in front of them. No surprise, as we mentioned, to see Lazarus on the top of the leaderboards in this group, but the biggest surprise for me is TBI currently at the bottom, though the footnote there being their only match has been against the #1 team in the group, Lazarus, so I would definitely take that with a grain of salt here, because TBI, I think going into this one, Pandoxin, is the team I would favor on paper.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, again, on paper, I feel like TBI is a very strong team. I mean, again, they had a little bit of a hard time against these other teams, but still, I put them very high up there. So, again, when it comes to 3BL Academy, comparing them to the main 3BL team, I would say it's a little bit rough, but they're still there. They're here. They made themselves present. So definitely some team we need to look out for. But let's just look at these players, right? I mean, looking at TBI player, for example, King, the IGL. Again, I saw him a couple of times. It's a very nice guy and a very nice player as well. He's leading his team to victory over and over again. Obviously, it doesn't always work out. They had a hard time in the West League, but still, definitely a team I look forward to. And of course, 3BL Academy. I don't know too much about them, but obviously I know these players. I have played against them myself once in a while, but yeah, just looking at these map ban picks here, let's see. Black Widow is out of the picture, and so is Mexico. Not a big surprise to me, at least. So, again, I feel like I just want to see Mexico once, man. Please, someone make it happen, please. All right, so next one is Port. It's a little bit surprising, actually, Black Widow and Port. Some of the main maps gone already, so maybe Eagle Eye. Nope. Okay, Eagle Eye is also gone, so it's a very, very standard ban so far, Kyle.
Yeah, you got my hopes up there. I was hoping for the Eagle Eye to come out, but looks like we are going to see the standard here, the Ankara, probably the compound, I would imagine, up next. TBI tends to like that map as well, but Port also another map that gets banned out. That one's kind of surprising to me. Subbase going to be actually the first pick of TBI, with compound being the decider. So map pool actually looking like a pretty strong set of choices, I would actually say, from 3BL Academy. When I did watch some of their previous play, they actually looked pretty decent on Subbase, so I'm surprised TBI is going to lean into that pick. It was actually, I think, the one map they won in their previous series. So honestly, not a bad set of maps for 3BL Academy, but for TBI, I know they are a very strong team historically on compound. So I think if it goes to map 3, I would favor them. And this first map is really a coin toss, I think, for me. This is where 3BL Academy has to kind of set the pace if they want to win this series, because I feel like TBI, they're an experienced enough team. If they come out with a 1-0 lead in the series, I would be very surprised to see them drop a map.
Yeah, I'm actually glad to bring it up. I mean, I'm very surprised about the pick from TBI here. I mean, I was just checking, and 3BL Academy, they beat 999 10-2 on Subbase. So definitely a very, very strong performance from them. So I'm even more surprised that TBI picked the map, right? So a very confusing pick by them, but maybe TBI, maybe they're like, hey, you know what? This is our map. We know what to do. It doesn't even matter. So we will see. Ankara's first. So far, we have a very interesting weapon choice by King here. I like to see that. It's a very ballsy play, but I like to see it. So they're probably going to make a very early A hit to show some presence on the map. And you know what? I feel like Doctor and Dizzy, they're probably not ready for this. I mean, look at this. They have so much utility already. A little bit of a standard flasher, but doesn't matter. It's still a very good one on Dizzy. Oh boy, this position. It's very crazy. Doctor completely flashed out of his mind. A little bit scary, actually, that they weren't ready at all. I mean, those are very standard, utility throws. And look at Beva. Beva's so ready to go. 3 kills already. And you know what? TBI playing this one to perfection. A little bit weird from 3BL Academy, but it is what it is in the end. Dirty still fighting with VGA here, just stalling the time a bit. He's still there. There goes Gainer, helps him out, and you know what? It's Stamp against the wall. The sniper here trying his very best. The 1 versus 5. They know exactly where he is, and you know what? He gets a good double, maybe a third through the smoke. Can he be the muffin of 3BL Academy here? Not this time, and you know what? It's the first round for TBI.
Yeah, honestly, just great entry frags coming through Beva there onto that A push, and he's going to make it very difficult for 3BL Academy to have a chance. Though I will say, the shotgun, not really the best of choices. You could see him shoot it one time, and then King immediately just picked up an AK anyways, so I don't understand carrying that through into this next round. That's a bit of a questionable move, but I expect TBI to look at this match as a guaranteed must-win, so I feel like they are playing a little bit looser, but Gainer going to be caught very early on, taken down by Travis, who's actually going to have that in hand. Surprising to see him pull out the sniper, though. It's not super common for him, but TBI right there with the reply. It's going to be VGA going down to Booker in the A connector. Now TBI just kind of spreading out, trying to get some early entries to go their way on these rotators. Travis potentially to be spotted in the mid window. Not sure what he was doing all the way pushed through. It makes it very difficult to fall back and get away from that position unscathed. And now they've got the 4-on-3 advantage right back into the hands of TBI.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I bet the coach of 3BL Academy is punching the air right now because that happened. So definitely very interesting. So look at this. Damp just holding down the T-spawn here. But look at this. Now finally turning around, aware of the B connection here. And look at this. Maybe, just maybe, someone is checking on him. King does it, but Damp missing the shot here. It's a little bit shaky here, but eventually gets it done. And Doctor and Dizzy now the last man standing for 3BL Academy. And you know what? So far, I would say it's a little bit too easy for TBI. Look at this. Nice one tap by Beva, but Doctor instantly there to trade him out. But it is so much to do here. And the timer runs down. Dirty takes him out. And a second round for TBI, a very strong performance so far. Flawless, almost, I would say. I mean, I think it was Gainer dying early on the Crazy Box on A long there. So kind of unaware of, you know, the connection there, but it is what it is. Doesn't even matter, but hopefully they won't do that again.
Well, Gator did have the shotgun in hand, so I'm okay with it there. We'll allow that one. But for TBI, otherwise, things are looking cool, calm, and collected across the server. But this is kind of what you would expect when you see a West League team going up against an open team. You can just tell the things they have ingrained as a team are just a little bit stronger, and Gainer showing us what he can do with the M4, able to pick up actually 2 kills there through the wall early on. And TBI already having control of the GR spawn. There is just no stopping this team. 4 kills already. Why not get it done in 30 seconds? This is just TBI making work across the server. And unfortunately for 3BL Academy, they're going to have to change things very quickly, or this could be done and dusted in just a matter of moments.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, right? And you can see how much it means to them. They're not even done yet. Look at this mid-fight there. Everyone is there, but look at this. Beva, good for 2, potentially the 3rd. This is still fighting. A little bit risky from him, but might be worth it, might not be worth it. We are not about to find out, but Gainer and Beva, of course, both of them. Also Booker, sorry for Booker there. I mean, everyone is just really showing up for the team right now, and you know, 3BL Academy, it almost seems like they're kind of catched off guard here. I mean, they didn't expect this dominance from TBI, but it is what it is in the end. Now, a 3 versus 3 situation, everyone knows where they are, and Doctor, good for 2 from behind, a strong kill, 2 strong kills from him, so Gainer now left alone in a 1 versus 3, a very winnable situation, even has the bomb, he has so much time. The best decision is exactly what he's doing, just backs off, and he knows exactly what to do. Just, you know, wait the time a bit, just let them be confused for a second, and ooh, might eventually go for a flank. Not sure if this is the best idea, but it's Gainer we're talking about, and oh, it was so close for the collateral headshot here, Kyle.
Yeah, it looked like for just a moment he was going to line them up perfectly, but good job from 3BL Academy checking it at just the opportune moment to keep themselves alive, and more importantly in the fight still in this match, because a 4-0 lead to kick it off would have looked like a little bit of a grim fate. However, it's still not looking a whole lot better as we go into round number 5. It's already King with a blind kill onto Damp over towards the mid staircase, and it is still going to be a bit of an awkward setup now for 3BL Academy, putting a lot of pressure early on towards this B bomb site. Only allows them the 1 player of Doctor pushed up in the vents A long. If he's caught off guard, the A bomb site is just completely compromised here. But TBI not really going to give any attention towards the A bomb site. Instead, sneaking 4 players into the underpass towards the B bomb site, where it is going to be Travis on the backside of Hotel, who misses the timing, and this is a crucial error coming out from 3BL Academy. Now TBI, they've got full control over the B bomb site. VGA knows he's late to the party, able to find the lurker of Beva on the staircase, but it may not be enough to break through just yet. Gainer, Dirty, and King now looking to hold on into the post plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams did somewhat crucial mistakes, but look at King not wasting any time. Good for 2, potentially the 3rd, and King, you know, he does the best. You know, he's the king. He's the king. He's so happy about it. You can really tell looking at the air there. I mean, look at this. So good, so perfect. It's an M4 we're talking about, right? So perfectly done by him. I'm very happy that, you know, after the loss from Lazarus, they're still there. They're still hyping themselves up, and you know, I feel like they had a very hard time against Lazarus, but still they were really good, right? I mean, just breaking it down, they won Black Widow, but they lost on Port, but on Ankara they also lost, but it was very, very, very close, right? So I feel like they're still a very good team when it comes to Ankara, but against 3BL Academy, it should be an easy walk, right? Because again, Lazarus is such a good team, and they still had a very good performance against them, but again, 3BL Academy, I felt like, you know, they had a very good performance. I think it was against SSV. But right now, it feels like they're a little bit unprepared for this one, or maybe just not ready for the aggression from TBI.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough map pick for them. I would have assumed they were the team picking sub base in this series, just given their past performance already in the tournament on it. Instead, they go for the Ankara pick, which might prove to be their downfall in this situation. Already a 4-1 game against them on their own map pick, potentially a 5th round if TBI can close out this 5-on-4. We are going to see, however, this one little lurker that could cause some trouble in the round. It's going to be Gainer working his way ever so slowly towards the B bomb site. Meanwhile, the rest of TBI might just have the perfect opening here on this A bomb site. It's really on to Dizzy all by himself here. 1 versus 4 to hold on to the site. He's going to be put to the test very quickly, and he just falls back to the corner box position. But look at those flashes. There is just nowhere to run. Dizzy has to go in, guns blazing, gets the triple kill. Oh my goodness. And now Gainer, he is left alone, wondering what just went wrong here.
Oh boy, I mean, that was crazy. That was really good. A much needed one as well. So hopefully that kind of boosts their confidence, because again, 4-1 is, you know, pretty much not optimal for them and a pretty rough pill to swallow here. But Gainer, what can he do now? Is he just talking to his team? Is he just wasting time? I mean, it's a very tough one for him. He just goes in, maybe gets 1 or 2 players. Never mind. It's not even gonna be one. Travis takes him out. You know what? It's a very, very strong round from 3BL Academy. Look at this. Perfect. Sprayed on by the book. And, well, we are a little bit closer when it comes to the scores. And gonna correct myself a little bit there when I said 3BL Academy. They played against 999. So, yeah, still a little bit rough for them. But, you know, maybe they had an answer for TBI now. And look at this Fire Doctor. A little bit of a scary situation for him. Nade heaven for him. And, oh boy. Dizzy, not even a chance to go back there. And look at this, it's a completely free A set here, and Dump can't probably really believe what just happened here. I mean, they had such a strong round before, and now all of a sudden it's back to the old roots here.
Yeah, you can tell TBI, they were a little bit frustrated after that 3K from Dizzy. They just come back full force and do exactly what they do best, and that is fast, aggressive plays. And 3BL Academy in this one just not ready to take on this round. And now you can see Damp, he's not even going to go for the retake here. He's just going to use this time as essentially a tactical pause for his team, because this round just quickly was swept away from them. And now they've got to rethink quickly what they want to do moving forward, because 5-2 is already a bit of a scary situation to be in. That is halfway to victory on this first map for TBI. And there really isn't any sign of this team slowing down, especially if you come out of a loss like that 3K Dizzy round and still play that aggressive. That is a surefire sign to 3BL Academy that TBI still knows they're the stronger team.
Yeah, TBI is ready. You can really tell, and maybe a little bit of an aggression from Academy here. I mean, the vent push I like this positioning. It's a little bit scary because of all these nades. Yup, there you go. And look at the shotgun player. Dirty. And King as well, actually. All right. That's something we don't get to see all day. But look at this. Oh, boy. It's a little bit shaky from Dizzy here, not hitting any shots. And this is such a crucial mistake from him. And once again, TBI just rushing towards A, rushing these players down and killing them. I mean, again, the double shotgun setup is something funny to see. I give him that, but is it the best, choice against these players? Maybe not. Maybe it is, but it worked this time around. So definitely something funny to see, Kyle.
Yeah, very interesting and unique approach to the double shotgun play, but honestly, the real winner in this round has been Booker, lurking around, grabbing these extra kills. And now the advantage for TBI as well on top of it. Gainer going to go ahead and plant the C4 on the top of the A bomb site. Damp already pushed up onto the fence line, ready for the retake, but Travis a little bit late to the party here, working his way back through the GR spawn to group up with him. But Beva, he's already on this corner pocket position, just waiting for that bait and switch play onto the upper A staircase. But it is going to be Damp. Good for one, but that's not going to be enough to get anything done in this round. Beva, a nice double kill, seals the deal. It's a 6-2 lead. The shotguns, they're still right here in the mix.
Yeah, beautiful position here by Beva. Not even, using the wallbang there, but yeah, definitely a strong approach from them. And look at this, TBI, the unstoppable squad, looking for another round. And look at this, they are still, no one even knows about them. B is completely open. I mean, what is this, a speed run all of a sudden? I mean, hello, FBL Academy, please wake up, make this more interesting. I mean, don't want to disrespect, not at all, please, but come on, this cannot happen. I mean, this is just not acceptable. And look at this Damp. Oh, by so much timing here. I mean, it's just unfortunate. Look at this game. With the key position, almost takes out both of them, but Dirty's there to save the day as well. And oh boy, this is just falling apart for FreeBL Academy. I was kinda giving them a chance. TBI, of course, not the very best team out of all these teams, but still a very winnable one. But look at this half. I mean, if there was ever a time to take a timeout, I don't know. This should be really it.
It's hard to take a timeout here when it feels like their time's already up on this first map. It already just feels like an unwinnable position now. TBI with a 7-2 first half. 3BL Academy just making a lot of crucial mistakes in the first here. We'll see what they can do differently on the BL side. It is a map I would say does lean slightly in favor of the attacking side, but not so much as a 7-2 in the cards probably for 3BL Academy to tie this one up, but we'll see what they can do to maybe answer back. But honestly, a lot of this just feels like a pretty big firepower difference between these two teams. Shot for shot, you can see everybody across the board fragging on the TBI side of things positively, a lot of them sitting even at that 2.0 KD ratio. Meanwhile, nobody with a positive KD on the 3BL Academy side of things. It's just unfortunate timing on a lot of these peaks, but shot for shot, it's just so difficult to deal with a team that's simply out-aiming you in a lot of these positions.
Yeah, well, huge shout out to King, an absolute, I don't know, I'm kind of speechless actually. He's a very, very good IGL. I hope he gets more chances later on in the season, but yeah, I'm just very, very impressed so far by them. I mean, maybe FreeBL Academy isn't really, the strongest opponents, but still, the way they execute things, the way they just rush it down, the way, to be fair, they find these gaps, it's insane, actually. It just proves to me that, they have been practicing, they have been, watching replays by pretty much everyone. And I just hope, later on that they will have more chances to win matches here. But yeah, right now, TBI, I would say they're just, way more ahead. I just, it's a little bit rough to say, I know, but I mean, what else can you say? Look at this. It's just a little bit tough, but finally Doctor stepping it up. But look at Booker, already good for 2, and he's still not done. He's still waiting for these players, but now he's just a little bit stalling, waiting for the rotation to come through. But look at the C4. The C4 is a little bit unfortunate, but look at Travis from behind. Booker not even aware of it. It's a free kill for him, takes him down. Good shot there, finally getting the bomb down. 10 seconds remaining. Travis, please plant the bomb there. And yeah, Gainer, he spots the name and he even kills him as well. Dizzy now left alone in a 1 versus 2 situation. And you know what? I don't think so. I think, the mental game has been lost by 3BL Academy. It's a very tough pill to swallow, but I think it's going to be a very tough hold from him. He's already been spotted out dirty, making a huge mistake by peeking him like that, but Gainer already there to save the day. And you know what, Kyle? It's another round by TBI, and I'm a little bit, sad for 3BL Academy because I know they're a strong team. I know they kind of have what it takes, but at least for now, I can say they're not having a good time.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you'd love to see 3BL Academy having a better performance, but at the same time, seeing a map like this from TBI makes me feel better about their chances going into what would be the second stage of this with the regional finals on the way, because this is looking like a TBI that can not only perform well just in the regional qualifiers, but might even have a chance of doing a little bit better than I expected in those regional finals. So if you're a team like TBI who has your eyes set on not just this stage, but the next stage, which decides who goes all the way to the World Championship, this is the kind of performance you want to be putting up against a team like 3BL Academy. It's unfortunate that 3BL is the team in this position, but at the same time, TBI, you can tell they're playing for what's on the horizon here. They're looking at 3BL Academy as a guaranteed win to just move on to that next step. And I really like the elevation and performance we're seeing here from TBI because honestly, I was expecting this to be a little bit closer.
Oh boy. Well, look at this timing from behind. Hello, Gainer's there to save some frags for himself. But yeah, I'm actually glad to bring it up. I mean, TBI, what a boost of performance. It's incredible to see how much they have learned from the last game against Lazarus. And you know what? It's looking very good for them. I hope, they can keep this performance up against the other teams as well. Look at Bever already fighting for his life against Dizzy here, but you know what? He doesn't even have to take the fight, They're just throwing utility like, you know what? Maybe back off, maybe you don't want that fight. So, yeah, but PBL Academy already having the A control here, but Doctor, you know what? It's just lost here, I feel like, because, he doesn't even have to. They don't need to, and they're not waiting for backup to help them out. And yeah, this is just falling apart one by them. But you gotta give them that because TBI, they're just way too good. They're just having a very good performance right now. They're really playing with each other. Probably like the communication is probably at its peak right now. So yeah, I don't know about you, Cal, but I think TBI, they're pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, right now there's just no slowing this team down. Dirty swings wide mid, gets the double. King right there for the double as well. And Doctor, he's going to be put to the test. 1 versus 4 to shut it down. It's just not going to happen, though. It is a massive first map going the way of TBI, 10-2, not even really close to kick off this series. And let's keep in mind, this wasn't even TBI's map pick. This was 3BL Academy's map pick, and now it's going to be going on to the next map, which TBI wanted to pick. And I can't really expect things to get much better here because 3BL Academy, they kind of just felt outclassed in every way on this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, considering 3BL Academy had a very good time on supplies before, I'm like, maybe, maybe it's in the picture, maybe it's possible. But yeah, again, with TBI's performance here, they're just completely outclassing them. I'm pretty glad you bring that up. But you know what? I don't know. I will just see what happens. I'm really excited for supplies. But other than that, I'm kind of, lost with words here.
Yeah, right now it just feels like it's potentially the end of the road here for 3BL Academy. They've already lost 1 match in their group, and if they go down here, it's pretty unlikely to think they would go ahead and beat someone like Lazarus in their final matchup. So I think right now it's just a tough path here for 3BL Academy to get their way back into it, and you can see it in the replays here as well. There just wasn't really any special moments for the side of 3BL Academy. The only one standout performance I can think back to is that one really good A bomb site hole here that we can see from Dizzy, but outside of that, the individual performance was all in the hands of TBI. Every single player making these key plays, getting these multi-frag rounds for TBI was ultimately the difference here. But also when you look at rounds like that previous one we just saw where they're not checking corners, there's just little gaps that you can tell there's just a big difference in experience between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could really tell by the replay here. I mean, every single round has been a very strong one from them either way, right? So still, I would say it was you know, a very one-sided map after all. But again, I feel like for Subbase, maybe there's a different story coming towards us. But, you know, realistically, I would say probably not. But, you know, I don't want to take it away before we even see the map. So I gotta give, you know, FreeBL Academy a shout out here, because I feel like they tried very hard. You know, they practice a lot. You know, they have probably a lot of people behind them that are kind of sad right now. But I still want to give them that. Looking at the, you know, set summary here, it feels like it doesn't really show how much, you know, FreeBL Academy tried, because obviously it's just a KD here. But again, looking at the TBI performance here, look at this, it's insane. Every single player stepped it up, every single one, especially King here, of course, the IGL, really trying his very best, Kyle.
Yeah, overall a very, very strong first map here. And honestly, I would be very surprised to see anything different in map number 2, but we are going to take a break. And when we return, we're going to find out if 3BL Academy has what it takes to maybe claw this one back. So stay tuned. We'll see you there. All right, we are back here and just about ready for our second map in this series. If you missed the first one, I can't blame you. It was a very quick there and done for TBI, 10-2 on the first map of this series. But now Subbase is on the horizon here, but this is TBI's pick. So even though it was a very strong first match that we saw from TBI Academy, or sorry, from 3BL Academy on Subbase, I don't think it's going to be the same story here, because right now I feel like TBI, after a map like that, it would be hard to believe they drop a map in this series.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing to consider, right? I mean, yeah, the mental game is probably very, very hard for 3BL Academy, but I gotta give them that because, you know, they played very, very good on Subbase before, and they're also starting on the blacklist things side of things. So I definitely, you know, I give him a chance because I feel like they played very good. They had, you know, a tough match, but still they're very good. So after all, I would say TBI, if they continue to play the way they played before, I feel like they're probably having a very good day today. But you know, we're just at the beginning. You know, let's not take away things too soon. But already I can kind of tell you, Gaina's ready to go, right? So the first kill will be on their side, but Damp is there to instantly trade him out. But oh boy, Kyle, this is going very fast. It almost feels like TBI wants to rush this, right? I mean, we are back into the, you know, kind of speedrun conversation here, right?
Yeah, I don't blame TBI for wanting to play this way, though. When you have a first map that goes so well in your favor, you have to keep that pressure on the other team as long as possible, because even though these teams could be a little bit more equally matched than what that score is, you don't want 3BL Academy to feel like they've got that chance to get back into this one. So if you're TBI, you keep that pressure onto 3BL Academy as long as possible here and just hope that's enough to continue pushing through to that finish line quickly as they're intending to do here. But 3BL Academy, they are ready to answer back, but they are not ready for Gainer in the corner pocket. Able to find two. Looking for more here. Gets spotted out by Dizzy. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation. But the rotation from Beva is there just in time, but he can't hit the shot for some reason here, struggling to connect onto Damp. Gainer might have to do all the heavy lifting here, but he's good for a third. And now Dizzy, he is all alone in this corner pocket position in the blue room, trying to force his way onto site, but Gainer gonna go down. Beva right there for the trade, and TBI take the opener.
Well, what can we say about this round? I mean, a very, very strong start from the Academy team here, but all of a sudden, no one was ready. I mean, do you not check your corners or what happened here? But after all, TBI, a very strong performance once again. It continues to be the case, and oh boy, it's quite tough for 3BL Academy here, and you can really, really smell it. So I don't know what they're going to do here, because if they don't find a solution, it feels like this just continues to be the case. And I mean, you know, maybe try something aggressive here, right? So, you know, just send yourself towards A down, give it a good try, show some presence. But again, Booker dancing around the, you know, smoke, being a dancing queen here. It's just back and forth all the time, but it's in favor of TBI. And again, the man disadvantage you're gaining, maybe making it even worse. Never mind, VGA saves the day, but still, I feel like, you know, 3BL Academy has a really tough one here.
Yeah, at the very least, though, the rounds are looking a little bit closer so far on Subbase, even though they're still leaning slightly in favor of TBI. And a lot of that just comes down to the shots here. 3BL Academy does look like they're a little bit more comfortable on this map strategically. You can tell they have a better idea of what they want to do, but they still have to find a way to break through these powerhouse players like King, like Beva, who know how to connect on shots even when they get caught in weird positions. So I'm hopeful for 3BL Academy, but right now it is going to be a tough round either way. 3-on-3 situation, the C4 doesn't really have a whole lot of forward control across the map. You can see them, though, slowly working their way into the vents. And I am really not a fan of running 2 players through the vents because it's such a difficult choke point to get out of successfully. If you get spotted early, you're almost surely going to be taken down here. But look at the drop down timing. Perfect there from Travis to catch King off guard. But Beva underneath, not going to go checked in time, able to find the double kill. And now Damp is all alone. 1 versus 2, and the C4 is down on top of it. Dirty gets the spot, goes ahead and crosses here to try and stall down the clock, and there's just no time to win this round. Now, even if for some reason Dirty goes down, it's still not going to be winnable, but Dirty, why not hit the 1 tap anyways? Icing on the cake as they take themselves into a 2-0 lead. But again, we see it time and time again, Pandoxin, it's not even necessarily the strategy working poorly, it's just these shots again across the board. TBI just causing havoc.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wanted to recap the round, but it still goes on and on and on. So it's a little bit tough for me to go back. But yeah, look at this. I mean, even though, you know, 3BL Academy got 2 kills early on, it still feels like TBI has the upper hand. And this is the case here. But maybe I get the chance to break down the round before. I mean, it felt like, you know, Beva, this positioning is insane. It looks easy. It looks like normal gameplay, right? But the positioning from Beva, please watch it back. It was insane from him. He was very aware of, you know, the enemy's positions, and he really used the very best spot he could have chosen. So definitely like this from him. And, you know, it was a 1v2, and TBI still decided to go for the 1v1 pick because, you know, why not? They're still, you know, a very much dominant team, and they still are absolutely able to do these fights. So again, as I'm talking, it's already a 1 versus 3, right? So not sure what's going on. It's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to start here, Kyle. So it's definitely a very dominant performance from TBI. It's a little bit sad for 3BL Academy because, again, they had a very, very strong performance against 9-9 on this map. But so far, I can't really speak for them.
Yeah, this is just tough. I mean, even that last play, he was like, surely I can just throw the nade onto Beva. That's all I need. He's got 3 HP, and Beva says, no, I'll get the 1 tap anyways before the nade even hits the ground. And that's really just a showcase of the difference between these 2 teams. TBI, they just have the firepower to get things done and keep themselves in full control here. And already, look at Gainer's position. He just shoves all the way forward through the B control room, and there is just no map control to be had for 3BL Academy. However, the picks still go their way this time around, 3-on-2. But when you've got Beva alive in the server, truly anything can happen here because his shot has been on point in this map so far. He's 7-0, 3 rounds into this game, and in round number 4, I would not be surprised to see him do even more to keep his team in a pretty solid position. Dirty as well has to be answered behind the double doors. Able to find 1, able to find 2, and already this round could be over. Damp at least able to find that kill, but it may not matter for long. Beva has already rotated into the upper bomb side position, gets the counter flash as well to try and sneak his way down, has a pretty good idea where Damp is going to be playing here, but instead makes the safe call not to go for the overcommitment on the peak just yet, knowing Damp is historically going to be using that the majority of the time, but still, it is all about the retake now for Beva.
Yeah, an interesting flasher from Beva because, you know, he thought maybe he went down towards B, but never mind. I guess he's still there on A. So, well, we're here in this position now. You know, Beva 7-0 going for that kill streak. I mean, what else can you say about this guy right now? He's insane. He's hitting all of his shots. Look at this. Dodges the sniper bullet. Still alive, but Damp finally stepping up to the plate here. Finally getting a round on the board for his team. A much needed one. Again, the confidence is key. And look at this. I mean, Dirty, please. Literally what his name is, right? So, yeah. Definitely a very good play from him, a much needed one, but still wasn't enough. Finally, 3BL stepping up.
TBI, though, the shotguns are back out to play. Dirty going to take 1 into the vent boost. Meanwhile, the rest of TBI playing pretty reserved in this round. 3BL Academy just getting some early control up towards the A double doors. But King, you can tell he is hungry to take these early fights. He knows he's got the shot to contest here. The utility going to be thrown in that direction as well. Only going to do a little bit of chip damage over onto Doctor. That's going to force King to fall off, at least for the moment. But still, the map control looking pretty good across the board for TBI, having a lot of forward presence, especially with that player lurking in the vents. Dirty could have a chance to catch them off guard later on in this round. But 3BL Academy want to force the issue over towards the B bomb site. They're going to find the kill on to Gainer, but King on the rotation going to be able to find just a single kill here. So 3BL Academy doing a great job on the entries this time as they get the bomb planted, and they'll sit with a 2-on-4 advantage, and that is going to be the round already going their way. 3BL Academy, a really good execution in this one.
Yeah, finally stepping it up for the team, you know, it's a much needed one as well. And you know what? Kind of felt like a throw from TBI because in the end, everyone was just rushing in like, okay, whatever, you know, but you know, I felt like maybe they could have won this round with a little bit more of a patience play, but again, it is what it is. Finally, 3BL stepping it up. Maybe it's just them playing much better than they did before, finally showing some competition for TBI here, and continues to be the case as Disney finds 30 early on. And look at this. Finally, we get to see some action plays from 3BL here, and look at this. It's just one by one by one, and already 4 versus 2 situation, but VGA and them very low on HP. One nade could finish him off, and as I speak about it, finally we get a nade kill here, and well, the bomb has been planted. Travis from the back, ready to go, gets both of them, and are we back? Are we back with a good competition here, Kyle?
It already feels like a much better map coming out from 3BL Academy. The rounds, even when they lose them, are a little bit more competitive. And you can see here, the 1-for-1 trade. Gainer able to find one onto VGA. Damp finds the other kill onto Dirty. Early 4-on-4, but now 3BL Academy have to decide where they want to take this bomb. A lot of emphasis being put here over towards the A double doors, and they're going to go ahead and push through here. That leaves King in a bit of a tight corner. He's going to have to fight his way out of this position. The smoke clears for just a moment for Travis to find the opening. Booker on the secondary peak, able to find himself a huge spray down with Gainer on the support, getting 3 kills. And that is going to be a bit of a brutal round here, because you can see Booker just lights them up right behind Gainer. One taps every player that's lit up in that spray down. So really just a great swing to support their team there and get it done. And now Booker already starts off this 8th round with a nice headshot onto Doctor.
Yeah, well, definitely a very good hold by them, a much needed one. And you know what? I feel like TBI actually, you know, they're stepping it up as well again, because, you know, they lost 2 rounds in a row, like kind of unnecessary, I would say. But again, 3BL Academy just stepping it up here is probably the cause of that. And well, you know what? I just like what I'm seeing, right? And yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Gainer, thank you for confirming what I'm just saying. So definitely a very, very nice match to look at. And yeah, it's maybe TBI is a little bit mad. Maybe the fire starts to spread inside of them, you know, like they know they're probably the much better team, but you know, 3BL Academy finally stepping it up, giving them a very good competition. But after all, is it going to be enough is the question for me, at least. I mean, what a shot from Gainer, right? 2 quick double kills here. We're gonna see them soon here, I guess. Yep, there it is. And I mean, look at this. Not even a chance for VJ and Travis. But you gotta say, you know, them hitting those quick scopes is pretty insane as well. And well, Kyle, we're almost at the half here, and it seems like, you know, TBI is having a good time.
Yeah, definitely not as easy as the first map for them, but they're still looking pretty strong as a team, even on this second map. You can see Beva, King, and Booker just going for the full push towards A long. They're going to find a nice little 2-for-1 trade here. Dirty on the corner of B, going to get caught off guard. Still alive for a moment, but only a moment longer before going down to VGA, pushing through onto the rafters. TBI, though, running into a lot of trouble now in this one. A bit of an awkward situation on the rotation causes this one to be an early 1v3 for Beva. And just like that, they're going to go ahead and close this out. 5-4 at the half, so definitely a much closer affair on our hands, but still TBI scraping by with the lead.
Well, TBI now on the blacklist side here, which I think is the much easier side, at least on subbase here. So Wanna see what they have in store. Them already taking out Gainer is a big kill for them, but I'm not sure what to think about this, Kyle. I think, Compound might be in the play, but I mean, 3BL Academy, they need to step up big time because otherwise, TBI just continues with their outrage. Look at this King not wasting any time at all. And oh boy, Travis, are you ready for King here? Nope, he is not. King just cleaning them up one by one. And look at this, he has complete free ace hit, but they only have to clear woods here. I think it's Doctor chilling in the corner, waiting for backup, but there's no one to be seen. Doctor maybe doesn't need one, but well, King again, stepping it up again. I mean, wow, King, really insane so far. I mean, Damp 11 and 6 might not be enough after all. Look at this Bever lurking in the vent, getting these frags as well. Good flash from his teammate here, but look at VGA just hiding in the corner, completely blinded by the lights. And it's an interesting fight here and there. Bever in the end cleans him up, and it's a very nice fight so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a pause now coming out at the 6-4 scoreline. 3BL Academy looking to try and find their way to save this one from going all the way against them 0-2, but it seems to be leaning slowly but surely in that direction. There's been some shining moments from 3BL Academy here on the second map compared to what we saw on the first, but you can still see that bit of firepower difference making a lot of impact for TBI because it doesn't feel like they're playing overwhelmingly strategic on the TBI side of things. They're just taking a lot of risks, going for the aim duels, just knowing they're going to have a slight advantage in those fights.
Well, it is what it is right now. I would say it's a really competitive game, but again, I feel like TBI might still have the upper hand after all. Again, but I gotta give, 3BL Academy a shout out here because I feel like they're much more competitive here and much better than they were on the first map, really. I mean, the first map, well, let's just forget about that, right? So definitely a much needed comeback from them, but is it going to be enough in the end? I don't know, because I feel like TBI is just so much better as a team, so much better with their aiming, with their push, with everything basically. So, well, I don't know about you, Kyle, but I think maybe this is already done and dusted.
Yeah, it's looking like that could be the direction we head in here. I think when I look at the individual players that we're seeing perform on TBI, it's just so hard to think that all of them are going to magically slow down their performance here, because even with some of the strong strategic play we're seeing come out from 3BL Academy, when you don't have the shots to back it when you need it, it's still going to be such a tough game to win. And that's really what we're seeing consistently from TBI. All of these late round and retake situations, they're winning the gunfights and getting the multi-kills they need to, even when they don't have the numbers advantage to work with. And that just shows the skill level that this team brings to the table in an important match like this. So for 3BL Academy, it's going to take a lot of elevation in their performance and maybe rethinking their approach a little bit during this pause time if they want to find a way to win it. Because for 3BL Academy, they're kind of in the same boat as SOLTREX today, where they have to find a way to win this match. Otherwise, it's pretty unlikely we're going to see them continue on to the next stage of competition and move forward to that top 8 regional final here, which honestly, it would be a big surprise at this point to see them make it through. I think they're one of the underdogs of this group stage to try and make it out, and for them, I'd love to see something a little bit stronger here to maybe close out this map.
Well, I just double checked, and it seems like 3BL Academy also has to play Lazarus, right? So, oh boy, it's definitely a hard time for them. I mean, today maybe it's not going to work out, but against Lazarus, let's be real, it's going to be a very, very tough fight. So yeah, I'm not sure what their plan is initially, because it's gonna be a very, very tough one, I feel like. But whew, yeah, well, let's just watch this match. Let's see how they can perform. Already starting off very good with a quick machine push here. Nice tap by Booker, and well, was it worth it in the end? Maybe, maybe not. It's Damp and Travis left alone now. They have to do everything by themselves. Damp already cleaning up. Gainer is definitely the right start, and well, maybe, just maybe, they're saving another round all by themselves. But Beva has a different plan. Travis, oh boy, okay, there we go. Travis taking out Booker. Almost thought he had maybe he was going for a very good play here, but taking him out probably is the safer way to go. I can't really blame him for that. But a 1 versus 2 now. Beva and Dirty, last man standing for TBI, and whoever gets this round, I think this is the key round, to be fair. I think whoever gets this round here might eventually take this entire thing home, because, again, a 7 and 4 is a very tough pillow to swallow. But if 3BL Academy gets this round, I feel like they have a little bit of a confidence boost here, but in the end, it is just going to be dirty, taking out Travis, and you can tell how much it means to them, how much they want to bring this one home.
Yeah. Right now, at this point, it's really going to be up to 3BL Academy to show us what they've got here, because TBI, they're just bringing everything they've got to the table, and 3BL Academy doesn't seem well equipped to handle it. You can tell strategically they're making the right calls, but shot for shot, they're just struggling quite a bit in these key aim duels that they need to win to secure these rounds. And this is where you're seeing players like Dirty and Gainer and Beva add a lot of value into this map for a side like TBI. Beva as well. Again, him and Dirty just hold the line perfectly over towards this B side of the map, and now Travis is left alone in a 1-on-3 situation. You can see Beva gonna get caught off guard, but Travis, that's a huge double, but he needs the triple to close it out completely. Dirty, he's got the HP advantage, and he's gonna hold on to it. TBI getting a little bit too close for comfort in these situations, but it still is enough to get them into an 8th round.
Oh yeah, definitely way too close for comfort, but look at this, they're not done yet. They want to push this, they want to make things right. Doctor and Dizzy trying their very best to gain some map control, maybe pick a player on the road here, but again, it doesn't really work out for them. They're already spotted out, got some damage done, but I don't think this is working out initially. Now it's Doctor all left alone with a very good positioning, takes out Beva, a very strong player for TBI, but again, the advantage is for TBI here, and 3BL Academy, they put up a good fight. You gotta give them that. They push Machine Room, they try to pick up these players, they try to get, gain some map control here, but initially it still seems like it's not working out for them. But VJ maybe has a different plan here, or takes him down almost, but Dirty takes him down initially, and look at this, it's just back and forth all the time. I think it was a no-scope here from them, very nice one, but yeah, now it's a 3 versus 2, but Gainer, look at Gainer's HP, almost to the grave already, but well, there's a grenade, Travis takes him out, a very, very winnable situation for 3BL Academy, Kyle.
Yeah, 3BL Academy, it's an even number situation. The time isn't necessarily working in their favor, but the retake's still possible. Booker playing very patiently, waiting for that shot from King, but King's gonna go down in 3BL Academy. That is a very smooth looking retake. Damp and Travis gonna make that one look nice and easy. And 3BL, it's probably their best round, I would say, we've seen in a while. Just very smooth transitions on the retake, and ultimately just not falling for that bait and switch setup that TBI had on the lower A missile there. So still, it's within reach for 3BL Academy. TBI still looking like the stronger team overall, but they're starting to shake a little bit across that finish line. And once you get to 8 or 9 rounds, this is really where I like to look at teams like this, because this is where you see teams facing that maximum pressure of having to seal the deal on a map. And this is where I think you see teams in their true form under the most pressure in a map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm actually kind of glad you bring that up, because we actually got to see that yesterday. I think it was, let me quickly double check, I think it was 9-9, they had such a good run against Lazarus, but on the first map they had such a big throw. If I remember correctly, they had 9-4 all the time, right? So in the end, Lazarus, they brought this one home 13-11. So it's kind of actually a perfect example of what you just mentioned, right? So hopefully this isn't the case for TBI, because they kind of deserve the victory here, because they play so well, they try very hard, it really works out for them. But 3BL Academy finally stepping up, giving them a very good competition is also something we should mention here, because I feel like they had a very hard first map, they had a very hard first half here, but finally stepping it up is a much needed one. And you know what, I feel like, if they continue with this performance here, I feel like maybe they have a good chance for an overtime potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be a really important round for 3BL Academy. If they want to keep this one within reach, you really don't want to put a 9-5 on the board here. Otherwise, it's just one error and you're done at that point. But for TBI, they've got to show us on the execution. They can keep moving forward strong here. Travis going to be good for 1, Doctor good for 1. Still even trades across the board, but it's Dirty on that lurk. That's going to cause a lot of trouble. He's able to find one. Beva on the drop down. What is that second shot, though? Deep into the blue room on the B-bomb site. Beva finds a beautiful double kill to put this one on match point. And this is where 3BL Academy have to show us anything they have left here. Backs against the wall. 4 rounds to take it into overtime. Let's see what they've got left to prove.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a beautiful shot by him, right? It's absolutely wonderful. Definitely goes into our highlight book, but, well, it's potentially the last round here if 3BL Academy doesn't have the right answer, but so far, taking out Gainer is a beautiful thing to start with. Look at this King, not having the, the best time on this map already. I mean, 0 and 4, not hitting his shots there. You can really tell he's kind of struggling, but finally takes out them. But look at this. 1 versus 3 situation instantly turning out good for Dizzy here, getting both of these players. And you know what? It feels like 3BL Academy, they're a little bit mad, they have this fire inside of them. They're pretty desperate. They want this win. They want to show that they're also a very strong and competitive team, but it's 3 more rounds to go, and it's only overtime. So if they want to push it, they really need to push it as fast as they can.
Yeah, Damp again, starting to step up in these later rounds. He found, I believe, 3 kills in the previous round, already finds the entry frag onto Dirty in this one, and Dirty has been a really key player for TBI in the second half, so shutting him down early on, a great way to get the momentum on their side for the round. But just as I say that, King swings right up the double doors to take down Dizzy, and this is where things get a little bit more difficult. Now they've got to deal with King, who just single-handedly pushes all the way into Cage, up the lobby, all by himself, able to find one, gets traded down by Damp, and now the defense is spread very thin here. VGA has to hold the line, and he will for the moment. 3-on-2 situation now. 3BL Academy still holding on to the numbers advantage, but Booker getting that entry is huge. Now they've got control over the A bomb site, and they can set up for the post plant.
Oh boy, what a situation here. Okay, 2 versus 2 situation. Damp and VJ versus Gainer and Booker, and oh boy, this is getting a little bit too intense for me. I don't know about you, but look at Gainer already fighting there. I mean, it's a little bit, back and forth, but I would still say it's a little bit in the favor of, TBI, because they have to hold the bomb. They can do whatever they want. And look at this. I mean, what else do I need to say? An insane double headshot from both of these players. I mean, in the end, it was a very, very good performance by 3BL Academy, but TBI, you have to say it's just a better team in the end.
Yeah, honestly, just a great showing from TBI here. You got to give that credit, like you mentioned, to 3BL Academy. This was a much better second map than what we saw on the first map of this series. They had a lot of rounds that were very close and down to the wire, but TBI just showing us their West League experience here, and you could really see that in the way these 2 maps played out. You can tell they really wanted to come into today after a tough first series and show us why they are competitive for one of those spots in the next stage of the regional finals. So big shout out to them for pulling off the 2-0, and now they can go forward heads held high into that final match, looking pretty good at their chances, I think, of securing a spot in that next stage and really elevating their performance of what they could do here. Now knowing the only map they might have dropped is those maps yesterday against Lazarus.
Well, for TBI, they have to play against 999, which I think is going to be a very interesting match because, 999, we saw the interview yesterday from München, right? It was very interesting what he said. He said, like, okay, maybe we don't practice as much, maybe we are not like the super, practicing team, but still, we hit our shots, we try our very best, and, they really did. I mean, in the end, they were like kind of throwing, but I feel like, TBI against 999 is going to be a very interesting match after all, but yeah, for 3BL Academy, facing, Lazarus is a little bit tough, but I don't want to say they instantly lose because, again, they showed a very good performance here on Subbase in the end, so maybe they have something in store we don't know about.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that match. Lazarus, they're probably the front runner in my mind to take that group. But if 3BL Academy gets another shot at Subbase, I actually think it could be pretty competitive against Lazarus, considering historically that is one of the weaker maps in the pool for Lazarus. So I'd be interested to see them go head-to-head on that one. But you'd have to think overall Lazarus probably is still going to make it through regardless of how that one goes. But as we take a look at the highlights, the big standout in my mind here is we got to see more of the players on 3BL Academy really unlock their potential in this map in a way we didn't see on the first map. For me, it was great to see players really step up that I wasn't expecting to in this match for 3BL Academy. Most notably for me was I feel like Damp had a much stronger performance in the second map than what we saw in map number 1, which is ultimately why this one felt so much closer. But the other side had something even more elevated as well, and that was Gainer and Beva for me having really standout performances and really doing a lot of work on these entry frags.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the end, it puts them on the map, which is also a very nice thing to have, especially Damp, right? I feel like it's a little bit unappreciated when you lose games like this, but still, he put on a good fight. He was really trying his very best to keep the dream alive. But again, Lazarus is going to be a hard tough to pill for them to swallow. But yeah, it is what it is in the end. You know, both teams played very well. You gotta give them that, especially TBI stepping up from their performances before. So yeah, definitely a team I'm looking forward to, especially against 999 later on. So I don't know about you, Cal, but so far I'm really enjoying these teams, especially teams we usually don't get to see, right? These open teams, you never really get to see them play because obviously they're in the open league. The open league isn't really in the picture so far, but yeah, maybe, just maybe, you're going to see them more often if they, continue to play like this, if they practice, if they, perfection their gameplay. So I just think in the end, it's very nice to see them once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing to see in an event like this is the Open League and the Pro League, they're not too far off from each other. A lot of these teams, they have the potential to ascend and one day become one of those teams we see in future seasons in the West League, and this is a match where that potential was shown in some capacity here. But TBI, this is a team that really has proved themselves, I think, a lot, especially when you consider how poor their season ended in the West League. This team, to me, looked like they might just fall apart after a really rough end of the season, so it's great to see them kind of redeem themselves in this event with the group stage looking really strong for them now. Even though they did start off with a loss against Lazarus, which to me, for a lot of teams, could spiral in an even more negative position. But for TBI, this is the best way they could bounce back. Now they're comfortably in that second position. Obviously, we still have to see how their final match plays out. 999, I think, is a great opponent coming in that could potentially contest them there, but it's going to be all up to that final match to see who's going to move forward between 999 and TBI, and I'm excited for that one. But more importantly, our final match of the day is going to be another exciting one, I think, as well, and that is going to be Anubis Gaming versus SOLTREX, because SOLTREX, their backs are against the wall, and the only way out is against the powerhouse team of Anubis Gaming and their group, who is yet to give up a map in this stage of the event, and I honestly would be surprised to see them drop one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm very looking forward for this match, especially Anubis. I mean, usually we should have seen them yesterday, but it was a little bit of a, unfortunate situation for SSV. I mean, from Anubis' perspective, it's like, okay, whatever, we take this win, but of course they want to fight. They want to show who they're made of, how good they are, going to be. But in the end, it is what it is. But guys, don't go anywhere. We have one more match coming up, so see you soon.
All right, we are back and ready for our final matchup of the day. And it's going to be Anubis Gaming taking on SOLTREX here to see if SOLTREX can fight their way through the behemoth that is currently dominating their group here in Group A. 2-0 for Anubis, a 29-plus round differential. And SOLTREX, unfortunately, the only team in this group not to win a series yet. It would be hard-pressed, I think, Bendoxen to believe they're going to win this series, but you know what? Maybe they've got something special in store for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, one team has to be the team that doesn't win, right? So unfortunately for SOLTREX, it might be them. You know, it's never impossible to, you know, swing back, but realistically, it's probably, you know, a little bit tough for them. But hey, let's just watch the interview from SOLTREX and see what they got in store.
Hi, this is JWow from Team SOLTREX, and I'm playing for them as a strat caller. So I think the biggest challenge was that we were fighting to get the last qualification spot, since we had a lot of team changes, like players and roles. So I think I'm so excited to perform with this team after being comfortable. I used to play in the Elite League like for 3 years and attending almost 4 CFS events. So that's why I'm looking forward to push my team in that professional environment. As individually, I do warm up like having 2k kills in public. And as a strat caller, I try to gather my team together and recap all the practice we have been working for. In the esports world, I think I would consider Faker is my inspirational one, but when it comes to CrossFire, I love to watch Jiwi from AG. I just want you to know that our team is full potential towards high stakes tournaments, and we are willing to work harder for it so we can meet your expectations. My team is very supportive and they are trustworthy to my cause, and we mostly discuss after any game. We discuss every mistake. To be honest, I'm not setting any expectations, but I'm really sure that we can qualify for this one. So that was JWow from Team SOLTREX, and I'm looking forward to meet your expectations. And please keep supporting us in the upcoming tournaments, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Well, you can tell they've definitely put in some good time and preparation for this one, but now this is the chance for them to showcase us everything they've got left. This could be the last time we see them in the qualifiers here, and potentially mean that they are the first team guaranteed out in this stage. But when you look at Anubis on the other side, it is no surprise to see this team knocking on the door of that regional finals, because this is arguably a team that could have already been there if the season for West League just went slightly differently in a couple of those key matchups. They unfortunately weren't able to close out as much as they needed to. So for Anubis, I'm looking like this team could maybe even be in the top 6 overall in the regional final, so it's hard-pressed to believe SOLTREX is going to be able to push through. But as we look at the bans, you are going to see Eagle Eye Mexico, Subbase, and Ankara taken out of the mix, leaving us with Compound, Port, and a very interesting potential for Black Widow on the horizon if it goes to the decider. But for Compound and Port, these are both very strong Anubis maps, so I think they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you know, going back a little bit from that interview, I feel like JWow was really trying his very best to, you know, explain the situation he's in, and kind of it's like a 50-50 thing for me, to be honest, because I feel like, you know, he was like, okay, hey, I have the experience, you know, I was almost at the top level, and it kind of feels like, okay, he's not setting, you know, big expectations for him and his team. But yeah, well, maybe there's a chance for them, maybe not. We will see in this matchup. And, you know, Design ready to go, starts the day off with a nice kill on Noxon, and oh boy, is Anubis ready to go. I mean, so far Anubis undefeated, if you want to say like that, so definitely a strong push-up for them. And look at this, it's just insane. Design shooting through the smoke, not even faced by anything there. And yeah, JWow and Zamido, the last man standing. Now Zamido is actually the last man standing, and wow, so far it's been very tough for them. I mean, SOLTREX, they don't even have an answer. There you go, maybe 2. Zamido stepping it up once again for his team, but it's a little too late at this point in the round. And oh boy, Kyle, Anubis is ready to go.
Yeah, just shot for shot, this team is very hard to go up against because it's a pretty stacked lineup. They've got a lot of aim power to deal with in the early round, especially when you look at a map like Compound, which is all about establishing control on these very long-range fights early on, especially those mid and B-long positions. It's going to be tough for Anubis to not feel like they have an advantage in these situations because they just have this firepower. You can see it already. Doom picking up the double kill on the mid push. Design already on the flank, constantly looking for those openings, but still, it is SOLTREX keeping things even. Fighter has to connect here, but unfortunately, he's going to go down in the pinch right there from Jaguar. And this is why I like Anubis so much as a team, because even when they play fast, they're constantly thinking about where their teammates are going to be and how they can best trade position off of them. And it's a big difference you'll see compared to most aggressive teams that kind of just play for themselves when they're playing aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, gotta mention it, a beautiful pinch by them, and it was almost, perfect, but yeah, a little bit too scary for SOLTREX, I would say, because, they weren't really aware of it either, and just perfectly worked for Anubis with this Dipsy. In a tough challenge here, misses the shot, maybe some pistol shots in revenge. Nope, not this time around. Noxin takes him out, and, well, we're starting the round with a little bit of an adventurous start here, and look at this. Fighter finding Doom. Okay, we're getting closer to a very good round for SOLTREX here. I mean, it's only the start. Look at this fix smoke here, an interesting one. I wonder what this is gonna do, but Design lurking in the smokes, and you gotta love it. The changes from CrossFire here paying out for them. Maybe, look at this. Just gets away easily, but he's not done yet. Still there, dancing around the smoke, and no one has really spotted him yet, but as I mentioned it, JWoww taking him out. Look at this. It's a little bit too close for comfort for Anubis, to be fair. I mean, they're not really responding to any of this, and yeah, it just keeps happening. One by one, everyone is falling. Now Aizen left alone here in the mix, and what a beautiful shot from JWoww. Of course, who else but him, right?
Yeah, a really good start to this one from SOLTREX now on the response. A lot of that round, though, really boils down to Dipsy having a lot of trouble in the B tunnels early on, not able to secure that early pick. And then after that, Anubis, they just went for the fights one at a time, not really trying to set up those trades, and they're punished completely for trying to play it solo in that situation. And it just goes to show you, even if you're the stronger team in a matchup like this, you can't over-assume your position. You still have to play your A game here. You can't afford to make those small mistakes, because SOLTREX, they still know how to answer back when they need to. And Jaguar and Doom here in this fourth round, getting some big headshots to start off, but Dipsy, that is just brutal on the flank already. Catches Fighter off guard. You are going to see a nice kill there on to Doom, but not for long. Dipsy, the one taps are right there. And now it is all on to Samido, 1 versus 4. He's able to find Jaguar alone here on A long, but he's not going to be alone for much longer. The rest of Anubis collapsing into the position pretty much perfectly here, securing that trade. It's going to be a 3-1 lead.
Yeah. It's just a beautiful, one tap. Beautiful. I like to see it. It's really, the size kind of proves the point of Anubis. You're just saying, like, yo, listen, we're ahead of you, and so far, very good. Even though, there was an early pinch on the A main sector there, but doesn't even matter. So looking at this design, already good for 2, but JWoww there to instantly trade out both of them. So yeah, a very nice head-to-head so far in this round, but Dipsy maybe has an answer there, but quickly rotates towards Symmetry, and maybe the flank is good. If the timing is right and Fighter doesn't look, Dipsy from behind once again, and they're so unaware, it seems like. Oh, JWoww, what? Nice double kill here. Insane reaction by him. I mean, this guy is ready to go. I mean, maybe these 2k kills for the warm-up they were really worth it, and now Aizen left alone. I mean, what a response.
Yeah, JWoww just hitting the best shots he could in that round. 4 kills for him to keep his team in a pretty good spot to fight back. But for Anubis also, getting a little bit overconfident on some of these plays, costing themselves the potential advantage here. Dipsy, I believe he's gone for this push and flank. 3 rounds out of the 5 already on the B connector. You've got to think SOLTREX eventually is going to catch on to that. Jaguar, though, wants to take the fight himself in this one. Nice counter flash, going to stall things out. and get him at least into a safe position for the moment. Fighter gets the opener though onto Hazen. He's going to go down. Samito stuck in the corner. Nades falling all around him. Jaguar good for a first here on the A-long hold. It's not really going to be enough though. Noxon gets one onto him. Fighter going to be stuck in the mid tower, has to back out of this position, but now Doom, he's going to be in a bit of a pinch here. Samito working his way up A-long. Fighter holding him off in the tower in mid along with Noxon, but Doom hits a huge headshot there on the Fighter. Now a chance to break through. Doom, good for the double kill, but he needs to do all of the heavy lifting in this round. It's not going to matter. Samito saves the day and keeps this one close.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, 2 1-taps here, 2 1-taps there. It's just an absolute slaughterfest here. I like to see it. The aiming is on point so far. Finally, we're getting a nice head-to-head from both teams. So SOLTREX is really ready to go here. But there's the response from Anubis Noxon. Good for again 2 headshots. I mean, these guys are on point when it comes to that. And oh boy, Dipsy taking these players one by one. Now designed very deep into the mid selectors. Location here, I'm sorry. So it's a very interesting move from him, but eventually they gotta move back to a safe location. But look at Jabo there, just waiting for his opportunity, but there's too much in front of him, too many smokes, can't really see anything. And look at this again, another sniper kill happening. Now Jabo left alone in this clutch situation. Good for one, and potentially the second if the timing is right. There we go. Clean taps by Jabo. It almost seems like the 1-tap competition here, but yeah, backing off is probably the best idea. The bomb is down towards A, so what can he do, Kyle?
It's going to be a tough situation to recover the bomb. The one advantage, though, being Dipsy does have that arm in hand. So if Dipsy misses a shot in a close quarters battle, it's almost a guarantee JWoww would secure the kill at that point. So he almost needs to play in a way where he can bait out the shot. But the problem here is that C4 being down on A-long, it makes this round a lot more inaccessible because now it's JWoww in a position where he has to go fight towards this bomb position, so Dipsy can play a little bit more reserved and kind of control this position the way he wants to take the fight. And you can see JWoww, he's creeping in, sneaks underneath. Dipsy doesn't seem to have any ideas just yet. But it's all going to come down to, will JWoww check this position before the plant? If he doesn't, it's a very strong opportunity here for Dipsy, and this is going to be a bomb out peak here. Dipsy, he misses the shot to kill. Oh my goodness, what a mistake here. And now things have fallen apart. Dipsy, he's going to have to play for the nade here. That nade has to connect to get the kill, but it's not going to. The bait on the bomb. Is Dipsy going to hit the shot, though? JWoww, he knows it's a fake. He heard the misstep, and that is huge here, but doesn't matter. Dipsy able to still get it done, and a very, very close down to the wire round takes this one to just a 4-3 game. But honestly, SOLTREX, even though they're down by a round, they're playing really well so far in this head-to-head, especially when we look at JWoww.
I mean, Dipsy, so uncommon for him. I mean, usually he has those, right? But for a second there, I mean, it can get scary, but in the end he got it. But yeah, he kind of deserved to, you know, standing in the corner there for a second. But again, close, but not the end of the world, right? So again, a very good round for them. So definitely, you know, a very strong performance I'm looking forward to. But on the other side, SOLTREX, I mean, you were given the opportunity and you still weren't really ready for it. So I don't know where this takes us, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, right now, SOLTREX, they've got to feel pretty decent about how they're playing so far. I mean, this is a decently GR-sided map, and they're only down by 1 right now. So if I'm SOLTREX, 4 rounds feels pretty good if I can secure that in this half. So I definitely think they've got a lot working well for them. They're getting a lot of early trades that go their way. JWoww, if he keeps hitting these shots, this could be a first map they could potentially take away. But the big thing that scares me is actually when we go into the side switch, because Anubis is a very strong team when it comes to how they approach the blacklist side of this map. So I think there's still a lot more work to be done, but honestly, I was expecting kind of a blowout here, and SOLTREX has impressed me with what we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you bring it up. I mean, SOLTREX, after the loss today, I felt like maybe they're just completely devastated. But no, not this time around. They're still fighting. They're still trying their very best to be very competitive. And so far, I would say Anubis is actually not maybe having the hardest time of their life, but still a very good competition. So I would say it's a very nice match to watch. But again, with these kind of, it's hard to say, Dipsy failing his shots, right? It's a little bit like, why does it happen? Why is it not an instant safe kill, right? Maybe they're nervous, I don't know, but they shouldn't be because they're at the safe spot, right? So initially I would say, mistakes like that, they are absolutely allowed to happen, but maybe one time is enough, right?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing too, just considering SOLTREX might have, I think, a slight advantage at the start of the series because they've already played a full series today, so they know what it's like to go through that ringer already today, and maybe that's got them a little bit more warmed up coming into this matchup. So Anubis, I feel like they're not fully hitting their max potential just yet in what we've seen so far. We have these shaky moments where they just don't feel completely composed just yet, but if they can reel it in and start playing a little bit more as a team each and every round, I think they're still going to be in a really good position to push forward and win this first map. But SOLTREX, this is where they have to keep disrupting these setups. They have to keep trying to catch them off guard and playing a little bit more assertive than what we're used to seeing from them. And I actually think that's what's working so well for them. You've got players like JWoww who are just inserting themselves into the fight very early on compared to what we saw earlier today, and just kind of establishing some better earlier control across the map. And for them, it's a no-brainer if it keeps working out to keep playing this way.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. And right now we're just waiting for one player to join back the lobby. But in the meanwhile, Kyle, I kind of want to get your opinion on SOLTREX so far because, again, they're an open team, right? So I would say, obviously, they're having a very hard time against any of these teams, but still, they're putting up these numbers. They're still trying their very best to compete. But is it, maybe it's just JWoww that, keeps them alive? What do you think?
I think as a whole, this roster does have a lot of potential, but there's also been a lot of moments where we can kind of see the growing pains of a newer lineup. They don't have quite the team chemistry to the level of some of the stronger teams we've seen in the league here, and their shots are a little bit more inconsistent, but the core still seems to be pretty strong for this team. I can see why they were one of the stronger teams in a lot of their open matchups. It's just going to come down to them, I think, continuing to learn from experiences like this if they want to elevate themselves over time to become a West League level team, because I don't think they're quite there yet. But honestly, we're seeing a lot of strong potential in what this lineup can do. And when you have a leader like JWoww, who has been in that West League before, who knows what that environment is like, I think that only helps further what this team is going to be able to do and maybe ascending to that level a little bit faster, because JWoww, he's not only a West League veteran, he's also held that trophy before as well. He's won West League before as well, formerly with Team Myth. So he's got a lot of information I'm sure he's sharing with this team to kind of grow them into a new strong lineup. But I think it's just tough right now, considering I think the field of competition, especially in EUMENA, is probably the strongest we've ever seen it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you bring it up. But yeah, again, I really like your opinion on this because I feel like, as a team like SOLTREX, maybe they're a little bit underappreciated because, no one really knows them. But I feel like, only because of that, it's not kind of fair for them because they really try hard, they really practice a lot. At least that's it's what it seems like to me. But, also got to give him a very good shout out to Zamido. He's hitting these shots all day long. He's really there. He's really on the spot when they need him. But yeah, in the end, the question is it even worth it in the end? It's kind of tough, because playing like that, you're really stepping it up for your team, still losing in the end. It's tough, I totally understand the frustration from there. But so far, again, I mentioned it earlier, I feel like they're not very frustrated in the end. They're still trying their very best to compete. And, you got to give them that. I mean, you keep losing. You're still, not on the top level yet. But again, practice makes perfect. You have seen other teams before, right? It's not like Anubis was always the top team, right? They were also starting somewhere. So that's definitely one thing to mention here. So even though SOLTREX might not win today or in the near future, I still think if they keep practicing, if they keep trying to learn new strats, I feel like maybe they have a chance sooner or later.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing we're going to notice throughout this weekend is how competitive these open teams are with the pro league level teams. I think the separation between them is a very, very thin margin, and it's something where you give these teams another season or two, they could easily be in the conversation of taking out one of the lower end teams in the West League and maybe grabbing a spot for themselves. And you also have a lot of these players like JWoww as an example, who've been there before, and they're very hungry to get back into those spots. So I'd like to see, some of these newer players emerge and show themselves into the West League into the next couple of seasons, because I think it's only going to help these other teams at the top stay more and more competitive. Like we've seen the likes of 3BL and LCK. They've been dominant for some time here, but I always like an underdog story. It'd be great to see one of these newer teams come up and kind of rise through the ranks and contest them as the years have gone on, because it wasn't long ago, maybe 3 or 4 seasons ago, where it felt like a GV or a Lazarus would just win everything, and now we're in a situation where, there's probably a dozen teams that could be in the conversation.
Oh yeah, I'm glad to bring it up. I mean, I remember it, it was always Lazarus or GV or maybe even Flipside a long while ago, right? So yeah, definitely, a big change. I like it. It's not like, how you said, it's not as dominant anymore as it used to be, right? So it's more like a little bit left and right for all of these teams, right? Especially when it comes to the EUMENA region. So I definitely like that, and it's a big change we're kind of expecting. So yeah, guys, it seems like we are going to have a short break, but don't go anywhere. We will start soon.
All right, we are back into the action here. Anubis leading 4-3 coming out of the pause. It's far from over just yet. It is going to be Noxon starting off with a nice double kill to lead in after the break. And this is a really great start to the round now for SOLTREX. You can see them putting a little bit more pressure now over towards the A bomb site. Noxon good for 3 big kills to open up this round. And But they are not showing any hesitation here coming out of this pause, and they seem pretty eager to get it done. But Jaguar, he's only going to be able to find one before getting taken down by JWoww, and now Dipsy's left alone.
Oh yeah, what a round. I mean, it seems like Noxon really enjoyed this little bit of a break, you know. Oh, well, Dipsy instantly punishing him for that. But yeah, overall, I would say a good break for SOLTREX, you know, maybe leveling up that confidence once again, and a little bit of a shocker for Anubis, really. I mean, they were in the lead, but oh, well, all of a sudden, they're not anymore, and this is a very close game. I mean, let's be fair, and no one really expected that from SOLTREX, and, you know, I really love it. I really love how they still fight, how they still want to win this one, and it's a very much needed one. I mean, the question is it going to matter in the end? Well, maybe, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens in this match, and, well, so far, again, Noxon stepping it up for his team, 4-1 already. It's a very, very strong start from him. And you know what? I feel like maybe, just maybe, SOLTREX has enough confidence to bring it home.
Yeah, right now for SOLTREX, this is a really good position to be in. 4-4 on the BL side is a pretty good opening half for them, considering this is a decently GR-sided map the majority of the time. Anubis still looking to close the final round with the advantage to take into the second half. Noxon down to 27. Decides to pick up the outside of the B pillars, looking for that pick to potentially find either Doom or Design, who are lurking over in this direction, but they're going to go ahead and reset here. Jaguar goes for the peek on to the middle, and he's able to find the bomb and fighter as well. Hazen takes down Samido, and it's up to Noxon again. This time he's alone, 1 versus 3, as he took down Design, but this time it doesn't seem too likely to go his way.
Oh no, absolutely not, but definitely a very close attempt by him here. Wow, the collateral shot. I mean, how good is Noxon all of a sudden? I mean, wow, that was so close. I didn't even expect that to happen, but, well, it was definitely a very good attempt by him. Didn't really work out in the end, but, you know, if he keeps it up, maybe there's a strong chance they bring it back, and I really feel like Anubis, they need an answer for that. I mean, okay, they still win this round, right? But still, it was very, very close, way too close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, a 5-4 half is really impressive, I think, for SOLTREX on the BL side. I think for them, they've got a really good position now if they've got some good plans on the GR in store for us. But Anubis Gaming also, I remember seeing this from them throughout the entire season in the West League as well. They're a team that, even though they have a lot of close matches, they're very good when you get to those high-pressure end-game rounds when it comes to closing things out. And that's where I think things are going to be a lot harder to take away from them. You might be able to get 8 rounds against Anubis, but trying to get that 9th and 10th round is going to feel 10 times harder in this situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we mentioned it before. I can pretty much mention it again. I feel like, you know, the game against 999 from 999 was pretty much the best example for it. I mean, again, they were playing very good against Lazarus, but all of a sudden Lazarus takes it home, and you never know what's going to happen next. So definitely something they need to be prepared for. But look at this, Anubis comes back even stronger after this short of a break, and look at this, Doom not aware of Noxon again. Noxon keeps getting these frags for his team, but the question is, where's the rest of his team? What's happening? I mean, one more player from SOLTREX needs to step it up for them to be, you know, able to win these rounds. And look at Fighter, a very good position from him, a very good off angle, but is it going to be a good enough of an angle to bring this one in their favor? But it seems like it doesn't even matter at the moment, because Hazen is not giving him anything at all. But Design coming with the bomb towards B here, and I feel like Fighter, if he holds this angle long enough, he might eventually get one pick for free, but it seems like he already missed the shot. But Design takes advantage of that now. Samido, we have seen him perform already today multiple times. He's really there when they need him. But look at this utility. Just throw everything at him. Why not? And, well, Samido now in a very tough spot. This retake is very, very strong, but it's going to be it takes a little bit more than that. He needs to hit these shots, but Design actually the one to hit the shot. And oh boy, maybe this is turning around again.
Yeah, still very close rounds here, but in those high-pressure situations, Anubis just making the better decisions and hitting those key shots right in the crucial moment. Now, they've got a 2-round lead to work with, as we continue forward in the second half. Anubis, like I was saying earlier, it may not be a BL-sided map, but they are very good at the blacklist side on this map at finding entries, especially when it comes to how they control this mid-section on the map. They're a very difficult team to contest and try and be counter-aggressive against on this map, though this time they do lose design a little bit earlier on in the round to Fighter, which gives a nice little advantage over to SOLTREX for the remainder of the round. But with the smoke screen starting to come down, Anubis, they can sneak their way into one of these sites. With the new smoke mechanic here, you can kind of try and sneak your way through into some new positions unnoticed, but you can tell SOLTREX, they are ready and waiting for this push.
Dipsy lurking in front of the smoke doesn't really. JWoww is aware of it, and a little bit of a cheeky play from him. I mean, I like to see it once in a while, but a little bit too risky happens. But oh, look at this from JWoww once again. Interesting. Okay, maybe if the timing is right, he's able to get one frag out of this. But look at this. He jumps off balcony once again. Maybe he's able to get one at least. Not this time around. I mean, it was a great attempt, but the team play from Anubis is just way too strong. And now the question is Anubis going to pinch towards A? Because there's a lot of SOLTREX players nearby. And look at Noxon, pretty much aware of the sniper player in tower. And Noxon, with his aiming right now, I feel like he's able to do anything at this point. And he's being tested. Same as Zamido. He's just taking the headshot there. Look at these fights all over the place. It's hard to catch them all. But look at this. Hazen already finding Elin, and slowly but surely this seems to be a little bit tough for them because everyone's just falling one by one, and the HP of the SOLTREX players doesn't really look too well as well. But look at this. One by one, Anubis players are just falling, and well, maybe this has become a very winnable round. I mean, the bomb has to be planted now. The timer is ticking, and the retake is all that matters. They're not wasting any time. But look at this. Is it going to happen today? I'm not sure about this. It's too close for comfort, and SOLTREX, yet another round.
Yeah, SOLTREX just doing a great job of playing as a team here, hitting the shots when they need to, and keeping this one well within reach. Honestly, this is a very close first map so far. A lot of that has to do with the entry fragging. We've seen players like Samido and Noxon really step up in this series so far, but it's still not a safe path forward yet. Dipsy gets the opener onto JWoww, and unfortunately for JWoww, since the pause not looking quite as strong with the one taps, he's been shut down pretty early and consistently now since we've been back into it, and that's going to cause some trouble over to the SOLTREX side of things. Losing another player early on could really hurt them in this round. You're going to see a nice little quick change here as Fighter gets the pick onto Dipsy over in mid, but they still seem eager to force the fight over towards this A bomb site, and this is where Jaguar has to be careful on the clear. They're going to be able to find the quick trade onto Samido, but Noxon, he is already in the lower vent position. He's going to get the headshot as well. Design just not prepared for him to be there, and now Doom and Jaguar, they are left in a numbers down situation.
Oh yeah, it's a really, really tough one for them. I mean, holding off, the Z push here is a little bit too risky, but Dipsy paid the price, I guess. And look at this, Jaguar trying to survive. Look at this, actually, Anubis successfully holding off this push. And what just happened here? I thought SOLTREX has the upper hand, but all of a sudden Anubis really, doing a really good job preventing them from entering the side. And you know what? It is getting a little bit scary, I would say, for SOLTREX, but let's not take it away too early. Look at these nades. Dipsy barely alive anymore, 4 HP. I mean, oh boy, this is a little bit unfortunate for him, especially, there's nothing you can really do about that, but I guess it is what it is. 4 HP remaining is something at least, and you know what? You gotta give it to Fighter. I mean, he's really good with these entries with the sniper. I mean, the round before, he already got one as well, and with Zamido jump spotting there. Is he spotting him? I wonder. I think he did, and yup, Design actually not able to, hold him off from killing him, and you know what? I feel like this is a good round from SOLTREX so far.
Yeah, right now, SOLTREX, I still feel like they're making the better decisions overall strategically. Anubis just relying on these picks to get themselves back into the fights here, but And this round doesn't seem like it's going to work out for them. Samito and Fighter doing a great job of holding on to the A bomb side. They'll get it done and keep this one to just a 1-round difference. And it looks like we are going to see another pause coming out from Anubis at that scoreline. And maybe they need to start rethinking here, because 7-6 is kind of a scary position to be in for Anubis. When I look at Compound, I thought surely this was a map that Anubis wouldn't really have too much trouble grabbing the win on, but SOLTREX kind of seems like they've done their homework here. They're very prepared for what's being thrown their way. On top of that, it feels like we're seeing a little bit more strength in the aim compared to what we saw in their first match of the day as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm, considering this is SOLTREX pick, I mean, obviously they have to perform on this map, but, looking back for the, a little bit of a, it's hard to explain, but I feel like, SOLTREX has a little bit of a choke, because I feel like they could be, much better, but like you said earlier, they're not having the right decisions really when it comes to these strategics, but in the end, it still works out for them somewhat. So still a very good match head to head. I really like it. So it is very interesting. It seems like it's a tech issue, I think. Well, gonna see what that means later on. But yeah, again, taking another break here might be the right decision from, pretty much everyone, because, I feel like it's very heated right now. Everyone is like really, sharp with the AK shots, with everything, and also the sniper shots, right? So, taking a little bit of a break maybe gives them the time to think through, okay, what worked, what didn't work out. So maybe they find new strats.
Yeah, during the break here, I'm hoping Anubis can kind of change up their approach. Right now, it seems like they're playing pretty loose, just going for a lot of solo entry frags. They've had a few rounds where they've looked really good together as a team, but for the most part, it doesn't really seem as cohesive as what we would expect from them in a West League matchup. So I'm hoping during this time they can maybe regroup and keep that composure for themselves. But for SOLTREX, this actually presents a really interesting opportunity. If they were somehow to take this series away from Anubis, it doesn't actually take Anubis out of the next stage, but it could potentially disrupt one of the other teams in this group from obtaining a spot, because a 2-0 against Anubis could be enough to save their spot after all.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely possible, I guess. I mean, it's still SOLTREX pick, so I kind of expect him to be good on that map, but we got Port next, right? And this is Anubis pick, so who knows? I mean, it kind of depends whoever wins this first map, of course, right? But let's imagine Anubis wins this first map, and then they go towards Port, and, Port as Anubis pick. So a little bit scary for me, at least. So I would say whatever happens on the first map is pretty obviously decisive what happens next. So definitely definitely looking out for that. And look at this, Dipsy ready to go, picks up Noxon, but there's the trade instantly happening to the Doom. Doom is not happy about that, takes one back, but once again the trade comes through, and so far it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, some nice 1-for-1 trades. Anubis, though, getting the advantage out of it. They know a lot of players are towards the B tunnels. Only one remaining on the A bomb side. That's going to be Samito, tucked away here in A long, waiting for the retake. I like this call, not trying to take the fight alone and early, instead waiting for that post plant position to maybe find a player early. And there you have it. Jaguar gets caught on the rotation out into long, and now they've got a really good pinch set up for SOLTREX. Every side of this is covered in Anubis. There is just no way to hang on. SOLTREX, a perfect, picture-perfect retake there. Love to see it from them, and now coming back into this one, guns blazing to tie it up.
Oh yeah, we are break even again, and look at these highlights, right? I mean, everyone is so sharp, and this is just nice to see. Everyone is on these practice servers, everyone was getting these DM kills. So yeah, definitely a much a very, very nice game to watch. And yeah, Dipsy finding Elin early on is pretty much what I would expect. Once again, Dipsy very sharp with his sniper, but what does it mean? I mean, Elin, he's the first one to fall, but this is the end of the right now you can tell a lot of map control. Look at Noxon all the way there. He's in the back. They know exactly where he is, but I think the guys in the back, and JWO again. It's so nice to see him play. I mean, it's an amazing show he delivers, right? So definitely a much needed player for his team. Obviously, being the IGL is a very good plus for them. And look at this fight, putting up a very good fight, leaving Doom alone. And you know what? I think SOLTREX might actually take the lead here, but Doom still alive, you know, still trying his very best. He needs to recover that C4, but the timing might be off here. Maybe he's a little bit lucky, but I feel like maybe he did a step. Fighter seems a little bit aware of him, but there it goes. First kill, 2 more to go, 1 minute remaining, and I don't know about this, Cal, but this is maybe a winnable situation for Doom.
Yeah, definitely could go either way here. JWoww spotted and alone gets taken down by the headshot. Samido trying to hang on to this 1v3. SOLTREX, they really needed to win this round. They had a 2-man advantage to take it away, but Doom showing us that individual firepower that he can bring to the table. He knows this player is stuck in the corner, but Samido, what a headshot, holds on to it for SOLTREX, who grab the lead in the final moments of this map. And this is Anubis really being put to the test here, because right now, SOLTREX, they look like the team in control.
Yeah, I mean, again, what a nice shot from Samido, right? I mean, they're really putting to the test here. I mean, you know, SOLTREX, they want to win this. They want to prove, hey, we are still a very good team. We are still very competitive. And again, like in the interview, right? It's very nice to see. I mean, maybe they don't have the best expectations overall, but still they're very, you know, trustful in themselves. They really think, okay, hey, maybe we're not the best team, but still we are here. We want to compete. And Anubis, I'm not sure what's happening here. I mean, it seems like they're taking their tactical, a much needed one. I mean, better later than never, right? But still, I'm not sure what Anubis can change at this point.
Yeah, I feel like for Anubis, they're almost getting counter-stratted a little bit. I mean, a lot of these play calls coming out from JWoww seem to be really on point. They understand exactly how this team wants to play. No surprise, considering JWoww has played on teams with many of these players on Anubis prior, so maybe he's got some extra information as to how this team likes to play. I'm sure they're very familiar with each other at this point, but I just feel like the play calling coming out from SOLTREX is just really solid here. You can even see it in the composure they have in these mid-round and retake situations. I think back to the 3-on-2 retake they had, that was just so clean back onto the A bomb side here from SOLTREX. They had the timing, they kept their composure, and they keep playing things as a full team when they need to. Whereas Anubis, it still feels like they're getting caught in these situations where they want to take the fights and challenges by themselves, but they're not really winning them as consistently as maybe they hoped.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was one round that was very close, right? But still, it felt like it was a little bit too close for comfort. But still, again, I want to give a shout out to SOLTREX to, you know, still fighting. It feels like, you know, everyone is kind of, you know, against them almost. It feels like, because obviously no one expects Anubis to fall, right? The giant can fall to SOLTREX, right? Again, comparing those two teams with each other is a little bit hard, right? Because again, Anubis is an, you know, CrossFire West League team, and yeah, SOLTREX is still an open team, and you know, they maybe haven't had the greatest performance overall, but still they're putting up a good fight. And yeah, looking at these numbers, it's almost unbelievable, right? I mean, SOLTREX is ahead of Anubis right now. I mean, again, Anubis taking this timeout here is probably the best decision they could have done. Maybe it's a little bit late, but you know, again, maybe it's better than never. And Anubis, they need an answer. They need these early frags, and you can tell Aizen and Dipsy both on the sniper, both looking for these entries, and maybe, just maybe, they're able to find someone.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in this round for Anubis. If they go down here, it is already 9 on the board for SOLTREX, and on the GR side of this map, it tends to be a little bit more comfortable for most teams to try and close it out. So a really uphill battle for Anubis. Even as the favored team coming into this one, it is not an easy position for this team to be in right now. They have struggled quite a bit in this first map to get done what they need to. Jaguar, the timing though is just not going to be great. Samido catches him off guard, and there you have it. An early advantage again goes the way of SOLTREX. Knocks in as well, baits out the sniper. Now knows one of the OMs is going to be playing over towards the B bomb site, but with SOLTREX having the advantage here, they're just sitting and waiting now to hold on for the push as well. Dipsy, you see, getting lagged there by the other on the A bomb side. It's going to be Fighter getting that leg shot onto him, down to 22 HP. And now Anubis know they've got to take a risk here to try and settle the score, but it's not going to work out. SOLTREX, they're shutting it down completely. Doom, the only one left on the A push, finally able to clear something out to get this bomb planted, but they just don't have the numbers to work with. And now it's Doom all alone again, 1 versus 3, and it's not going to happen. SOLTREX, they move to map point.
Yeah, I'm very, very impressed, especially by Elon here, right? Hitting these important shots when it comes to, high pressure situations. And Carl, we are at a 9-7 in favor of SOLTREX, so never ever would have, expected that outcome. But again, it's very nice to see SOLTREX stepping up here. It's quite the game, I would say. I mean, yeah, already Elon finding the first one, potentially the second. Design trying his very best to shut these players down, but Jabo hitting him in the end here, so the pressure is on. Look at this back and forth. Everyone is just killing each other, and so far SOLTREX has the upper hand in this fight, but there's Dipsy trying to save the day, but Aizen also got something against it, and not only Fighter, but who else but Fighter could clutch this potentially. Look at this, the angle is nice, but the timing might be a little bit off here. He gets the first one, but is he ready for the second one? The sniper duel is happening, but there's so much time. He doesn't really need to take the fight, but the timing is off, and Anubis gets to survive 1 more round.
Well, it's overtime or bust for Anubis here, and you can tell they're not ready to let this one go without a fight, and rightfully so. If they can win this one in overtime, the second map in this pick is going to be theirs. So it is going to be up to them to show us what they can do in this final round of regulation. Will it be a tied situation? It's a lot more likely now with the opening pick going against Noxon, but it is going to be JWoww on the other side who finds the kill, but Dipsy with the lurk and the flank onto him could have just found their way into overtime. Design able to find another fighter, trying to find anything he can in this situation, but he's kind of just stuck in the middle of the map. Elon as well, working his way on the rotation all the way back through the B-bomb site. But when you've got a 4-on-2 retake to make it happen, you need nothing but perfection to get this one done.
Well, so far it seems like Anubis has kind of found this perfection, but the round is not over yet. It's still possible for them, and this is a very good start. Now it's only Jaguar and Doom left alone. Look at this. It might be actually possible. Elon finding 2. Now it's only Jaguar, and what can I tell? Hey, Elon actually getting this triple kill. Hey, I cannot believe it. SOLTREX actually won this first map, Kyle. It's insane. I mean, we're going to port, but I'm just speechless. Wow.
Yeah, honestly, just a really impressive performance from SOLTREX, playing so well as a team in this first map and really showing us what they've got. And for Anubis, this is a rude awakening, I think, for this team. They came in, I think, with the same expectation as all of us here that, Anubis should be the front runner for this match. It should be a win they should be able to take right into their hands. But it's the second you make that assumption that things can quickly turn against you, and that's exactly what SOLTREX was prepared for. They were underestimated, and they came back swinging full force here in this first map, and you love to see a good upset here, and I'm hoping they can carry that potential through into the rest of this series, because even though they've got a 1-0 lead here, the job's not done just yet. They still have to find that second map to close out this series, and as someone who's seen a lot from Anubis Gaming, I think that second map is going to be 10 times harder to find for SOLTREX now, because the fire has been lit beneath Anubis Gaming at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And also considering it's Anubis pick on port, it is going to be very tough, like you said. And, I feel like, SOLTREX is going into this map with a huge confidence boost, right? Like, hey, we're actually able to beat Anubis. We're actually, a very strong team here. So yeah, it's for me it's a little bit of a question mark, to be fair. I mean, of course, I'm kind of expecting Anubis to be very good on this map, just looking at the history of them. So yeah, I'm just going to lean back, enjoy the show. But yeah, just look at these taps, right? I mean, they were so ready, but unfortunately in the end SOLTREX was still the better team when it comes to compound, at least. But imagining maybe Anubis wins port, I mean, it's very likely, right? But if we go for a decided map, I don't know, Black Widow? It's yeah, another big question mark for me, Kyle.
Yeah, for Anubis, it's going to take a lot of turnaround going into map number 2 here. Port, though, should be, in theory, a better map for them with it being their pick. But if SOLTREX can keep playing like this, it is going to be a very difficult second map, I think, as well, especially when we look at player like JWoww, who just had honestly a phenomenal aim throughout this first map. If we see more of that, he's going to be a tough one to deal with, but as a whole, it's just nice to see this team really starting to come to life in a completely new way and show us why they're in this bracket after all, because this team has a lot of strength when they're hitting their stride, and honestly, they could disrupt this whole group at this point.
I mean, it's definitely possible, right? It's just insane to see. I never ever expected that, but here we are. It is going to be another map on Port, and to be fair, we have seen Port quite often now, and I'm not sure what to expect, but at least we get to see some summaries here. So let's take a good look over there, and yeah. Definitely, actually it's way closer than I expected. There's not too many upsets actually. Elin a little bit down there, which I didn't really see coming, but yeah, in the end it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, I keep repeating myself, but I'm just very, very impressed by SOLTREX, and I hope they keep it up for the second map. But guys, don't go anywhere. We got one match to go, potentially, maybe, who knows. But yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, we are back in what could potentially be the final map of the day, or it could spiral us into a third map situation here, because it's been a pretty crazy series already after that first map, 10-8. SOLTREX, if you missed it, took that one away from Anubis in a pretty good victory for themselves on Compound, but now the question remains, can they take the series as a whole as we go into Port? And this is where it's going to be a very tough situation, because Anubis, this is their pick now on the table, so they are going to have some advantages, I think, going into this one. But SOLTREX, the way they've been looking today, it honestly wouldn't surprise me to potentially see them take this series now.
Yeah, no, not at all. But as I saw here, I think, yeah, SOLTREX has the global risk picks, so I think they're going to have a very good start here. I mean, again, considering BL is a little bit harder on, well, actually maybe a lot harder on ports. So I think SOLTREX is going to start off, I think the SOLTREX is going to start off pretty well, actually. And, from there, it's kind of up to Anubis if they, are going to give them a good fight or not. Because I feel like even though it's their pick, it's still, they're starting on BL, right? So it's a little bit, weird for them, I guess. But let's just see what happens. I feel like, SOLTREX goes into this match with a lot of confidence, and this is really what they need.
Yeah, I mean, the big benefit here, at least for Anubis, is because of how dominant they were in their first 2 games. They don't necessarily risk giving up their spot, even if they were somehow to lose this series. And sometimes if you take that pressure of needing to perform off of a team, it can almost cause them to play a little bit too relaxed and get picked apart a little bit, which I think is maybe part of what we're seeing here in this matchup as well. They already know they've made it through, and sometimes that can cause you to play a little bit worse than maybe you would have if you had to put everything on the line to win a match to get your way through, which is kind of the position SOLTREX is in right now. So I definitely understand like the difference in dynamics here, but not to take anything away from SOLTREX, because honestly that compound game was one of the best I've seen from this team all time. So I'm excited to see what they'll do next as we get ready for port. But as you mentioned, the GR side could be a really good way to keep that momentum going in their favor, because as we've seen, the GR side is generally the stronger side for most teams in this circumstance. But it is kind of a double-edged sword, because if Anubis is ready to kind of put the pedal to the metal here, and if you're SOLTREX and you don't win the GR half, then the things that could start working against you might feel even more severe in that situation. So I think it's important, if SOLTREX has to win this series, I think they have to do it in 2 maps. If you have a bit of a struggle here, you risk that 3rd map. I feel like Anubis is going to be the team to close it out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I also think they need to start off big, and Noxin, who else but him, right? Quick double kill for him, kind of scaring Anubis, like, hey, listen, we are here now, we want to win, right? So definitely a very good start from them. And yeah, I feel like, if SOLTREX somehow gets 6 rounds in the first half, I feel like this is very winnable for them, considering they start on the GR side of things. But yeah, a very precise nade from Jaguar here onto Fighter. Cleans them up, gives them a little bit of a revenge kill, I would say. So yeah, good start here, I guess. But again, SOLTREX putting up a very good fight so far, and I feel like, yeah, it's a tough ask for them, but I never ever would have expected them to win the first map, so why not the second one as well, right? So checking here, I feel like Anubis is going to prepare an A push, and again, I feel like A on port is always like a very tough spot to take back, and especially with J1 on the AWP there, oh boy, it's going to be a tough one, and maybe they're unexpected here. I don't think they saw. Okay, no, actually J1 saw him, and look at this. If he gets this first pick, oh, he doesn't shoot. He's fully blinded. Oh boy, this is falling apart. Maybe if no one can stop these Anubis players. Look at this. It looks very good for them, but Zamido, who else but him, saves the day here. 1 versus 2. Jaguar now left alone in a very tough spot. Look at this. It is a 1v1 now, all of a sudden. Noxin already 3 kills in this round, and I feel like this is going to be his moment. Who else but Noxin? And the bomb needs to be recovered. And look at this timing. Noxin perfectly, beautifully played to perfection here.
Yeah, even from the start of the round, I mean, seeing this shot again, kick it off, the double kill, finds himself not 3, but 4 overall on the round, doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And in round number 2 already, JWoww, a quick scope on mid to take down. Jaguar keeps things moving forward for this lineup, who are honestly just ready to win it today. They've got everything working in their favor already in this second map. First round on the board. First pick in round number 2. Design, though, trying to get a little bit cheeky here. Sneaks out of the A connector quickly and quietly, but oh, that flash. That is brutal. It stalls the push completely from coming through. Doesn't stop Design, though, from getting onto the top of site. Doom as well kills both remaining players. Make it a 3rd kill as well. Just spamming them down off of the back of the flash. And now Samido is left alone, and Anubis might be able to find a round after all.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit of a misplay from SOLTREX. I mean, they were completely blinded by the lights, let's be fair, but still not covering, these elevator boxes there. I feel like this was a little bit of a misplay, but you gotta give it to Doom. A very, very strong performance from him in this round, and we are back at a 1-1 here. I feel like Anubis, maybe they're a little bit mad about it as well. I mean, this was a very fast push from them as well, and continues to be. It almost seems like, look at this, they're just running towards mid here, not even scared to die at all. Look at this, the timing might be perfect. Dipsy cleans him up, not doing that mistake once again. So definitely a very good kill from him here. And look at this, Doom just ready to go if someone crosses his crosshair, but okay, this is a little bit scary for a second, but look at Jaguar and Doom. Oh boy, this is falling apart. All of a sudden, SOLTREX a little bit put to the test here, but Noxon cleans one of these players up, and he's currently at a 6-1 scoreline, but maybe he's not able to hold us as everyone from his team is kind of falling apart here, and he's the last man standing, completely blinded by the lights, taking shots in the back here. It's a little bit funny actually how he doesn't die there, but Kyle, I feel like Anubis might have a little bit of an answer here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a much stronger map for them already. We got the 4-on-1 here. Dipsy gonna spot out Noxon and take him down on the early rotation there. 2-1 lead on the BL side for Anubis. So yeah, right now, SOLTREX, they're gonna have to find their way to hang on a little bit more comfortably in this second map, because this version of Anubis definitely has a little bit of extra emphasis in their shots this time around. They know they let that slip in the first map, and they're not ready to let that happen again here on Ports. So we are going to see already a tough round in the making for SOLTREX. JWoww going down very early in this one, leaving a lot of pressure onto this lone player on the B bomb side. It is going to be Whelan here getting back out, waiting for that support to rotate in of Samido. So now they've got two players on the back of this bomb side, but Anubis, they're kind of just toying with them across the map here, trying to get someone else to peek out and maybe give them another pick, but it is still going to be a really good setup here towards the B bomb side. But what is that first shot through the window? Very nice timing there from Elon, and now it is going to be up to SOLTREX to try and close this one out, and Noxon as well has already found Dipsy.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful positioning by him, right? I mean, he was totally unexpected there, and he kind of took advantage over that, of course. But now he kind of needs to find his way back to his crew, otherwise it might be a little awkward there. I mean, he's in no man's land right there. And look at Jaguar just pushing through mid. Kind of unexpected, but maybe Fighter has an answer. There it goes. And yeah, this is what I meant, right? So Noxon gets kind of, killed off guard here because, kind of he wasn't really, expected there. So whatever. Bomb goes down. It is what it is. SOLTREX now needs to respawn as soon as possible, and this is actually the fastest way they could have. And yeah, Elon is going to stick that diffuse, that's for sure. And another run for SOLTREX, a much needed one. And so far, even though again it's Anubis pick, I feel like it's very competitive. But you also need to consider, they're starting off on the GR side of things. They're keeping it real here, but it only will get very interesting once the side swap comes through.
Yeah, I agree. The second half is going to be the real indicator of where this one might go. But SOLTREX, they're still putting in a lot of work on this GR side with these opening picks, consistently looking pretty good for them. I think there's only been one round where they didn't find the opening pick out of the first 5. So that's a really good track record to have on this side of the map. But Design thinks he's going to be sneaking in here, but actually gets caught off guard with JWoww also being under the bridge to help secure that kill. And now it's already a 5-on-2 for the round. Hazen able to find one onto Fighter, but the numbers disadvantage is still pretty severely in favor of SOLTREX, who are looking to maintain their lead in this series. But Hazen might have a chance for the collateral. Oh, the timing just barely missed by him on that peak, and now he is stuck in a very difficult position as Samido takes down Doom. There really isn't anywhere to run at this point for Hazen, and he knows it. He's going to have to take an aggressive play at some point here, but unfortunately for him, the pinch play is right there and ready for him, and SOLTREX, they are back on top.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love what I'm seeing here right now. I mean, very strong performance so far. They're really keeping it up. I mean, again, starting on GR side is a little bit easier, but still, it feels like Anubis doesn't really have an answer for that. I mean, it just seems a little bit too easy, actually. I'm not sure if I'm saying, if I'm finding the right words, but look at this again. Look at this again! Samido good for 4. Hello, welcome to the highlights. I mean, again, okay, maybe it is a little bit too easy, okay? Maybe it's a nice way to explain things here, but it's not over until they win. And, well, Elon puts it in, and, I mean, what, a 4K from SOLTREX? I mean, look at this. Samido just spraying him down, all headshots as well. Beautiful done. And Kyle, I feel like this is actually getting a bit scary for Anubis.
Yeah, it's not a good look for them at all. SOLTREX is really just making a name for themselves in this map, and honestly, this match as a whole. So at this point, Anubis, they've got to show us something a little bit different if they want to take this back into their hands. But SOLTREX right now, you can tell they want to go out with a bang here in their final match of the group stage and see if it'll be enough to secure themselves a spot in the future stages. But right now, it is really a lot of pressure onto Anubis. They've only been able to find 2 rounds. The opening picks, they've lost 5 out of 6 rounds on the side of Anubis, which is not a great track record if you're hopeful for this team to pull it off. But this time, I like the change. Going in for full execution, no risks early on. They just want to go for the gunfights directly on site, and it's going to pay off for them. Nice exchange, nets them a 4-on-3 for the retake. JWoww starting to work in a position. Hazen almost getting caught there, but he has to survive a little bit longer. But JWoww on the flank actually goes for the on pickup. It's only got a single bullet in the chamber, so he has to be careful, but they've already done a lot of work to get this retake started.
Oh yeah, the flash is ready from Nox, and it's going to be very decisive if they have a chance to retake this bomb site here. And it seems like the flash is actually doing a lot of work. JWoww from behind gets one, but look at these trades. 10 seconds on the board. It's the question, who can be the winner of this round? Doom picking up 2 players, making things a little bit easier for them. 1 more round for the break-even point. And you know what? It felt like maybe SOLTREX had a very good chance of retaking the site, but all of a sudden Anubis picking up these players, changing the entire outcome of this round. And I think earlier I said if SOLTREX gets like maybe 6 rounds for the half, they have a very good chance to win this. And maybe they still do have this chance, but if Anubis has a different thing, you know, in mind, I feel like once Anubis is on the GR side of things, it's getting very scary for SOLTREX.
Yeah, right now, Anubis, they are in a position where they really have to win this round. If you get on 5-3, things can look pretty scary, especially if you're in a 6-3 half situation. Anubis, they've got to find at least 4 on the BL to feel like this is a close game, and they might find this round after all. A nice double kill to open things up towards the A bomb side, but Fighter, he is still alive with Dipsy. Just sneaks right underneath. That should be an easy kill for him, but the trades still equal across the board. Samido going to be just holding on to this A bomb site with Elon, but it's going to be a rotation starting to come through from Anubis. Design a little bit low. Everybody else sitting around full HP for the post plant towards the B bomb site. But this is going to be a really quick flank coming in from SOLTREX that I don't think they're ready to deal with necessarily. Nobody's directly holding on to this. The timing from Elon could be huge. Gets the first kill, gets the second kill. And that is a beautiful timing on the retake. Samido as well, knowing exactly when to peek to keep them distracted. That is just a beautiful retake situation right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, beautiful team play here, right? Samido kind of distracting them. Design actually picks them up there, but yeah, in the end, Elon has a very good timing, and I'm a little bit confused that, you know, they didn't even consider someone is coming from the back there, but I guess that was just one mistake they won't do again, and JWoww already picking up Doom, very decisive. I mean, Elon, he's 8-1, right? Can we just speak about that for a second? I mean, this guy is ready to go, and again, 1 more round maybe puts them in a very, very good spot. And you know, if SOLTREX is a little bit prepared for some nice BL pushes, I feel like this is a very winnable situation for them. And I'm kind of questioning myself, what is happening to Anubis? I mean, no one really expected Anubis to fall. I mean, Anubis is the giant here, right? So a very good performance from SOLTREX so far. You gotta give him that, even though they had a very, very, you know, hard day so far, I would say. Still very strong, very decisive. Look at this. Elon is not even done. He gets 1 more. Dipsy trades him out, but wow, I'm just very impressed so far by them and Anubis. I'm really hoping they have an answer, but right now it feels like they're just, you know, kind of playing by the book, I guess, not really working out. So if they don't find something, you know, very, very exotic, it feels like they're probably not gonna have a very good half here. And yeah, this is just, it continues to be the case, right? So 4 versus 2 situation, Jaguar and Design last man standing, and I mean, what can they do? It's just a very tough ask if you ask me.
Yeah, honestly, for Anubis, things have definitely fallen apart in this series so far. Jaguar and Design trying to do what they can to pick up the pieces in this final round of the half, but knocks in right there for the double. Just how we started the half, we will indeed close it out with another double kill from this guy. Looking very, very good across the board, though, for SOLTREX here. A 6-3 half on the GR is pretty much exactly what you want to see if you're a SOLTREX fan, because now they're trying to do the unthinkable. They are just 4 rounds away from a 2-0 over Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, right? Whoever bet money on that, yeah, I'm sorry for you. So definitely a big upset if you ask me. So yeah, it's been quite the day for Anubis. I mean, it's a little bit weird, again, for them, you know, not being ready for SOLTREX, but again, maybe they just didn't think SOLTREX would be a challenge, right? And into this position by Dipsy, just hiding inside these smokes. He does it so many times. I wonder how he does it. It's really insane to see. He picks up these players one by one through these smokes, and oh no, this is what I kind of thought would happen. Anubis is just so ready to go on the GR side here, and oh boy, even being spotted in mid now puts up a good fight. Fighter actually behind him saving the day. This flash won't really do anything. It's a little bit too precise, but yeah, look at this from behind. Actually, Dipsy not able to get both here, and yeah, in the end, Anubis picks up this round, and you can tell it really means a lot to them. But yeah, from here on, it will get scary.
Yeah, it's a much harder side to play in this situation now for SOLTREX. They may only need 4, but 4 on the BL is not so easy on a map like Port. There's a lot of advantages for the GR side to work with, so they're going to have to be really cautious about how they approach these executions, because Anubis, they are a very good team when it comes to setting up their defensive plays. So it's really up to SOLTREX to keep that momentum on their side and keep finding ways to catch Anubis off guard. I do like this rotation, sending 4 players towards mid, setting up that A split. It really is going to apply a lot of pressure onto Hazen, who I will say has been kind of hit and miss on the day. So I think targeting his success potentially on this A bomb site could be the right move, though they need to be a little bit more careful on this push. They might not recognize Design also going to be playing on a safe position on the back of the A staircase as well, which could come in helpful if this push comes to life.
Well, SOLTREX stalling it, just waiting for the right moment to go. And I actually like this push there. You saw that? I mean, they were boosting each other, and they were absolutely able to see him, and this is how they one-tapped him after. I mean, wow, I haven't seen that before, so definitely nice one by them. But look at this, Anubis is so ready, but the trades go back and forth, and right now it's a 2 versus 2 situation. Who's going to be the better team after all? And Anubis takes it home this round. You know, they deserve this round. And yeah, again, Jaguar is so happy to get those frags. And one more round. If Anubis is able to get the next round, you know, it feels like it's back to break even. And to be honest, it's basically exactly what I kind of, expected them to, do. But let's not judge too fast. You know, it's still a very competitive game, very strong from both of these teams. Exactly what I expected, but yeah, it's a very nice thing to see, especially this boost in AC. I haven't seen this one before, but look at the Harvey jump. The Harvey jump is it. I swear this Harvey jump is the key to success, Kyle. I mean, we have seen it multiple times today again, but yeah, I just love to see it. And look at this Anubis all of a sudden falling apart. This Harvey jump takes it all back.
Yeah, right now it's all on to Dipsy. 1 versus 4. Able to find the first kill at the very least, but with only 25 HP and the time ticking away, you'd have to think SOLTREX is likely going to find this round. Dipsy needs nothing short of a miracle here to get the job done, and he has only 20 seconds to make his move. Samito could be the first spotted out, but he gets the kill. No problems there. SOLTREX, they are back on it on the BL as well now. 3 rounds away from a massive victory, and it just goes to show the adaptive plays from this team paying off again. JWoww with the Harvey catches them off guard, finds the opening, and they just capitalize perfectly on the advantage. And it still seems like throughout this matchup that Anubis is kind of getting caught off guard a lot more than what I would have expected from this team. They play against teams in the West League all the time that make these kind of moves, but I just don't think they were expecting the level of play from SOLTREX that's being delivered today, because this team is really elevated so far in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Anubis was just leaning back when SOLTREX played first. They were just like, okay, you know what? Maybe they're not even that strong after all. And, well, it kind of seems like they are. And for now, at least, I can tell SOLTREX is ready to go. They want to win this. And you know what? They're pushing it further to the finish line. So it's still a very, very close match. Don't get me wrong, but still a very, very surprising one as well. So yeah, definitely something Anubis needs to look forward to. I mean, maybe after all, let's find the right words here. So maybe Anubis isn't taking this all too seriously, but to be fair, I don't think Anubis wants to lose this, not at all, right? So you can tell by Jaguar's responses, right? Every time he wins a round, he's kind of shooting the players on the ground to tell them like, hey, don't even think you're that guy, right? So definitely a big upset by them, but still a very competitive game.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing out of the SOLTREX side of things. I feel like out of all of the open teams that I've had a chance to see so far, they seem like the most cohesive. The strategies are really there, and they're not really relying on their aim most of the time to get things done. It's really just making smart decisions and good strategic approach as a team. And I feel like that's going to get this team very far, especially if they can keep elevating their aim game on top of the smart plays they're already taking. So I really like their approach. You can definitely tell they've put in a lot of time and practice into how they play these maps out. And I feel like Anubis is just getting caught off guard by that. So we'll see if they can get it done. Obviously, them being on the BL side makes it a very difficult map to close out, even with a nice 3-round lead potentially here if they can pull this. But I think going back into it, they just got to keep their composure here. And that is where I worry about this SOLTREX team. Is it's a very tough map to close out on the BL side. So they're really going to have to bring everything they've got if they want to cross that finish line.
Well, in we go. And yeah, SOLTREX 2 rounds ahead. Definitely, a good pillow, you can rest on. So that's definitely something they like to start with. And yeah, again, Noxon starting off with a good headshot on Dipsy. And if anyone deserves, the key player later on, it's 100% Noxon or Zamiru, let's be fair here. But still, those two players are really keeping this dream alive, right? So definitely a huge shout out to them. They really deserve this. And on the other side, of course, everyone from Anubis is really trying hard, right? Maybe it's not working out perfectly, but still, I like to see their attempt to keeping their dream alive, really. So a little bit shaky, but Anubis is still not out of the picture. It's only 2 rounds of a differential here, and Anubis has the better side of things, of course. I mean, again, with these smoke changes, there's nothing really you can do. Okay, J-Wall, hello. He's not wasting any time. Look at him. He's not even looking towards Jaguar, but instantly traded out by Noxon here, and this somewhat opens up the A side for them. It's still not done. Design is fighting for his life. He's still working, still fighting, and look at this. Perfect hold by Anubis. I mean, to be fair, it was a little bit shaky there. I mean, the Harvey jump from J-Wall, right? He was just pushing, but yeah, in the end, it didn't work out. Anubis picks up yet another round, and we are close to a break-even.
Yeah, honestly, a tough one to lose for SOLTREX. They had a 4-on-2 advantage, but Design doing a good job of shutting things down. This time, though, SOLTREX, they are not ready for that A-long push at all. Samito goes down, Fighter almost as well. Noxon taken down by the late nade, and that is Anubis coming out of this one looking really good now. 2 rounds in a row. The first a little bit shaky, but that one very, very decisive in their favor. And now this is where gets very difficult for SOLTREX. You've got Anubis being very comfortable on the GR side, and SOLTREX, they've got to do something aggressive to catch them off guard, and it's going to be a push towards the B bomb side, but it's completely shut down by the double OM setup. Anubis calling to have 3 players here in the B tunnels, and it may have been the perfect time to call this play, but look at Elon there, able to get himself a nice 2-piece, almost a third, and now there's a chance. It's distracted them for the plant. J-Wow able to find one, the 2v4 down to a 2-on-2 now, a very winnable position for SOLTREX here. Hazen and Design, they know they've got to push through this smoke. They've got no time to work with. Having both smokes for the retake on top of the utility here for Fighter is just so massive to work with. Fighter able to find one, spots Hazen on the smoke. J-Wow shifts right into it to get it done, and SOLTREX, they don't even need the numbers to hold on to the lead. They find the way.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting change of events here. I mean, To be fair, Anubis, they got those rounds like so fast, right? I mean, it almost felt like SOLTREX is always working so hard for like each round, right? And Anubis just took them one by one, right? So very interesting, very interesting. In the end, SOLTREX still in the lead by 1, but oh boy, this is getting super scary. And once again, Anubis just picking up these players one by one. Elin and Jay were already out of the picture. Nice Harvey jump once again from Noxon, but surely not again, right? I mean, they're super aware of it, super waiting for it to happen, and yeah, this is looking very scary, all of a sudden for SOLTREX, because again, look at how aggressive these Anubis players are. They're so ready to go, but maybe this is the wrong call here. If SOLTREX is somewhat able to stop them from doing that, it's getting very scary. And yeah, there you go. The aggression actually pays out for Anubis, and we're back at the break-even point. It's 8-8. Whoever wins this next round will maybe be the winner.
Yeah, for SOLTREX, though, there's a lot more to lose in this one. If they go to a map 3, it's a much different conversation for this team. But if they can find this round, they guarantee overtime in a worst-case scenario coming out of regulation. So for SOLTREX, they've just got to find that way through. Sumito being a little bit quiet since the reset here. Everybody else, though, for SOLTREX, doing a pretty good job of finding some consistent entries. Meanwhile, for Anubis, it is going to be a tough hold in mid here. They've put so much attention on dealing with mid players, though, that they're completely ready for this push. It is shut down just instantly, and now it is going to be a 1-on-4 situation, but not for long. Design gets the job done, and Anubis, they've come full circle here. They are now 1 round away from forcing a 3rd map in this series.
Well, all of a sudden, Anubis is in the lead, and the question is, SOLTREX, what is their answer? I mean, obviously pushing towards mid didn't really work out, not at all. It was actually a complete shutdown, and look at this Dipsy. Yeah, I mean, why not? It's super scary, but the smoke is in his way. He doesn't spot anyone, but look at this. This positioning is insane from him, and maybe he's able to pick someone up, but it's actually Noxon to find the first, but there's Dipsy finding the first, and it's actually Zamido and Fighter, and this is a big hit. This is a very big hit for Anubis, and it continues to be as Design picks up Noxon as well, and all of a sudden, it looks like a very scary situation for SOLTREX, and I mean, the question is, can they do it? Can they be clutch and put this one into overtime, or are we pushing towards Black Widow, which is another very scary map for SOLTREX? I mean, Anubis, they have so much experience, man. They have so much experienced players as well, so definitely a very scary map for SOLTREX. And again, Jay was just dancing around the smoke, not really able to find anyone here, but the question is, how long can they stall this? But look at the damage he does to Design, but there's Doom for the support play. Can they do it? Can they actually push it to overtime? No, it is a 1-versus-1 situation, and look at the HP of both players. I mean, whatever happens next decides so much. And Kyle, are you ready for this one?
It all comes down to this for SOLTREX, a chance to take it into overtime and still grab the 2-0, or for Anubis, a chance to reset this one and take it all the way to map 3. The HP advantage slightly in favor of Hazen in this situation, but Elin here making the right call, takes the A-bomb site. It is completely wide open, and with that in hand, Hazen, he's going to have to rely on trying to find this pick, likely from a distance, to get the job done. But look at the swing! It's SOLTREX going into overtime. Hazen not ready for that one, and the dream is still alive. The opportunity to take this one as a 2-0 still on the table. SOLTREX fighting tooth and nail, really, to keep themselves in this matchup against Anubis. But Anubis, this is a tough path ahead now, because they've got a lot of work just to take this to a map 3, and SOLTREX has made this a very difficult match for them.
Yo, absolutely. I mean, hey, what a last kill, right? He's just sliding down those stairs, killing the last opponent, and wow, what a fashion, what a fashion to, still be competitive, still holding this one alive. So yeah, again, like you mentioned, SOLTREX just pushing this to a potential win. And, Anubis, they need to win this one to maybe go to the next one. So, yeah, maybe we're not even going to see Black Widow, but who knows? So far, I can tell SOLTREX is putting the best fight so far I've seen from them. And Anubis, actually, pretty much the opposite. I mean, they're still here, they're still fighting. And you know what? I actually feel like they're actually being better all of a sudden now, right? These 2 rounds back to back that they won, I was like very impressed by them, but is it going to be enough in the end? I don't know. We're just waiting for these players to join back. And you know what, Kyle? I'm very, very excited for this overtime.
Yeah, me too. I feel like SOLTREX is going to have a lot to prove here, but they've already proven so much to take it to this point. So it is going to be them back on the GR side as we go into overtime, which, as we saw in regulation, was a very good half for them. They won it 6-3, so it's definitely going to be up to them to keep that same strength here, because if you're on the GR side and you've only got 3 rounds to work with in overtime, your goal has to be winning 3-0 here, because a lot can and usually will go wrong on the blacklist side of this map when you get to that overtime pressure. So honestly, at this point, it is truly anyone's for the taking, but it has to start off on the right foot for SOLTREX, with them being on the GR. Whoa, what a headshot there. He was blinded partially as well. Dipsy goes down, and SOLTREX, they hold the numbers advantage for now.
Yeah, it feels like the flash didn't really work out there in the AC location, but yeah, like you said, a very good headshot from him there. And you know what? SOLTREX now being on the jar set things again, it feels like it's going to be a very, very scary situation for Anubis. But look at this design sneaking through those players, not spotting anyone but Samido. What? Okay. Yeah, sure. You know what? Close enough. I mean, Samido, you know what? He was kind of out of the picture for a while, but he's back. He's so ready to go. I mean, what was that? That was insane. So yeah, now JWoww with the reversed Harvey jump. Okay, but there's no one to be found. Gives them a little bit of information, but maybe if the timing is right, he might just be able to find someone in BC here. The timing is so good. Oh, he's not actually able to get anyone from there, but the damage is good and the information is good as well. Look at the time, 50 seconds on the board. Anubis, they need to do something soon, but a little bit of time is actually left, so what is their next move, Kyle? I'm kind of questioning that, but look at this. Anubis ready to go. Good for free. Look at this. Samido, the last man standing. They know exactly where he is. They know what to do now. Back it goes towards A. And the question is Samido actually going to be able to win this run? And look at this positioning by JWoww here. Just going for the full flank. Samido was never ever expecting that, I can tell you that. But the info is good. He's right behind him. He does not know about that. It's actually a little bit scary, but JWoww, you need to step it up, otherwise the timing is just super off. Look at this, look at the back. It is actually super scary. What? No way! No way, Samido. What did you just do for your team? You might eventually save this entire set. What just happened here? What, Kyle? I'm speechless.
Jaguar, you gotta hit those. That's all it is for Jaguar. He had the timing, he had the positioning, but he couldn't handle hitting that shot under the pressure. You saw it there on the replay. 3 bullets to get the kill, and he can't hit the headshot on any one of them. And that just shows you the high-stakes situation we're in here, because even Anubis is feeling the heat to its severity at this point. But Samido, he's going to remember this play for a long time, because that might have just been the play that pushes them towards the 2-0 victory here. They now are just 3 rounds away from securing it in this overtime situation. But as we've seen, Anubis, they don't go down without a fight, so there's still a lot left to be done. As we come out of this pause, though, it is going to be a nice little lead for SOLTREX to kick off the half. The GR, though, I feel like needs to be a flawless 3-0 half for them if they want to close it out, just considering how much we saw both of these teams really struggle on the blacklist side during regulation.
Well, I'm still speechless. I mean, okay, let's break it down. Samido hitting these insane shots one by one and another one, right? So definitely, for me at least, the key player of this overtime already, right? So it's tough to crack that. So yeah, what does it mean for Anubis? I mean, Anubis, this round for them is an absolute tilter, right? This must hurt so much, because they must have felt like, okay, we have it, right? We have the perfect backstep, we know exactly where he is, but all of a sudden, it's not their, it's not their round anymore, and yeah, it's just super scary for them, especially again considering they, Anubis is there on the BL side of things. It's very scary for them. I don't know how they are able to bring this one back, Kyle. It's just it's hard.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in for Anubis. That's a round where you thought they should have had it easily in their hands at the end there, but all it takes is a little bit of extra pressure and one small mistake to cost you the round, and it gives SOLTREX a huge opportunity now, because I'm sure they are very hungry for that 2-0 at this point, because they can see that potential now. That round is really going to open up that chance to just swoop in and get the job done. But for Anubis, I'm sure it's an awakening as well to what needs to happen next here. They know how important these next 2 rounds on the BL side are going to be, because if they can't find one in this first half of overtime, it's going to be pretty likely they go down here in this overtime situation. But the one benefit I will say Anubis is going to have, if it goes the full distance, if this is a golden round finish, Anubis is the GR-sided team in that circumstance. So that's definitely something that I'm sure is in the back of the minds of SOLTREX as well, because if you push this all the way to a golden round, I would say Anubis probably wins this 9 times out of 10. So I feel like they've got to keep the momentum here for SOLTREX if they want to get this done in overtime, because I don't think anyone here wants to risk this all to a golden round.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, if there is a potential chance for a golden round scenario, I would go with you. I mean, Anubis has so much more experience, they've been there so many different times. So I would also say, when it comes to that, they have more experience. They're just more relaxed in those rounds, right? They don't do so many mistakes. And yeah, we are not there yet. We were still before that. So the question is, how much can Anubis do? I mean, probably this little bit of a break will give them time to breathe, will give them a chance to think things through, right? So the question for me is, what is SOLTREX going to do, right? Because SOLTREX is in a very good spot. They are a little bit ahead. And so far, no one would really expect them to do anything. And look at us, we are here, we are at this situation. And SOLTREX, I believe, if they're somewhat able to bring some more rounds on the board, I feel like they're very scared for other people as well. So yeah, I'm just waiting for the game to start again.
Yeah, when we get back into it, we'll see exactly what the adjustments might be from Anubis Gaming. There's not a whole lot of rounds for them to play with, so they're gonna have to bring everything they've got to really tie this one up right from the start. But for SOLTREX, I've got to hand it to them. I mean, I feel like the shots we're seeing from these players across the board are just a million times better than what we saw earlier in the day. You've got JWoww continuing to step it up. You've got players like Noxon continuing to surprise me throughout this matchup as well. And then after a very quiet regulation, you have Samito open up overtime like that. It really speaks to the potential of each and every one of these players, because a lot of times you look at an open team, you can kind of pick out 1 or 2 players as the star players for that team, and the rest kind of just happen to be around the bottom of the scoreboard most of the time. But I feel like I've seen really strong points from each and every player on this SOLTREX lineup, so I'm hoping they can keep it together and really continue to develop as a team, because they have a lot working well for them already.
Yeah, it's crazy that you said that. I mean, considering the first match they had today, right? It's a completely different story. They look completely different. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just Anubis being more, competitive. I'm not sure what the reason is why they're so good now, but I don't mind at all. I feel like this is the exact same thing we saw earlier from other teams. But yeah, if SOLTREX is able to keep this performance up against anyone else as well, I feel like they have a very good chance. But let's be real, maybe Anubis is just having a very weak day today. It's always, a possibility, because when it comes to CrossFire, I feel like whoever has the better daily performance, is probably going to be the winner. But I mean, I've seen it before. I mean, I remember when GV was playing LCK, right? I was like, okay, LCK is very good, but no one's gonna beat GV, right? But all of a sudden, LCK flawlessly just beating them out of their minds. So I'm all for upsets, but that one is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Anubis, they've got to be a little bit nervous about their overall position now, because even though it might not necessarily mean they're blocked from making it through to the next stage, it could very well affect who they might play in that next stage if they are going down here. It gives them a potential stronger likelihood of facing a better seed going into the next stage of this tournament. And I don't think anyone wants to play 3BL or LCK in that first round coming out of this group, because that's what's on the other side of this bracket after all. Once you get through these groups, even if you make it out, it doesn't get any easier.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. So let's see what Anubis got in store here. Already creeping up in front of Belong here, just waiting for anything to happen. Maybe they kind of suspected an early push from SOLTREX, but nope, not today it seems. So everyone just relax for a moment, you know, just, you know, you had a little bit of a pause, you know, maybe think things through once again. But look at this. Anubis, they're just creeping in front of me. It's a little bit scary as well. I mean, they're just taking their sweet time. I mean, there's more than enough of that, but is SOLTREX ready if there is a potential B hit? I'm not sure. It's only Zamido and Elon, but again, Zamido, he is hitting all of these shots. You know, he's so ready to go. You can tell he's just jump spotting, waiting for anyone to enter his bomb site, right? So there goes the flash, there goes the push, and now it's up to these players. Can they hold it off? Can they stall some time for their team? It's Doom finding Elon early on, and yeah, a complete shutdown from Anubis, finally stepping up to the plate. And wow, I mean, this is a turn of events. Maybe this pause was good after all, right? So Fighter now the last man standing. Not sure what he can do to this mix here. Maybe just, you know, a little bit late to the party, I would say. But yeah, Anubis, a very decisive push. Not even losing a single player, pushing break even once again.
Yeah, right now it's a really good response after the pause from Anubis. Not a single player falls. And SOLTREX, they've got added pressure now in this final round on the GR. They can't afford to allow Anubis a lead coming out of their blacklist side. It would pretty much spell disaster for them to potentially fall in this map, meaning we would be going towards that map 3, which is a definite possibility with how this one's been going. But JWoww again through that window, finding a kill. And this time it's on to Dipsy. He is only going to get out of there with a little bit of help, but that could make all of the difference in this round, having that 5-on-4 advantage now to try and close it out. You can see Design, he's kind of poking around towards the B-bomb side here, trying to get that information, but the rest of Anubis, they're still patiently waiting to try and find this kill, but it does seem like they want to go for the B again.
Yep, and once again, they're putting the same players to the test here. I think, yeah, once again, if JWoww is able to hit those first shots here, whoa, so close, but it's all to Zamido. No, maybe a second, not this time around. Design, very good for 1. Look at Elin, also trading, good for 2 already, but this is a back and forth situation. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, so there's no reason for SOLTREX to push onto this bomb site. And you know what? A beautiful hold by them. I gotta give it to them. A very, very strong one, but now Hazen, it's the question, can he do it for his team once again? It's a very scary situation. I'm not sure why SOLTREX is picking these 1v1 fights. It's so unnecessary, actually. It's potential thrower, actually. And look at this Fighter. He believes he instantly pushed toward A, but this is not the case. And I think is he able to hear him there? I'm not sure. I don't think so. So yeah, definitely a very interesting, you know, turn of events. I don't think SOLTREX had to pick that 1v1 fight, but it is what it is. 20 seconds on the board now. A 1v1 situation. Both sniper players, both ready to go. I mean, Hazen 4-0 so far. A very good performance by him so far. And so far, I just like what I'm seeing right now. It's very, very head-to-head, very close. And who is going to be the winner of this run? It's a close situation with those, you know, sniper barrels. And oh, I think he spotted him. He misses the shot. A crucial mistake. Now Hayes knows where he is. He's completely blinded by the lights, but he only has to play the time. But Fighter already spotted him. It's the question, how much time can he stall? It's so much to do, and Hayes and saving your run probably. Oh, I'm speechless, Kyle. What a round again.
Yeah, really down to the wire, but Anubis getting the best of the BL half there with a 2-1 score on it could be enough to get themselves into a map 3 situation. In order to take that away, SOLTREX has to do something they haven't done in this one just yet, and that is win it out on the BL side of things, and that is where they're going to face their biggest challenge yet. And for Anubis, all they've got to do is win themselves a couple rounds on the GR and play it pretty similarly to what they did in regulation, and they should be the team to take this map. But as we've seen, there is no clear path in sight when it comes to this matchup. SOLTREX, the second they look like they might slip up, they're right back in the fight themselves here. So I'm expecting this to still not be an easy pathway forward for Anubis Gaming, but SOLTREX, I think they definitely have their work cut out for them now going into the BL.
Oh yeah, there was so much to do and they actually got it done. So yeah, now it's back to being, you know, scary for SOLTREX because, you know, they were on the GR side of things. They were pretty good in the beginning, but well, Anubis had an answer for that. And yeah, well, as soon as we go back into the game, I feel like SOLTREX has a lot of work to do. You know, they need to be the ones putting it up to the plate. And, you know, Anubis, I feel like they're pretty comfortable at their, you know, position right now, even though they weren't all the time, right? So yeah, maybe it's a question who is going to be better team after all, but SOLTREX, they're ready to go, pushing it further, and wow, look at this, Anubis ready to go. They want this one to be done, and this is definitely a good start from them. Zamido may be able to get someone picked from a top, but it's also a very, very difficult scenario for him, but they need something. I mean, instantly losing 2 players isn't optimal at all. Instead, no, it's the exact opposite actually. And now it's a third one as well, maybe potentially a fourth. And oh boy, this is somewhat falling apart for SOLTREX. I mean, they put up such a good fight. I'm not sure what the issue is all of a sudden. I mean, look at this. Everyone is dead, just Elon left. And now there goes Elon. I mean, it's only Dipsy actually taking damage as well. So, Kyle, we are at a very, very interesting point of view from for an Anubis right now.
Yeah, Anubis, they've got everything they need to win this. They only need 1 GR round to get the job done, and they're going to have 3 chances to get just that 1 round. It's not as easy as it may seem, though. Noxon, good for the double, looks for the triple. He's going to find it, and just like that, Anubis may start cracking under the pressure. Noxon, good for a 4th kill. Looking for the ace in this one. It's going to be designed, left alone, lower B tunnels. And just like that, they're right back into the conversation. 1 round away from a golden round. Looking to do the unthinkable here. SOLTREX may just come full circle in this one.
A 40-second round is quite incredible. And this nade is as well pretty interesting. I mean, yeah, I am very, very speechless. I mean, this fight has been going on for a long time already. But I mean, Noxon, all of a sudden he pulls out the 4K when it comes to these high pressure situations. I mean, again, there's still a little bit to go. You know, they have to do even more than that. But still, I feel like, you know, SOLTREX is pushing it over the limits. I mean, again, look at this. J-Wall looking for the frag, instantly taking out Dipsy. He needs to back away, otherwise he's going to have a fine day here. But yeah, this is what I was expecting. Design just taking him out instantly. Elon completely blinded by the lights. So wondering if SOLTREX actually decides to go back or not, because they have to. It's a very scary situation there. But again, hey, it looks good for SOLTREX. They might eventually push overtime. I mean, Samid was a little bit stuck in this position there, but look at the positioning from Anubis. No one is really ready for that either. So I think it's Jack White just clearing up BC. They're getting a little bit of a map control here, but it seems like this is going to be an A fake. And oh, I actually like this. This is a very good situation for SOLTREX so far.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down to as well Samido still holding the line against Doom here. That's going to be a key fight as well happening on the flank. But these 3 guys on B, they've got to find Hazen right away. First kill goes the way of Anubis. Samido quickly able to trade on the flank, taking down Doom. But look at this, they're trying to fall back to A. But the trades, thankfully, still being held onto by SOLTREX. Hazen now left in a 1-on-2, but it doesn't matter because the A bomb site is completely theirs for the taking. Samido, thanks to the lurk, able to open it up and establish that control. But Hazen, he's got one more chance here to shut things down. He might be able to get there in time to stall the planter. He has to move very quickly here, though, but he's just a little bit too late to the party. And now the C4 going to be down. Samito gets it done. We're going all the way here to the very end. It's going to be a golden round to decide it all.
Who else but Samito once again, right? I mean, it's just an absolute fest here. I'm like, again, it's just super insane to me how far SOLTREX is pushing this, right? So we are here in the overtime, and all of a sudden, it's a golden round scenario against Anubis. So hold your horses, it's going to be epic. So who is the first one to fall is the question here. What else can they do for, what else can SOLTREX do is the question I have. So, they were pushing a lot of GR runs, but all of a sudden they're also winning BL runs. So who can it be? It's a very good question, but you can tell everyone is a little bit hesitant, right? Everyone is just taking their sweet time. No one wants to die first here, but yeah, it's a very difficult situation. But look at this. They get so much belong control. They actually know what's going on. So what is the plan for SOLTREX here? It's a very tough one, actually, but who would SOLTREX if it's not this scenario, right? So definitely something I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, SOLTREX, they're making the right moves here, but it's not over just yet. Anubis could quickly turn this into a map 3 situation. It is a GR-sided map, but SOLTREX, they've won 2 in a row to get to this round. And now they've got to figure out where they want to press their luck. They've had so many successful rounds over towards the A-bomb side, but now, during the high-pressure moment, they're going to test their luck towards the B-bomb side. This could be a good way to catch Anubis off guard. I don't think they're going to be fully prepared for it. You can see as well Samito starting to throw the fake over towards the A-bomb side. They swing a potential rotator back towards mid, but this is where the risk is going to come into play. The golden round decision is going to be a 3-man execute out of the middle of the map, but Samito goes down. That is a huge loss on the round already, but Doom, he's not ready for the 3-man push out of mid. It's going to be SOLTREX who find 2. Jaguar, he's stuck in the pit. He has to hang on. He's only going to be good for 1, but Design on the flank, he's going to be good for 2. Takes it down to the 2-on-1, and Design, the triple kill, seals the deal. And Anubis push this to map 3.
What? What? Okay, fair enough. I mean, for a second, it looked like SOLTREX actually might have done it, but all of a sudden, Anubis is like, hold on, let's be realistic here, let's win this one. And yeah, I mean, what a match overall, right? This one definitely will be rewatched over and over again. So yeah, I'm just, happy for SOLTREX because, in the end, of course, they didn't win, but still, they put up such a good fight. They made themselves so clear that they're so ready to go. But in the end, it's still Anubis, taking this map, and we are going to Black Widow, which, again, I think is a very scary one for SOLTREX. But I said this for the first 2 maps as well, and yeah, I'm just, Kyle, it has been a map. Yeah, what a match.
Yeah, honestly, one of the best maps we've seen all day there. Anubis, they just barely scraped by there. Even in the final moments, it looked like SOLTREX had the advantage in that last round, but Design right there to save the day and keep the dream alive for Anubis to completely take themselves in that #1 spot of the group. And now they've got a chance. They've hit the full reset button. The series is now tied 1-1. And this is where Anubis might be able to pull it off after all and still make it out of the group stage here with no series losses on their hands. And, well, for SOLTREX, if they don't win this, it's going to be a bit devastating, to be honest, because it feels like in a lot of ways they've already earned so much in this best of 3, but it just goes to show you when the pressure is at its peak, you get into those golden round situations. You've got to make the best moves possible under pressure, and that's where having the experience of a roster like Anubis can just give you the slightest of edges that you need to win it.
Yeah, and just looking at these highlights, there were so many highlights, and I love how we get to see them once again. But yeah, I mean, this is so early, man. This feels forever ago, but yeah, here we are now. It is what it is. Black Widow, it will be, but yeah, you really got to give it to both of these teams, right? They're really pushing their luck. They're really pushing everything they got. So yeah, what is there left to say, Kyle? I mean, we've been talking about these 2 teams forever, right? So I'm just very excited to go for the third and final map, of course. And whoever wins this one really, really deserves it. Both of these teams have fought so much, and it is what it is in the end of the day. I really hope, SOLTREX can push it even further. But in the end, realistically, I just feel like Anubis is going to take this one, but we will see.
Yeah, only time will tell here. It is going to be Anubis feeling a little bit better after winning that golden round, giving themselves the opportunity to still win this series after all. But SOLTREX, my big hope for them is that they don't slow down going into this third map, because that is where I start to worry for them a little bit. They've been playing a lot more on the day compared to Anubis. This is going to be their 5th map as a team today in the servers. So it's definitely getting to the point where it could start to be a little bit more stress on your team when you push this far this often. But looking at the scoreboards here, you can see some of the key difference makers on the second map of Port. And of course, Hazen and Jaguar top of the list, even though I'm sure Jaguar going to be forever haunted by that missed shot onto Samito, because if that were me and that's what caused us to lose the map, that would haunt me for a lifetime.
Yeah, well, it happened. It is what it is. I hope he doesn't feel too bad about it as well. So, yeah, it's hard to explain what happened there. But yeah, let's take a look at the key players here. No surprises here, to be fair. I mean, it could have been Samito as well, but sure, Ewan also did a great job. So yeah, no surprises overall. KD is pretty much what I've expected, but well, no more surprises here, hopefully. We are pushing it to Black Widow. Is there anything left to say, Kyle? I'm pretty done, actually.
Honestly, I'm just excited for what's to come here. I feel like SOLTREX, my heart wants me to see them win, but only time will tell here. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we're going to see if SOLTREX can pull it off here, or if Anubis will take home the victory after all. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the final map of the day. It's that time of the day, the final map here, and it's going to be SOLTREX and Anubis head-to-head in probably one of the closer matches we're going to see in this group stage. Map 1, 10-8 went the way of SOLTREX, but Anubis answered back down to the wire in the golden round with a 13-12 win on map number 2. And now it's all down to this third and final map. Will it be the champions of the group, Anubis, finding their way full circle to this last match, or is it going to be SOLTREX pulling off what has been shaping up to be a potentially big upset for them? But as we know, Black Widow, a very, very strong map to try and close it on for Anubis.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you can already tell Anubis is not wasting any time. They want this thing to be over, as you can tell they're already close towards A Long here. Put some great grenade damage on Fighter. They're not really able to stop him overall, but well, anyway, it is what it is. But you know what I wanted to say earlier as well? I feel like even though, SOLTREX, they kind of lost the second map, I feel like they still won overall, because no one would ever, expected them to even put a very good fight against Anubis. So you got to give them that. After all, it doesn't even matter how the match outcome is after all, but I just feel like SOLTREX, they've really proven themselves. They put their names all the way up there, and potentially if they continue to play as a team like they are right now, I feel like there's so much in store for them. There's a very good potential. These guys might push it even further, later on in whatever reality. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue here. We see Anubis pushing towards B here, pretty much uncontested, but SOLTREX, they need to have an answer as soon as possible, but it's Noxon from behind once again with some good timing. He might eventually be able to get something done. Look at this. He's so close, but he's undetected for a while at least, but now he's been spotted. Now this will be a little bit tougher than it should be, but nothing really happens here. Just some shots being traded, but Noxon's still alive, still pushing these players from behind, but they're doing a very good job of stalling him. But there you go, the kill is there, and now it gets very difficult for SOLTREX, but what can they do? I mean, Zamido already finding the first frag on Dipsy here is a good start, but oh, Jabo, another one. Great tap here. Can they do even more than that? It's very close. It's only one player remaining, but no one even knows where he is in this spot. It's insane. He actually misses the shot, and this is the round for SOLTREX.
Wow. What a retake there. Samido and JWoww doing a lot of work to get the round. But SOLTREX, this is where they've been really good. The second Anubis underestimates them in a round, they take it away from them. And this is where Anubis, they've got to keep their composure up to the finish line if they want to win this series after all, because SOLTREX, they're not ready to slow down. Even after losing that map, they are right back into the fight here on map number 3. And you can tell this team is just playing on another level for them. This is a potential last fight in the groups for them, and they want to show us the best they can put forth against one of the strongest teams in this regional qualifier. So at this point, it is going to be up to SOLTREX to continue that pace forward, but this time Anubis, they might have a different story in store for us. It's going to be a 4-man stack towards the bomb site. Fighter, though, good for the first. SOLTREX holding on nicely so far, but look at that spray down. It's going to be Dipsy finding Fighter, Hazen finding another, and Anubis, just like that, they've got full control over the A bomb site. Noxon sneaks his way in for one. Not going to be enough to hang on, though. JWoww in mid, he's been hitting the one taps all day long, but he needs 3 of them to secure this round. Though that nade could do some good damage. Both players are low, but they are out of the picture as this retake starts to come to life. Hazen just playing the timing pretty well behind this single box, and I don't think JWoww has enough of it to make it happen. I'm not sure what he's going to do here with only 10 seconds on the clock. He's just looking for players desperately at this point. He's able to find one, but there's just no time to do this. He has to stick the ninja defuse, and he knows there's just no way out of this one. He even gets the kill, but it's not going to matter too much. Anubis gets the round.
Yeah, I mean, a much deserved one by them. They really fought hard for this one, and well, SOLTREX a little bit scared for a second there, but he didn't really stick to the fuse, so it doesn't really matter after all. So yeah, hey, we are here once again, a very tight matchup so far, and well, not much to say here yet, because I feel like SOLTREX, they've been playing forever, right? They've been playing for so long already, and I wonder when the timing comes when they're just getting tired, so definitely something that might kick them later on, but right now I feel like it's still okay at least, so let's just focus on that. But yeah, already a good start for Anubis, 2 frags, make it maybe a third. Trades are good, but Zamido, I'm not sure if that's worth it. He gets one more, but now it's Fighter versus 3, and it's gonna be a tough ask for him, to be fair.
Yeah, for Fighter, doesn't seem too likely to go his way here. He's got 3 players quickly approaching him. Doom gets the early shoulder peek onto A long, but now they know it's only a 3-on-1 situation. They can just take the rotation all the way back to B and know that it's a pretty safe site here, though they still have to get a smoke on the doors because Fighter has moved into position to try and take them down on the cross, but a nice smoke there makes it a pretty unwinnable situation now because Fighter, he either has to push through the smoke or wait it out and just try and isolate some 1v1s, but as we can see here, Anubis, they're kind of well set up for this on the retake. There's really not a whole lot of opening to work with Fighter. He has to take an uncomfortable fight quickly. Otherwise, it's just going to be down and out for him. Only 15 seconds to get in and defuse the bomb. Anubis now know exactly where he is. The flank's already coming as a just in case, and Anubis, they should be able to get this one done. Here comes the wide swing. I don't know how he's not dead yet. There you go, Anubis. Secure those rounds. I'm not sure what the disconnect there was, but Anubis kind of struggling a little bit to hit those final shots, but they get the round anyway.
Yeah, well, okay, sure, fair enough, but shouldn't really be happening, I guess. And oh boy, that was a little bit of a jump there, but seems fine. No one is out. All here again. So yeah, definitely a very strong round from Anubis. Not sure what the deal is. I mean, yeah, are they getting tired as well? Not sure, but yeah, maybe, you know, sometimes you just don't hit your shots. It happens. It doesn't even matter in the end, so whatever. Anubis pushing now towards A here is a big hit, maybe. Okay, there you go, finally hitting Fighter on the way, and again, a very strong push from Anubis, you know, killing these players one by one. Design is so ready to go, and now it's only Zamido left in the mix. And yeah, again, I feel like Anubis, you know, they're getting the upper hand every single time so far, so this is really working out for them.
Yeah, Anubis, they're in a good position if they can close this one out, but Zamido has a chance to spoil it if he can find the 1-on-2, and we've seen him do it a couple times already on the day. He does have some decent clutch potential, especially with Jaguar being quite low on health. It's all about the positioning on this retake. Has to try and sneak in undetected, but Design has a really good position to not get caught off guard from this late ramp push. And you can see Design spots him, but look at the shots. Zamido gets them both very, very low here. Design, though, gets a nice shot right back onto him, and now the time is ticking. The utility working wonders for Anubis, but is it going to be enough here? Zamido with the fake on the defuse. What's going to happen, though? Jaguar, perfect stall here. There should be no time, but Zamido, he's going to stick the defuse just in time, though. Jaguar swings for the peak to keep Anubis in the lead.
Oh boy, okay, yep. A little bit too close for comfort, but yeah, well, it worked out in the end, so who cares? Definitely a scary one for a second there, but Jaguar is there to save the day. Yet another run for Anubis. They're really keeping it consistent here, so that's a good start for them. 3-1 at the start. I mean, not too sure if, you know, I would prefer the BL or GR side on this map, but, you know, Anubis with the first frag once again, putting themselves in the advantage position once again. Right, so this keeps happening. I'm not sure if, you know, SOLTREX is actually getting too tired to play CrossFire here, but yeah, those mistakes, they're really, really not good for them. And it seems like they continue to happen. And, well, Noxin getting a lot of map control gives them a lot of information. Look at this. I think Doom spotted him. Yep. Oh, did you see that? Everyone of the Anubis players just turned around and, yep, down goes Nox. That looked so funny on the map. But yeah, hey, it is a good start once again for Anubis, and yeah, it continues to be, right? So Dipsy gets a second, Doom gets another one as well. Fighter, last man standing here, and maybe giving Dipsy the triple kill he deserves. There it is, and yeah, a very, very good round from Anubis here.
Yeah, this map is kind of looking like what we were expecting, I think, initially in this head-to-head, and that's why I said earlier in the day, I feel like if SOLTREX wants to win this series, it has to be done in 2 maps, because Anubis, when the pressure's on and they need to perform, they tend to step up to the plate here, and so far in this map, it seems to be them in full control for really the first time we've seen all day long from Anubis, because the first 2 maps were a struggle at best, even when they were winning, whereas right now it's a pretty confident lead, 4-1, potentially a 5-1 if they can close this out. It is an even situation now. with Dipsy and Jaguar taken down, but Design, a big headshot goes his way. Hazen as well, able to take down Fighter. This is where Noxon has to show us a big play. Otherwise, his team is already halfway to defeat, and it's kind of weird, honestly, to be in this position after we had two of the closest maps all day. It's looking like this one could be one of the furthest from it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Noxon 1-5 so far, not really having the greatest time of his life, and yeah, it continues to be that case. And yeah, another round for Anubis. And you know what? It feels like this is long overdue, right? So this is how Anubis should have played like all day long. But you know, better to be late than never. But yeah, it's just it's a little bit weird now because SOLTREX put up such a good fight all the time. I mean, not all day long, but still a pretty good fight overall. And yeah, look at this. Anubis is just stomping them at this point. They go A over and over and again. No one is even dying from Anubis at this point, right? So yeah, Anubis, welcome to the to the match. Welcome. Please be seated. But yeah, I just feel overall this is long overdue.
Yeah, Anubis is playing at a completely different level compared to SOLTREX on this map so far. And SOLTREX doesn't really know what to do with it. I mean, they had so much success in the first two maps that it's honestly kind of a surprise to see them struggling this much on map number 3 after the day they've had. But Anubis, on the other hand, they are just going full throttle at this point. Design just fearlessly swings alone out the mid doors, able to find one, almost gets a second kill there on JWoww. Jaguar spotted but not taken down just yet outside of the B box room. Samido going to try and test his luck over towards A. But Jaguar, he's going to be punished by Noxon on the back of B, and this is where SOLTREX should have a good opportunity at a round after all. Hazen and Dipsy, double arms though, looking to settle the score, and that they will. 1 kill apiece already goes the direction of Anubis, and immediately the numbers advantage no longer existing for the side of SOLTREX here. Samido and Noxon now left in a 2-on-2.
Yeah, some rookie mistakes from the side of SOLTREX. I mean, smoking off the mid door is absolutely the right decision, but not waiting for the smoke to fully, open is, again, a very rookie mistake. But maybe it doesn't really matter. There's a good potential that Samido might be able to, kill Hazen here and go on from that. But, they're just stalling a bit, waiting for the plant to come through. But the timing, if the timing is right, it's so close. He misses the shot, but he's still alive, fighting for his life. And yep, Samido not really able to do anything here. Noxon now left alone, 25 HP. But Doom and Hazen also both low, and they have no idea where he is. But he barely gets away with his life. But yeah, look at this. I mean, this is very, very tough for him. The grenade is very good, potentially killing Doom. Nope, not this time around. But yeah, look at this positioning from both of these players to perfection, actually. So there's pretty much no way for Noxon to win this round. I mean, he gives it a good try. You see, whoa, that was close for a second. Okay, well, got me scared for a bit. But yeah, another round for Anubis once again.
Yeah, honestly, Anubis, they're just making all the right decisions here, and SOLTREX, it almost feels like they have folded under the pressure in this final map. I feel like they put everything they had into those first two maps, and it just seems like they've lost that steam now in map number 3. Meanwhile, Anubis, it's a collateral in mid, up the catwalk. Start off the round for Hazen. Noxon and JWoww go down. Design at least traded out, but it may not matter because Anubis has full control of the B-bomb site, gets the plant off and the kill to reply from Doom. And Samido and Fighter left in a 2-on-3 situation. Might not be for long though. Dipsy just goes hunting by himself for the remaining players, and Anubis, that is probably the fastest half we've seen all day, 8-1.
Yep. I mean, sure. Fair enough. I mean, you could really tell these, Anubis players, they're 100% confident, they're not scared of anything at this point, just pushing out, even though they might not have the advantage, but it doesn't really matter. They are just better at this point, and again, a much deserved, lead for Anubis. Again, I feel like this is a very long overdue performance from them, but again, it's just, yeah, it's a hard time for SOLTREX. I mean, they're still putting up a fight at least, it's not over until they really lose, so it's at least something they can hold on to. And yeah, I mean, look at this JWoww. Remember when he was hitting all of his shots? Yeah, this is happening right now, right? So Doom is the last man standing, 1 versus 3. Probably not gonna work out for him. I mean, he's already spotted out. It's a question of Elon can get him done. It's not the case. Okay. Now we are in a completely different scenario. Once again, if Samido overpeaks and gives Doom the kill, this would have been disastrous, but doesn't really matter. It's still here, still dooming, if you know what I'm saying. So Doom now, a 1 versus 2 situation, still unspotted. They have a little bit of an idea where he can come from, but look at this, a very sneaky move. If he gets fired, this is big, but not this time around. Finally, another round for SOLTREX.
Yep, 8-2. Now it's going to be up to SOLTREX to show us if they can keep that rolling on the blacklist side, because they don't really have a lot of room for error. They've got to have a pretty perfect half if they indeed want to win this final map series, but Dipsy is going to make it that much harder. Rushes up the catwalk, able to find one onto Fighter. JWoww trades it out. Samido taken down to 20 in the process, so still a pretty even situation across the board for the round, but there's definitely a lot of forward pressure from the side of Anubis, getting 2 players now in the leg with that in hand, so gotta watch out. Jaguar, though, not ready for Noxon to already be up on the A-bomb side. It's going to be 2 players now taking control over that position, but the problem here is both of them are pretty low, and the C4 is actually alone in the hands of JWoww, and he's going to be pinched in the spawn here by Doom, and that is a bit of a tough pill to swallow, because even though they may have had a chance on the A-bomb site, the C4 being down makes this now an almost unwinnable round.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking very good for SOLTREX for a moment there, but losing a bomb like that is a very crucial mistake by them. I mean, I don't know what he was doing there, to be fair. I mean, he could have, rotated much faster than that, but yeah, the situation they're in right now is a very spooky one, because again, they need to go through all of these Anubis players and look at the HP of Noxon, right? So this is going to be a very tough one, but look at this, the timing! Oh boy, the timing is good, but what is happening here? Come on, everyone, hit some shots, please. I know it's late, but still, finally, he's hitting some shots, 14-5. Yeah, this is exactly what I was looking forward to, but what a round, Kyle. I'm speechless.
Yeah, a little bit dicey there at the end, but Anubis, they will find a way to get it done, and it's already match point on the table. Anubis looking to shut it down, and this may be all they needed here. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Just a few seconds into the round, Samido down to under 20. Noxon, the only full HP player for his team, but the C4 is down A long. They've already got full control of it, and with Anubis, as we've seen in the previous round, that should be enough to seal the deal. Samido, the last hope. SOLTREX, they fought very long and hard to get to this position, but it seems that Anubis might be the greater of these 2 teams at the end of the day. All said and done, this third map has been nothing but Anubis in full control, and there you have it, 10-2. A commanding map 3 brings this one to a close, and Anubis will top the group guaranteed after all, but man, was that a bitter struggle to get to the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, you know what, for SOLTREX, they can just rest now, they fought really, really hard, like you mentioned, and you know what, it's time to, chill, calm down. It's fine, you tried your very best, you didn't succeed, but it's not always the case, always the victory, always the goal, I guess, right? That's the right word. So yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow for them, of course. They tried so hard, but in the end, it's just Anubis all day. Anubis really the way better team on Black Widow, at least. So, yeah. The question is, in the end of the day, Kyle, what did we learn from this? I mean, SOLTREX, a very competitive team, very strong, very ready to fight these bigger teams, but is it going to be enough? Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, we will see.
Yeah, honestly, this team has, I think, a very bright future on their hands. Every single one of these players on the side of SOLTREX really fought hard. It's just unfortunate that by map 3, they kind of lost that steam, and Anubis was ready to crank it up to a whole new level. And there was just a severe difference between these 2 teams when it came to this third and final map. And honestly, for Anubis, this is also a wake-up call for this team because, frankly, if you're Anubis and your goal is to make it to CFS, they didn't really play up to that caliber until map 3 of the series, and I think if SOLTREX made just a few minor adjustments, they could have easily won this series 2-0. So I feel like for Anubis, they've got to count their lucky stars because this could have easily gone the other direction.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was way too close for comfort, and especially from Anubis, right? Because I just feel like, usually they are one of these CFS teams, right? A very, very strong roster overall, but not on these 2 first maps, not at all. So yeah, definitely, like you mentioned, definitely something they need to work on. Maybe again, there's this little bit of a potential where they say, okay, maybe we don't need to win necessarily, so we can a little bit chill. But to be fair, I think Anubis was trying very hard against SOLTREX in the end there. So yeah, definitely an interesting move by them. But yeah, here we are. The day is basically over. I mean, it is Anubis in the end that wins the group in total. So yeah, there's not much left to say. I mean, there are some more great matches coming up for tomorrow. But before we do that, there's a little bit left to do, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, overall on the day, some really exciting matchups. It's been great to see kind of these open teams really making a statement for themselves. And a lot of them, even though they didn't all win their matches, were very, very competitive throughout the day. And it makes me hopeful for, who we might see as some of the newer faces in the West League when it comes to the 2025 season. Because unfortunately for a few of these teams, it might mean the end of the road when it's all said and done to close out this weekend for their hopes in this season. But of course, when you look at the KDs for map number 3, it's no surprise here that Anubis came to play on Black Widow. You've got Hazen with a 3.0 KD, and I don't even think he broke 1.5 in the first 2 maps. So it really just shows the wake-up call that this map number 3 truly was for this team, and why they are the group favorites here, because they know how to bring it to a new level when their backs are against the wall. And even if you look at map 1 and 2 as some of the best from SOLTREX, Anubis, it's also not easy to go through all of that and have that good of a third map.
Yeah, and here is all we had for today. I mean, what an event, right? I mean, Demons against SOLTREX was already like a little bit weird, I would say, but SOLTREX also there put a very good fight. But overall, I think the team of today, you gotta give it to SOLTREX. I mean, they've been playing for hours and hours and hours. They still were able to perform like this. Of course, on the last map it was over, but yeah, just taking a good look over here towards the group A, it's pretty much nothing surprising yet. I would say Anubis sitting pretty comfortable all the way up there. And yeah, the other side, of course, Group B, Lazarus, TBI, 999, of course, 3BL Academy. Nothing that super surprises me, but there's still some matches left for tomorrow, so we gotta wait for them. And yeah, this is pretty much all I've got to say.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a big day. A lot of these second and third place head-to-heads are gonna take place, so it's going to decide a lot for those teams currently sitting in the middle. Unfortunately for 3BL Academy and SOLTREX, it's basically going to be the end of the road for these teams at this point with what their records are. It's not looking like the best, but as we take a look at some of the overall stats here, we are going to see Dane, the overall KD leader here, looking pretty good, but he hasn't played quite as many matches yet, so we'll see if he can hold on to that going into his team's final day tomorrow. But as we take a look at the day's results, a lot of close matches, but I think tomorrow is going to be the one where at least I'm the most eager for those final 2 games, because those final 2 games are basically going to decide which of those teams takes the number 2 spot in both those groups.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, those games are very interesting. I'm very hyped for them as well. But, it's been a very, very long day. So I don't know, Cal, but I'm overall pretty, satisfied with the matches we had. Especially, again, I keep mentioning the name, but SOLTREX, right? You gotta give it to them. They put up such a good fight. And I hope they're not too disappointed overall. I mean, it is just hard to lose. But yeah, I'm pretty happy that, everything went the way it went. And I don't know if you want to say any last words, Kyle, but I'm pretty much done. Thank you all for watching, and we see each other soon.
Yeah. overall, just a fantastic day, though, and looking forward to seeing everyone tune in. Tomorrow's going to be the final day of the group stage here, so we'll see you guys there.